do its thing. Come on. You can do it. Come on. We got it. Done. Okay. I've created something called the why movement. What's the why movement, goddess? I'm glad you asked. The why movement is for survivors like us. We are the ones who are always asked, well, why didn't you report it? Why didn't you leave? Why didn't you tell somebody? Why didn't you go somewhere? Why didn't you go to a shelter? Why didn't you try this? Why didn't you try that? And the offender is never questioned. Rarely do we receive justice. Not that there could be justice in those situations, but even the ounce that people can provide doesn't exist. So I have created the why movement. And I'm going to show you guys an image of what I've created because I feel like only through that image could you truly feel and understand where I'm going with this movement. This is the why movement. This is one of the reasons I'm here. Because too many times women are silenced. We are silenced, separated, told nobody would ever believe you. And most of the time they don't. Because, oh my God, that fourth grade teacher you were with, the one you were with in Atlanta, he's such a good guy. He brings all the teachers candy. I couldn't see him doing that to you. No, you can't. I created the why movement, and it is a movement. But first, it's a book. And I am collecting 500 women's whys. You can remain anonymous if you have a why. You can use SpongeBob SquarePants for all I care. It doesn't matter. And the only reason I need an accurate email address is so that in this anthology, I can send you your check. Because those 500 pages don't belong to me. Those 500 pages are not mine. Only one page is. On each page, I am putting one woman's why. Why didn't you leave? Why didn't you report it? Why didn't you do something? Why didn't you say something? It's always, why didn't you? It's never, how dare they? Come on, come on, I'm gonna help you through this. And we're gonna go report it. And we're gonna do it together so people believe you. Rarely do we as survivors receive that type of a response. Rarely. From the children that my mother bore, I got, well, he beat me and I'm still in therapy for it. From my oldest sister, Debbie. That wasn't even her father. She's still in therapy at 60 something years old over a spanking. And she got to go live on the military base with my aunt and uncle and grow up in a normal family. She could have kept me out of the group home. I had just come back from taking care of her son all summer, but she did. My brother Michael. Well, I'm sure there's proof somewhere. That's your response to your sister, letting you know that she carried her father's child. Actually, bro, there is proof. I will sign off on you going to get it. Jamaica Queens Courthouse in New York City, because that's where we had to appear in court. That's where my group home was. And lastly, my other sister who lives in a world of I don't remember. If that's your truth, I won't take it away from you. Not now I see why. You could never live up to my expectations of being perfect like me because she believes she's perfect. So, because of that response, this is even more important to me. And any woman who shares their why will receive whatever proceeds the book brings in. So, if you have a why, and if you want to remain anonymous, that's okay. But you can sign up to be part of this project on the Summit webpage and you click on the Why Project. So I wanted to share that with you all because it was birthed through the birthing process of the summit. It was almost like having twins and not knowing I was pregnant with both of them. The ancestors gave it to me. I was working on the summit sitting here because I sit at my desk a lot, y'all. And if I'm bored, I'll get up and create something like a free download or something. I've got hundreds in my stash. My bestie's like, you don't even know what you have. I'll create affirmations for the next week. I'll do stuff for projecting. I'll change my website, but I'm sitting here a lot. And so I'm sitting here working on the summit. And mom says, why? And I said, I don't know why. Those of you who know my relationship with my mother knows that it can be comical at times. Um, while I revere my ancestors and always show them respect, I have a fun relationship with them. And I go back to working and she says, book. And I'm like, oh shit, this is what she wants me to do next. So if you have a why and you would like to share, even if you choose to remain anonymous, I invite you to. There's something else that is coming up, and you guys will get an email about it. I've created a community for us on the Mighty platform. Some of it is free. So there is a free tier. There's a lion tier, and then there's the top tier. There are 3 tiers to the membership. Mama had to get in there, you know. If you know Mama, you know. And the first tier is free. So there'll be posts, there'll be follow up in the community, there'll be information, there'll be downloads. But I wanted you to have a safe space to land after this for follow through and follow up. I didn't want to host this summit and then just drop you off. Here's your freebies. Here's your free consultations and blah, 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 blah. Now go on with your life and heal. It's not that simple. I wanted you to have some space to come where you can feel safe, where you can feel seen, where you can feel love when you need it. The four things that I am known for on TikTok is helping people to feel seen, heard, loved, and understood. And when I created my community, that was my intention because I had never felt that. And I remember, you are welcome, Amanda, you are welcome. I remember the woman who took that walk to the woods to end her life. She was thinking in her head, nobody's ever seen me. Nobody's ever heard me. No one loves me. And no one understands me. And I laid down with that thought that I wasn't valuable enough to be here because of those reasons. So it was time to make my exit. Today, I'm helping women feel seen, heard, loved, and understood. It's important to me that all of you feel seen, heard, loved, and understood. It matters. And you matter to me. Even if you don't feel it yourself right now, you matter to me. Even if no one else says that, you matter to me. You're like, goddess, what are you talking about? You're going to go on with your life and blah, blah. No, no, no. That's not how I operate. You all matter to me. And when someone matters to me, I follow up, I follow through, and I make sure they're okay. Now, that doesn't mean we can trauma dump. We don't believe in trauma dumping. Trauma dumping is when you call somebody and it's like, bleh. You don't even say how you're doing. It's bleh. Just throwing up all your woes and sorrows on them before you even find out how they're doing. Or are they in a space to receive that? Sometimes we have to ask people that. Look, I'm going through some stuff. Do you have the capacity to receive this? Are you okay? That simple little step can make sure you're always seen, heard, loved, and understood. That simple little step can make sure you always have someone who's going to see you, hear you, love you, and understand you. So we don't believe in trauma dumping, but we do believe in follow through. And that's why I'm working hard to put the final perfecting touches on this community. Bestie's like, if you don't stop, and I'm like, but it's not perfect yet. As I was sitting here last night at 8 o'clock, uh, eating rice cakes because that's all I can enjoy in the way of a snack now is rice cakes. Can't have nuts, found out I'm allergic to them. So yeah, eating rice cakes and making the community perfect to receive you. She's going, it's perfect the way it is. It's fine. It's got to be built, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, no, let me change this color to 4F 1969 and AA 1823. And yes, I am that much of a perfectionist where everything has to be perfect. I would like to invite you all to that community. So please, if I have permission to add your email address and invite you, please put a number 1 in the chat. If I do not have your permission, please put a number 2 in the chat. And this way I can keep up with who gave their consent and who did not. Because I do not want people to receive emails they don't want. That's another thing. That's a pet peeve of mine. People in your email box when you ask them not to. You are so welcome, Amanda. So we've got 4 attendees here. You know what? Who would like a mini reading? On the spot. Mini reading. I'm going to bring you up and we're going to flip them. All right. Amanda said yes first. So Amanda.
Hi.
Hello again, darling. How are you?
I'm feeling incredibly blessed to be here.
Well, we
Just
are
a
blessed to have you. We are so blessed to have you. And thank you for allowing me to do this mini read on you.
well, I'm very grateful to you for doing this, so thank you.
My absolute pleasure. Karen Winter, welcome. Celia Lyons, welcome. I see you. Thank you so much for being here. I'm doing little mini readings right now. Amanda was the first one to say she wanted one. So I am doing that. I just talked about one of the, two of the projects that will follow the Heal Her Summit, which are the Why movement, and that is a book of women's whys. Why didn't you report it? Why didn't you tell someone? Why didn't you leave? And that anthology, the money from that anthology is being returned to the survivors. And something else that I have created for people who have come to the Heal Her Summit is a follow-up community. So in the Mighty app, there is a community called Ashes to Ascension. And if I have permission to add you to that community and send you an email invite, I would ask that you please put a number 1 in the chat because the chat is being recorded on the back end for me, for my own knowledge and being able to refer back to things. So I welcome you here. I'm glad you're here. And I thank you for being here. You could be anywhere in the world and you showed up here. There's Miss Dawn Benjamin. I'm doing a quick mini read on Amanda because I had some time. And then you can go early and have more time. How's that?
Oh, you doing readings?
Yeah, just quick one.
Okay.
Nothing, no channeling, nothing weird, nothing like that. So nothing
I'm good.
extreme.
I was going to ask for one too. What you talking about?
Well, as a panelist, you get a free VIP one. So do you want one here or do you want to wait until it's recorded and private?
Okay. We'll do a private one.
Some people I say that to, some people I don't, but I was told to say that to you. So, ooh, girl, girl, Amanda, I'm
Yes,
gonna get
ma'am.
you. You are out here doubting yourself, and lady,
Mm.
lady, I'm just done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Um, yeah, I'm gonna need you to stop doubting yourself, and yeah. So the first card out is self-regulation. And based on yesterday's conversation that you had with Janice, this is something that is very important for you to get into, learning how to regulate your own self. You can use Janice practice or anything that you've learned, something new, to bring in that self regulation, to bring in that type of energy. The next one is releasing. It is time to release a lot of the habits that you have. You're going on a pretty big journey. Um, you're not just who you think you are, okay? So it's time to release those people, places, and things. People, places, and things, okay, that no longer serve your highest good because you have a great deal of knowledge, believe it or not. It can be from previous lifetimes, it can be from this lifetime, but there's a lot of things that you've been through that need to be discussed in the open world. We're moving over to the goddess deck. You are the curse breaker. You are the chosen one in your family. You are the one that your ancestors have been waiting for. You are the one that your spirit team has been cheering on despite the great loss, hurt, pain, suffering that you have endured. Usually, those of us who break generational curses do experience deep loss, suffering, and pain in this lifetime. Archangel Gabriel is with you, messenger of God, annunciation, caller of judgment, enlightenment, and your spiritual calling. Okay. Gabriel, I've worked with Archangel Gabriel, very powerful energy. That's inside of you. That's inside of you. You have to believe it. Then you've got the goddess Isis, protection, healing, magical powers. The most beautiful things are created in the darkest places. Okay? We, as light beings, are created from our darkness. That's how we emerge on the other side. That's why a lot of us use butterflies and phoenix and all of those things that people think when they're down, but we don't stay down, honey. When we clear up that ancestral trauma, we go and take flight. Now, this goddess I have done meditations with, and she is one of the FAFO. If you don't know what that means in America, it's fuck around and find out. Goddesses that there are. So I left her in that meditation and I said, I'll catch you later, girl, because your energy is a lot. Sekhmet, war, healing, protection, transformation. You have the heart of a lion, very brave and courageous. Now, what I want to say about this card as well is Sonia knows, Trina's learning, Donna knows. My mother is a Leo. So any deck that I have, the lion card is her card. Okay. Sonia's about to look. She's like, Mama Lorraine pulling cards. You've been through so much, and your time is coming. Your time of emergence is coming. You've got lions walking beside you, ready to go to war and don't even know it. I would look that up. The next one is Selene. Power to give sleep and light to the night, bringer of light in dark places. You are ever changing. Alchemy. You have the ability to transform pain into power. It's why you're here. This was supposed to happen this way on this day so that you can take everything in and realize you've been sleeping on yourself, girl. You powerful. Don't let people push you around anymore. Stand on your boundaries. Girl, if you're not going to learn nothing else in my community, it's going to be boundaries. I promise you that. If you learn nothing else in any community that I build, it's going to be, I forgive you. I do. Over there.
Mm-hmm.
I forgive you, but take your ass over there. Where were you when I was down? Where were you when I was in a dark place? Oh, you were too busy talking about me? Take your ass. I don't harbor hatred. I forgive people like that over there. Then you have game on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's time. Goddess energy. Do you know who you really are? Do you know why you've been kept down so long?
I'm a child of God.
Honey, you are more than that. You are much more than that. That's amazing and that's great and it's always received well, but honey, your power. People can't touch the power that's in your pinky finger, but they keep you from knowing it. The next card, focus. So
Mm-hmm.
it's time for you to focus. And your last card, demi-goddess, the chosen one, destiny, unique gifts, special lineage, sacred duty, divine purpose, server of the greater good. Hang around with me. You're going to find out who you are.
God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, my dear. All right, guys. Dawn, are we ready?
Yes.
Awesome. You guys, I've been waiting for this lady. I couldn't wait to hear her talk. I had to match her. I'm not in silver, I'm in gold today because it's just like that. But I had to match her background because she's just that amazing. So may I introduce to you Miss Dawn Benjamin, Finding Faith After Trauma. You have got the floor, my dear.
Ooh, the greatest of mornings, ladies, the greatest of mornings to all of us. Just quickly, I'm just happy to be here, glad to be seen, and vice versa, because it's a blessing to be here for another day. And I just want to start off by saying on April 25, 2016, right, I was in my office and my coworker and I were preparing for independent audit of our company. And, usually I have a constant conversations with the family, let them know what you're doing. Hey, don't bother me, so and so and so. So I'm looking at my phone and I see that my niece called me and I'm like, why is she calling me? She knows what I'm doing. And my coworker says, well, Dawn, are you going to answer the phone? Spirit inside of me was shook. And I said, yeah. So I answered the phone and I says, hello, Tara? Dawn! With this shrilling scream. And I says, Tara, please Relax. What is it? What's going on? And she says, Dawn. I said, yes. Tracy is gone. Gone where? Where did she go, Tara? She says, Dawn, Tracy is gone. My coworker says, you just like fell out of the chair. My niece was in her 30s, in her early 30s. And I have to tell you just a little bit about her. She could light up a room. And she was also the bridge in our family. Young, but just vibrant. Everybody knew her. All of my friends in New Jersey knew her. Everybody in New York knew her. She had such a warm and kind heart. And so all of this is going through my mind. Automatically, I snapped and I said, hold on, Dawn, you got to take care of your sister. What about your son? Because when I left New York and went to New Jersey, my niece came with me. I'm a single mom, so she helped me with my son. And so I just thought about them. I didn't think about myself. And trauma, I realize, comes in different forms, shapes, sizes, whatever it may be in life. Everybody's trauma is different. But this trauma shook me because she was so young. And I had plans for her, which was funny. I told God I had plans for her. What's wrong with you, God? When I go, she was supposed to take care of my son. What are you doing? You know? I said, God has a sense of humor, but I'm like, this is ridiculous, God. And so, these are the things that come in your mind when trauma hits, all kinds of things. Now, trauma, I said, it comes in different forms, but it's something that could shake your foundation. It can shake your faith, your identity, and definitely your trust can be shattered. And so I said, wow, this is going to be big. So I said, what is it that can help us stand up and rise sometimes? And sometimes we are broken down and tired of living life on this merry-go-round. And you can't find that fighter, yeah. But I see it in you, so we're gonna walk it out. We're gonna move mountains. We're gonna work it out. Move mountains. And we'll rise unafraid. We'll rise up in spite of the pain. We'll rise up and we'll do it 1,000 times again. And I had to drop this in your spirit this morning because in trauma, no matter what, we all are going to rise up because it's within us, that spirit to rise up. But when we're in trauma, we don't see it. So I welcome you this morning to finding faith after trauma. And I want to go through a couple of pillars because to find your faith, you have to go through a process. It's just like anything else. Is faith instant? No. So I want to go through a couple of pillars. The first one is the silence of suffering, but God still hears. Then I want to go into a little bit about the power of words. Speak life again. Faith is an instant. It's a daily rebuild. And then the last pillar I want to touch on is from surviving to solving. You got to put that queen hat back on. Your royalty. So in the silence of suffering, the first thing that actually came to my mind was this book my mother had me read when I was young. And it's called I Know Why the Caged Birds Sing. Maya Angelou. And I said, why my mother want me to read this book? Well, my mother also was a woman of words, a woman of faith, a woman of love, a woman of guidance. And so when she says read something, you're going to read it because you're going to get something out of it. So I read this book, and Maya Angelou, she was sexually abused at 8 years old. But there came a point in her life when she did not speak for 5 years because she thought her words was what had her abuser killed. 5 years, no sound. It reminds me of the Psalm 38:14. I believe it says, I choose not to hear, not to speak, no reply. You can choose to be silent. So she chose to be silent in her trauma. And when you think about it, hopefully you've read it and you know a little bit about her. This woman, when she did speak, she has not closed her mouth until God took her home. Powerful, powerful woman. So I don't know if God was conjuring up the words for her to speak during her silence, preparing her for the destiny that was getting ready to happen. And I think that she is a fantastic example of how trauma can shut you down. But when you open your mouth, good God Almighty, you better watch out because the spirits are ancestors and everything overflows. So I think she's a great example of the silence and suffering, but God, but God still hears. So as we think about it, when I said silence in prayer, silence, there was also a woman in the Bible, can't remember her name right now. She was going to pray, and there was a high priestess that looked at her because she was praying because she couldn't bear children, and he thought she was drunk, but she was actually praying with her mouth closed, but God still hears. So in the trauma, I want us to get that silence. Yes, silence is a process. It's like, I love the bird, the eagle. The eagle has these enormous wings. And when the eagle closes his wings, sometimes we hide underneath the eagle. So I want you to think of yourself as an eagle. Because when you open up your wings and you start to fly, oh, the eagle flies so high that you can bring a bird up there. No other bird can go up there but the eagle. Silence. But God still hears. So I want you to remember in this process, because it's going to be a process to get to your faith. Now, I also talked about the power of words speak life. The biggest tool I think we have is the tongue. The tongue is a tool. It says that death and life is in the power of the tongue, and those that love it will eat the fruit thereof. Remember when we were little? Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never harm me is a lie. Words hurt. You will either have blessings, curses, struggling, or striving by that tool that's in your mouth. Sometimes I like to think of it as a trap. You know, at times people will speak things over you. So you have to be very careful of the words that come out of your mouth. It is a weapon. Let's put it that way. Your tongue is a weapon. And even though, I'm going back again now, the silence is something that we go through in the trauma. The power of words can be as small as, I'm still here. I'm still here. Now, I have something, a method that I use with a lot of women that I coach, and it's called the spoken transformation system, where we go through this because I want them to understand the power of the words that come out of their mouth. I think that was Chris Tucker that said it. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? That's important. So we go through a process, and we have our little mantra, and it's say it, believe it, and become it. Say it, believe it, and become it. Say it, I am courageous. And it could start with a whisper. It doesn't have to be loud. It could just be between you and your maker, creator, divine, whatever you call. But you speak it out into the universe. You say it, you believe it. Believe it? I'm going to talk about this when it comes to faith, but believe it. When you speak something, you have to believe that it's really you. And I know sometimes when we go through our trauma, we don't believe in ourselves. We have that attitude or that feeling of, I'm not loved. I made this happen. This is something that I've caused. But what we do in here is we have this process where you can write down a small sentence. Like I said, it's just an echo. It's a whisper. I'm still here. I also have them do what we call the power of words in healing. A little journal, little words that we write every day to increase your faith and your belief system. The power of words. Speak life again. The tongue, the tool, the weapon. Faith, pillar 3, is an instant. It's a daily routine. I'm gonna just give you an example. Before God gets me out of my bed, I say to him, lying down, 5 things. First, I say, I'm so loved by God. Thank you for waking me up, Father God. I say that I can do all things through Christ Jesus who strengthens me. Just little grateful, being grateful to be able to get up in the morning, even though my life ain't what it's supposed to be. Even though I might be going through trials and tribulations, I don't feel worthy. I don't feel loved. I feel the weight of this trauma on me. Still, I don't have to speak it out loud. You don't have to speak it out loud. I speak it within. Remember, a lot of times we're still in silence, so you can speak those things within. That's before my feet touch the ground in the morning. I'm grateful for another day, even though things are not how I want them to be, even though I'm not in the place where I want to be. Still, within, you can speak in silence, or you can speak out loud. These are some of the ways you start building the faith after your trauma. Now, I want to talk a little bit about your belief system, because there's a scripture that said, all things are possible if you believe. But they said that's very hard to do when you're in a situation where your mind is telling you one thing and your heart is feeling another. And I had to do some statistics, 60,000 thoughts that we have every single day. Imagine 60,000 thoughts. And guess what? The majority of them are negative. So if the majority of our thoughts are negative, what are we doing to fight that? We have to have a process that can fight those negative thoughts. Our mind, I could be driving down the road and then all of a sudden I'd be thinking, ooh, what if that car comes across and it hits me? Where did that come from? Where did that negative thought come from? Your brain, of course they say your brain does things to protect you, but where did that negative thought come from? 60,000 thoughts are negative. So this is why, to build your faith, you have to start your mornings on a routine. It's so important, because it's almost like you have to cover yourself before you leave the house. They say cover yourself with the plate of righteousness. You have to cover your brain, your head, your body, your heart, because there's always attacks coming from you the minute you get up and the minute you walk out that door. So my suggestion here is to make sure you get a morning routine. And it could be as simple as lying in bed. I have 5 affirmations. You pick 5 scriptures, whatever they may be. I'm still here. I'm courageous. I got this. Simple things. Just to say, to combat that negativity that's coming in your brain. Because remember, it's good and evil, and it's fear and it's faith. They're both spiritual, but I don't know why we always go to the fear side instead of going to the faith side. So you have a fight in the morning. There's a battle going on in your brain. You're like fighting. Ooh, what's going on here? It's a battle in the mind. So your morning routines are important. You can also do meditation. Meditation. I didn't realize how important silence is. Going back to the silence and the trauma, but God still hears me. Silence allows your inner woman, which is your Holy Spirit, to speak to you. Just be silent. Get all the noise out of it. Remember, 60,000 thoughts. Get the negativity out by just being silent. And you can be just reciting to yourself, I'm strong. I got this. I'm more than a conqueror. I believe in myself. I'm going to get through this, right, God? Speak to him. Speak to whatever your divinity is. Speak to it. They hear. God hears in the silence. I read a book once that says, God winks. And I said, what? Yes, God winks. I remember when my father had passed away. My father was my best friend. I was the youngest of 3 girls, and I had a very, very close relationship with my father. And when my father died, I shut God out of my life. Again, I said to him, who do you think you are? You know how much this man means to me. I did not speak to God. I did Psalm 38:14. I chose not to speak to God anymore. I did not go to church. When my mother tried to talk to me about God, I didn't want to hear it. I wanted nothing to do with God. And one day, I went back to work. This gentleman says to me, Dawn, I said, yeah. He says, you lost your best friend? I was like, oh my God. How did he know? God winks. He hears you in the silence. He hears you in the spoken word. I told him I wasn't speaking to him. This all is a process of just building your faith back up. Sure, it's going to be a daily routine every single day. So you have a little prayer. I say a little prayer for you. You pray, you meditate. Silence. Now, I just learned this. It's called EFT. Some people know about it. Yes, the tapping. Oh, my goodness. Certain meridian points. I said, oh, God, I'm worthy. I can do it. I'm going to have a great day today. And it's a cycle. Yes, just what Goddess is doing. All a part of the process of faith. Speaking over your life. I believe I'm going to be better than who I am today. All a process of building your faith after your trauma. It's a substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. So yes, we are spiritual. So we have to tap into that faith by just speaking it through the silence, through the words, the tongue. Speak it, believe it, achieve it, say it, become it. All of this is a part of your faith building. And so I encourage us to pick something every single day. It's a daily routine. We do the mirror moment. Get in the mirror and say, good morning, mirror, you beautiful, sexy, fine piece of a specimen. Say who you are, Sonia. Trina, Faith, Charlotte, speak to your damn self in the mirror. Tell yourself who you are, because no one else is going to do it but you. You must believe in yourself. Step out on faith. We got you. We sisters. This is how we roll. So now, I want everybody to close your eyes just for a second, because I want you to pick up your crown. We're going to Royal City now. I want you to pick up your crown. Imagine what your crown would look like. I don't know. Everybody's crown is different. You might have diamonds, rubies, emeralds, whatever it may be. Yours might be tall, short, it might be turban style, whatever it may be. I want you to put your crown on your head. Yes. We're getting ready to live our life like it's golden, living our life like it's golden. Put your crown on your head. And you notice when you put your crown on your head, it seems like you got a little bit more erect in your posture. You're standing tall and erect in your posture because you're a queen, and queen is royalty. And it's funny, when I was little, my father used to say that. He says, Dawn, I go, yeah, Dad. He says, you're royalty. So, Daddy, stop telling her. He says, no, Dawn, we come from kings and queens. And I believed him. And so I'm pouring into you today that you are a queen. It's time to go from just surviving to solving, because you have your queendom to take care of. And in this queendom, you have other queens. And now I want you to start thinking about how you can get in a room with other queens, because this is going to be a part of your journey, a part of your healing process, a part of you finding your faith after trauma is to be around other queens so that we can elevate each other to the next level. Surviving to solving. I want you to start taking the steps, even if it's in your process of looking for and being attracted and being pulled into the goddess realm of things. It's time to elevate. It's almost like I believe that we all have a sense of urgency on our lives to be and do who you were created for. You're here for a reason. This summit, you being here, is already in the book of life. This is no mistake. Me meeting goddess, me seeing all these women on here, this is not a mistake. This was already written in the book of life. So every day when you do your mirror moment, I want you to put your queen hat on like goddess has a queen on. And you notice how, look how she's standing erect. The posture. When you speak life over yourself, even your posture changes, because you start believing in what you're saying. So my sisters, I didn't come here just to have a dialogue. We speaking, and I know I'm speaking to your spirit, because your spirit is speaking back to me. I feel it. I feel it. So I want us from this day forward, every time you go in to switch the light on in your room, bing, you say, oh my God, look at my light. Look at my queendom. Look at my faith. Because trauma, you don't stay there forever. You're going to start switching that light and seeing it shine. Because you're a queen. And your queendom is waiting for you. There are so many people out here just waiting for you. Trina, Faith, Charlotte, they're waiting for you. And all the women out there. So, I hope this poured something into you about finding your faith after trauma. Rise up unafraid. Rise up besides the waves, 1,000 times again, for you and you and you and you. God bless you, my sisters. God bless you.
Girl, talk about fire. Woo, I had to go get it. You said go get it.
Yes.
I know I'm extra, but I had to go get it, okay? Because Dawn said go get it. And she's from where I'm from, so there's that thing.
Woo.
No, ma'am. And so yeah. No. So yeah.
Yes.
We had to go get it. Dawn, that is fire. Okay, I see why your color is red, girl, because you are fire. Okay, you spoke. My godchild said, I started tearing up. You didn't even know Faith is my goddaughter.
No.
My godchild said, I started tearing up. Definitely felt spirit. Thank you. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay.
Yes,
and
yes,
it ain't easy to get through to her with a godmama like me. But you spoke it and you spoke it to her.
Yes,
and you spoke it to all of us.
Yes.
You did that, girl. I had to
Praise
bring the
God.
clap out. I had to.
Praise God.
You did that.
Pouring.
I hope every woman here got something from what Dawn said.
I hope so. Yeah.
Because she spoke truth. Even in our spiritualness.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
She's Christian. I'm spiritual. You see how we came together?
Yes,
you
ma'am.
see how the divine God, universe, source, whatever orchestrated this?
Mm-hmm.
Do you see this?
I see it.
I know that y'all got something out of that. She came in singing. I was like, oh, that is my song. Okay? She sang my songs. She spoke about my favorite author. Like, you hit all the things today, lady.
Praise
and
God,
I am happy you were here.
I'm happy to be here, my sister. Yes, ma'am.
I'm so happy
not by
you
chance.
were here.
All God, right? All spiritual. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
This was nothing but the divine. You guys needed that. Yes. You needed her, because only Dawn can deliver it in Dawn's way. See, she talked about all of us having a calling on our lives. We all have a calling on our lives, and we do it differently.
Yes.
That's why we need you. Because only you can do it how you do it. Mm-hmm. I do it the way I do it.
Yes, ma'am.
And Dawn delivers the way she broke it out in song. Goddess can't sing. I do sing. Y'all heard me sing yesterday, and you will hear me sing today. But
right now,
I can't sing, but I do sing.
You
because I don't care.
That's right. You're not supposed to.
I don't care. So, ooh, girl, that was ooh. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Girl, we got to do some more stuff together. We got work to do.
It's already in the books.
Oh, that's right.
It's already in the book of life.
I'm going to leave that one alone because, yes, it is. And I'm going to leave that.
Yes.
Thank you, my sister, for being here, for showing up, for being you, for being supportive during this process because, girl.
It was a process.
Y'all get to see Goddess. Dawn got to see the videos of TK. You know, the ones, for those of you in my TikTok community, that Tay warns you about when she says, keep her in Goddess mode because nobody wants any parts of TK. Yeah, she got to see TK. But see, that's the whole thing. We are imperfect, perfect beings. We are still growing and healing. And just because I tuck TK away don't mean when people take advantage, she don't come back. That's what boundaries do.
Yes.
Boundaries teach you that when people are being overtly disrespectful, you do something about it. See, my ancestor, GGJ, who sits at that table over there, nobody wants smoke with her. I don't even want smoke with her. 4'2", Irish, red stringy hair, born in the 1700s. She ate me up. June 2nd of last year at about 4 a.m., she ate me up. She said, "How dare you?" How dare I what? You let people disrespect you on that thing. How dare you? We couldn't speak. Y'all, I'm epileptic. I take something before we take off so that I don't go down. And I couldn't sleep because I kept thinking about how my fourth great grandmother walked over to me, who stays in my house and doesn't move from that table unless I dispatch her to cover somebody, and said, "We chose you. We waited for you. How dare you?" That's when I started getting mouthy on TikTok when people come in and act a fool. Okay. That's when I started standing up for myself when people are being disrespectful. And I can do it in the goddess way. Or if you keep pushing, you'll meet TK.
You come out.
And both of them mean something. We cannot accept our light without loving the darkness that brought us here. My anger hurt my children, and I wanted to get rid of it. But the divine said, "No, you need your anger." Because remember when you were 15 walking through the streets of New York City and there was a man following you? Your anger saved you. Even though you were shaking inside, that outside anger saved you. Remember when you were with your first husband? Your anger saved you and your children when he held you at gunpoint, not threatening to take you out, threatening to take them. So see, our darkness, or what we perceive to be darkness, it has a place. And as long as we file it away in that cabinet that we keep things in, all the different versions of ourselves, all the different personality traits we have, as long as we file it correctly, we're good. My anger has a place. Disrespect me and you'll meet it. I'm a New Yorker. I'm from Brooklyn. I don't know what to tell you. I don't use that as an excuse, but it just is. Okay. But healing, in healing, we embrace that shadow. That's your shadow side. Those traits you don't love, we embrace it. And we love on that shadow side and tell it, "Thank you for saving me when I was 15, walking through that alley, and I ain't had no business even sneaking out because my parents didn't know I wasn't in my bed." Our grief, "Thank you that this happened to me. Thank you for that loss that I thought was a loss, but in fact, it's a gain." See, 3 years ago this time when I had tried to take my life and I moved up here, I didn't know what that was for. I had no idea I was gonna rise. I thought that my life was over when that middle school teacher stole my soul. Elementary school, excuse me, fourth grade teacher. When he tried to take my soul and crush my light. But the divine, my mama, they knew. And that's why they removed me from my body and took me to the spirit realm so that that medicine couldn't take my light out. They took it. And once it was removed from my body, they put me back, which is why I don't know how. The records aren't clear. I shouldn't be here, but I am. And like Maya Angelou said, and I did not realize she said that, but my TikTok community has heard me say this. I refuse to shut up. I will not shut up. And when I do, it will be because I am gone. But every woman that encounters my energy will know their power. So, ladies, please clap for Miss Dawn. There we go. There we go. Y'all, stick around. We've got so much more. Miss Dawn, I love you. I love you. I love you. My sister. Mwah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that beautiful, beautiful, powerful presentation. And y'all, we're just getting started for today. Look how we started. Ooh, we're loving this. We're loving it. We are loving it. So, next up, a very, very special woman, Charlotte Mitchell, who is also part of Sacred You, which is where I met this exceptionally gorgeous, talented woman who is so sure of herself. She knows her shit and she knows she's the shit, okay? She knows. Charlotte is also my herbalist that I spoke of the other day. I love that you're energized, Trina. Charlotte is the woman who I can thank, even though I'm drinking some really nasty stuff, y'all. Apple cider vinegar and me, we don't get along, but I put the straw to the back of my mouth and I drink it. Okay. But with the swelling that my body took on in October from that seizure medicine, you guys know how big I got. And even though you can't see me from the waist down, and we're still working on the waist down, all of this, the water's gone. We're still getting it out the body slowly. But she is a remarkable woman. She has studied herbalism in Asia, which is where it originates. And she knows her shit. She knows her shit. So may I present to you the gorgeous. How do you look so good at 10 at night? My God, how do you do this?
It's 11.
So at 11 at night. Excuse, well, la di da. I love it. But the beautiful Charlotte Mitchell.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here at this summit. And I've dipped in and out because I'm in Australia and it's in the middle of the night, but it has been wonderful. The talks that I've heard, the women that I've heard speaking, it's been really inspirational. So thank you very much. And today we're going to talk about beyond survival. Beyond survival, going into coherence. And things are always synchronistic because I'm also going to talk about light. And Dawn just talked about light. Tawana has just talked about light, and we're going to do that. So we're going to talk about a few health principles that are going to, I hope, support you in whatever part of your journey you're in. And also we'll talk about some herbs because, as Tawana said, yes, I am. I am a Western herbalist, a medical Western herbalist. I am a traditional Chinese practitioner. I'm also a biofield consultant, and so I'm going to talk about all those things today. And I hope that you'll find that some of those things will be useful for you. You'll take the things that you need, the things that are going to be the best for you moving forward. And please do ask questions, put some, if you have any questions as we go along, please put those in the chat. So let's get started. I'm going to use a PowerPoint purely because some of the information I'm going to give you, it's probably easier to see it. So because I'm going to be talking about some herbs. So at least you can see, okay, that's the name of it, or, it's going to be easier for you. So let me share my screen. Up here. Okay, so can you see the screen clearly? Fabulous. You need to feel it, which is exactly what Tawana was saying earlier. You need to feel it to heal it. You need to be able to have the courage to go there, to go into the trauma, to go into the shadow, to be able to heal. And we're going to talk about your energy field and how that can truly support you in feeling it to heal it. We're also going to, a little bit later, we're going to do a healing. So we're going to do a healing, and we're also going to do a scanning of the energy field. So anybody who wants to hold their hand up and say, yes, okay, I'll be a person to have my energy field scanned, marvelous. I shall look forward to it. So beyond surviving, into coherence, into a life where you can shine, where living is shining. We are surrounded, our bodies are surrounded with an energy field. That energy field is outside our skin, but also inside us as well. And as a lot of scientists say, because they've been studying this area of research now, probably since the early 70s, particularly. And Dr. Beverly Rubik, who's a biophysicist, actually says that the biofield is the organizing energy of life. It is essential for our communication, our biocommunication, our bioregulation, all our physiological processes. And there was this amazing biophysicist called Dr. Fritz Albert Popp, who was German. And he wrote a book which was called Electromagnetic Bioinformation, because our energy field holds tremendous amount of information that allows our cells to communicate within themselves. It allows our cells to communicate between themselves, but it also allows us to communicate not only internally with ourselves so that we can be the best version of us, but also communicate with those outside us as well through our energy field. And those who are healers, who are psychic mediums, who understand that, often can actually see the aura. It's also called an aura. In academia, it's called the biofield. In modern parlance, common parlance, it's called the aura. And it holds information about every single aspect of our life, which matters because we're here to heal. We're here to pass from our trauma, beyond trauma, into balance and into coherence. And bio means anything that is of living things. So our biofield is representative of us being living and vibrant. It allows our tissues to heal. It allows our trauma to heal. It allows our nervous system to heal. And what I'm going to be talking about now is in the next hour is all based on science. But I'm also a healer. And what science is doing is it's backing up all the things we knew for millennia. We knew all these things. As spiritual beings, we understand these things. And now science is finally going, oh, yes, I think you're right. So it relates, the biofield, our energy field relates to how resilient we are, to our well-being, to our boundaries. So can you say no in the right place? And Tawana, again, synchronicity, was talking about that earlier. This is all linked to the health of our biofield. What about our drive? How passionate are you? I've seen so many passionate women here. But sometimes we're tired. We don't have enough energy to follow through, or we wobble. And the stronger our biofield, the more we have the scope to be able to flourish and also to be even, not ups and downs, but to be able to be consistent with things and have great clarity. Now, trauma, survival states, emotions such as guilt, fear, shame, even though what we went through should not make us ashamed, should not leave us with guilt. But often it does. Often we have to overcome those feelings. And the problem is they disrupt our biofield, which means then we find we're going round and round in a circle and not getting anywhere sometimes, or it's hard to get where we want to get to. So let's see what we can do to support our biofield so that we can then have an easier time overcoming what we need to. When they test the biofield in the lab, in the laboratories, they use something called a biowell. And basically it shows what the biofield looks like. What's amazing and wonderful is that even after a short span of an energy medicine, that could be acupuncture, it could be healing, biofield healing, which is what I do, they find that the biofield looks very different. Because the problem is that when you go through trauma and when you've been through so much, often it's quite difficult to always look after yourself. Sometimes you find that you slip meals or you don't have the energy to prepare fresh meals. Poor nutrition is another thing that actually disrupts the biofield. So with the healing, what they found is basically what they do is they, as I say, they test it. And I'm sure you've all seen pictures of the aura. You've seen Kaverlian photography from Russia. So you've got these lovely pictures, but often there is distortion. So the right side is out of balance with the left, or, you know, you've got these sort of gaps, big gaps in the biofield. When they measured the biofield after even just 10, 20 minutes of healing, it was far smoother. It was actually more coherent at that point. So the other exciting thing about the biofield is that it is our bridge between the physical, between our physical bodies and our spiritual body. It allows us to communicate even more strongly and clearly with the divine, with consciousness, with spirit, with our loved ones. So the more balanced we are, the more we can integrate our mind and our physical body, our spiritual and physical worlds. And also we can read other people as well. So we know when to give them a miss. We know when to say, this person is not for me at the moment. It's not going to be good for my health. It's not going to be good for my emotional well-being, for example. So what I thought we'd do before we go on to talking about light and how we're all light is I thought we'd look at our energy. I thought we would just make ourselves nice and comfortable, and we're going to tune in to our energy field, and we're going to see what we find. So, for example, do you have tension in your neck, or do you find that you've got sort of almost like a tight feeling in one of your calves, maybe your right calf? Do you find that your throat feels quite dry or tight or sore? Are you, maybe that's to do with you not being able to speak up, we don't know, but just have a look through, see how are you feeling? And then what we're going to do is we're going to sit in a beautiful bath of energy for just maybe 4 or 5 minutes. And then we're going to come back and tune in again. And let's just see whether there's any difference there. If it gives you a shift, even if that in that short space of time. So when you're ready, just make yourself comfortable in your chair. If you have a place to lie down and make yourself lean back even, make yourself more comfortable, then do so at the moment. Just do that. And just take a couple of nice deep breaths. And just check in a little bit. Check your shoulders. How are they feeling? Are they feeling a little bit tight, or are they up near your ears? Or just, if they are, just let them drop. And just keep breathing, just evenly and smoothly, as you allow yourself to sink into your support, to sink into your support. If thoughts come into your head, just allow them to drift out the other side, or just observe them in an interested fashion. Oh, there I am thinking again of this or that, or what I've got to do tomorrow. And just allow the thoughts to stay there or drift away. And as you sit here, I'm going to send some light, some energy, and we're going to be sitting in this beautiful pool of energy. So for the next few minutes, just relax back and enjoy. And I'll let you know when it's ready, when you're ready to come back. Now, when you're ready, just take your time and feel the seat beneath you. And when you're ready, just slowly open your eyes. And what I'd like you to do is just take the thumb and your forefinger in both hands and hold them together. And that is to anchor that energy, that healing. When in the week, in the weeks that come, in the months that come, when you feel stressed, when you feel you need some healing, when you just need that time, that pause to breathe, just put your forefinger and your thumbs together and it will take you back into that energy state. So anybody who would love to share, I'm not sure I can actually see the chat from here, so I might get Tawana to read stuff for me, but just tell me, how did you feel before and when you tuned in just initially, and then how do you feel now? Is there any change? Yes, just give me your feedback. Oh, maybe I can see the chat, actually, I can. Right.
So for me, I was a little bit scattered.
Yes.
And my back was hurting from all the movement yesterday when the movement meditation woman was here. I don't feel the back pain anymore, and I'm a lot more grounded.
Fantastic.
If anybody else would like to share, please let us know. Can you see it, Charlotte?
Yeah, I can. Thank you. I can. I feel more embodied in my body and not in my head, more grounded. Great. So that's Tawana was saying the same, as grounded. Wonderful. Thank you, Amanda, for sharing that. Right. Okay. So yeah, wonderful. Fantastic. Okay. So now, light. This is one of my favorite subjects, is about us being full of light. Now, I go back to also another of my favorite scientists, the one that we talked about before, Dr. Fritz Albert Popp, and he was extraordinary. And his research was so groundbreaking. And he said, we are still, and this was, you know, what, 30 odd years ago, 40 years ago, we are still on the threshold of fully understanding the complex relationship between light and life. But we can now say emphatically that the function of our entire metabolism is dependent on light. So let's talk about our light. So the sun produces light particles, and they're called photons. And our body also produces light particles, and they're called biophotons because they're related to us and we're living. Biophotons are produced by all living creatures, but also plants. So anything that's living produces this light, these biophotons, or these photons. And in the body, they're actually ultra weak. We say ultra weak, which sounds a bit strange because we think we're very strong and we actually sort of shine. Well, we do shine. We absolutely shine. So it's funny. It's almost like an oxymoron, ultra weak, but we're like candles. So Professor Popp said we're all like candles and we're constantly glowing. And we'll understand later why ultra weak can be incredibly powerful. You don't have to sort of punch somebody to be present and to be seen and to be heard. You can sometimes be quite subtle and silent. You can shout and you can be, you know, vociferous, but you can also be the opposite, and you are still powerful. Whichever state you're in, you're still powerful. So again, light helps all the physiological processes within our body. It's actually stored in our DNA and it shines out of our DNA. It changes the shape of our proteins and it allows us to communicate both inside and out. And what's exciting is at the moment, I know I'm the one that's actually verbally talking here, but even though I'm talking to you and at the moment you're not replying verbally, we're communicating with light. I'm sending light to you all the time and you're replying to me right at this moment, right now, you're replying to me with light. So we communicate without having to say a word with our light. The other thing that's really important, and this is very important in trauma and stress, because often you're in fight, flight, and freeze mode. And at a point where it's really difficult to get out of that survival mode. And that means that our cortisol levels, for example, might be quite high in the evening, at night, and we find it difficult to sleep. Light is incredibly important for setting our body cycles. So if you're finding it difficult to sleep, to get off to sleep, or maybe you're waking up in the middle of the night once, several times, then we can use light to reset our body clocks. I remember I had put on quite a bit of weight a few years ago. And for some reason, I seemed to lack willpower. I could not stop nibbling food in the middle of the evening. I just would find that I was going to the fridge and I was almost doing it unconsciously. It was the oddest thing. I would open the fridge and I'd be eating something and then I'd think, what am I doing? But for some reason I couldn't stop it. And then after it happened, I came to and thought, that was strange. Why did I do that? But I just couldn't move through things. And so what I did was I decided, okay, something drastic needs to be done. And so what I did, I woke up for 2 weeks. I woke up at sunlight, also, as the sun rose. And I would go out and I would walk literally just for 5 minutes. And I would spend time seeing sun, watching the sun, and then I would sit outside as the sun rose just for another maybe 10 minutes or so. And it was incredible because suddenly I seemed to come back to myself. I seemed to be able to just have some sort of control. It's almost like my willpower came back. And I was able to lose the weight that I needed to, or at least start losing the weight, and then it continued. So one way of resetting your body cycle, if you're finding that you're stressed, you're not sleeping very well, is to use light. Now, I know it's tricky because when you're in flight and fight mode and you lack energy, for example, it's hard to get up in the morning. I know that. You just think, oh, the alarm goes off and you turn over and you just want to just turn it off again and go back to sleep. But if you can just somehow just manage, just even for a few days, a week, a couple of weeks, to change the way that you wake and change the time that you wake and the time that you go to bed, you'll find that your sleep patterns will really improve, and they can improve pretty quickly as well. We're going to talk about herbs later that will be able to help you with sleep too. So, I'm a scientist at heart. I'm a herbalist. I am a psychic. I do channeling as well sometimes, but I am also a scientist. So I'm sorry, I have to talk about science. So how we measure photons from the body is in the lab is you go into this sort of dark box, and usually it's quite small, and there's probably enough space for about 3 seats in it, or 3 stools in it. So you have the scientist in there that's doing the measuring, and then you have maybe a healer if you want to check how many photons a healer is emitting from their hands, that then is is creating the healing process or triggering the healing process. And then you have the person who the healer is, giving healing to, the healee. And so they use these photo multiplier tubes and they test. Now, normally in normal life, we produce about 20 to 100 biophotons, because obviously they're from the body, per second per square centimeter. Now, I said earlier that it's funny how we produce this slightly weak photon emission or biophoton emission. Well, plants, believe it or not, plants radiate up to 10,000 photons a second. So you'd like to say, hang on, this is absolutely ridiculous. We're human beings, we're incredibly complex. How is it that we produce less? But then if you look at it in a different way, we understand that our physiological systems are so complex, so complicated, so marvelous that they need the light. We need the light inside us to be able to make sure that our energy cells, our mitochondria work so that we have enough energy. We need that light to keep us healthy, to keep us going, which is why we don't produce as much light as, say, plants, plants obviously are less complex. So interestingly, during trauma and stress, we actually emit more biophotons. So we're basically leaking light. We're leaking biophotons. And this is why when we're under stress and when we've had a traumatic childhood life, we find that physically, physiologically, things don't work as well. We're more likely to get disease. We're more likely to lose energy, not have energy. Because when light stays within our cells, our mitochondria are efficient. They produce enough energy for us to thrive, not just survive. So this is a really important subject to understand this. And studies show that biophoton emissions actually are lower in those who meditate. So again, you might miss your meditation. You probably all meditate, but you might think, oh, I'll miss it today. Or, oh, I'll miss it this week. I'm a bit busy. I know it's important. I know it reduces stress. I know all this. But when you understand that actually it's so important for your light, then it might be worth, even if it's 5 minutes a day, just be regular. Try and be as regular as you can, because it's going to make a massive difference to your healing journey, to your success in life, to your concentration, to the fact that you do have enough energy to be able to achieve those dreams that you're interested in. Now, let's go back to that weak emissions, which I said was a little bit odd. Well, the reason that they're weak, and it doesn't matter that they're weak, is because they are something called coherent. Now, we understand what coherent means, but it also has a scientific explanation or definition as well. And what it means is that whatever's coherent has this most beautiful synchronicity, this beautiful balance of order and chaos. So it's not too anal retentive and it's not too flaccid. It's able to dance in just the most beautifully balanced way. And it's really important that our light is coherent. It's important for our cells. It's important that for them to be able to transmit and receive coherent light, because that's what keeps us healthy. A coherent field carries so much information, so much information. So it means that if a light is coherent, it's probably 100 times stronger, if not more, than if it's not coherent. Which means that when we say we emit weak light, because if it's coherent, it is powerful. It is incredibly powerful. So we need to be coherent. It is incredibly important. If a cell loses its coherence, if we lose our coherence, it dies. They measure coherence, and do you know, interestingly, they actually measure the biophoton emission and the coherence from food. They use it in the food industry, which is really interesting, to see whether vegetables are fresh or whether they're healthy. So they use this. And in cancer, the cells become less coherent. But interestingly, in muscular sclerosis, the cells become tight. They become too ordered. And this is what I mean by we need this lovely balance of order, not too ordered and not too chaotic, but it's in the middle. So how can we increase our coherence? How can we do that? Well, meditation is absolutely one. What's really interesting as well is when they did tests with the multiplier, the photon multiplier, in the lab, what they found was that the coherence helpers make a huge difference, and quite quickly, to how coherent you are. So meditation is one, yoga is another. And what they find is if you have been practicing yoga for 2 years, your biofield and your coherence stabilizes. So if yogis who've done yoga for 2 years, often what they find, and I'm going to go back to the biophoton emissions now at the moment. So what they find is if they test their biofield before they do yoga, and then they test the biofield of yogis who've done it for 2 years, they've practiced for 2 years, or Qigong, they test it after they've done their practice, there's very little difference. So that means you are taking stability in your field out into life. Your stability maintains while you're living your life, while you're thriving, while you're doing whatever you're doing. Whereas those people who have not practiced yoga much, maybe we're newbies, we've just started, they found that often the biofield is really sort of, as we said, got gaps in it and it's lopsided. But then what happens is they do just that one class of yoga or Qigong, and it's already changed. The biofield has already changed. The only thing is it doesn't maintain. So again, if you can just remember that when you think, oh, I don't want to go to yoga tomorrow, then, that can be really helpful for you. So, okay, so what else? They found that caged eggs have or are less coherent or emit less coherent light than free-range eggs. So you better go for the free-range eggs in your supermarket or, in your local farm or something like that. They also find that vegetables help you to become coherent, and particularly chlorophyll. Chlorophyll absorbs a lot of photons from the sun, and as soon as we drink it, it liberates that beautiful light inside our bodies. And so do vegetables as well, which is why our fruit and our vegetables are so healthy for us, because they are giving us light. Oxygen also helps our coherence. So breathing exercises, any breathing exercises you can do is going to help that as well. And also water. And I know Tawana loves her water. I know Tawana talks to her water because she's told me. And so clean water. Talk to your water. Talk to your water. Put love into your water, because it's going to allow your coherence to become greater, to become stronger. Okay, so any questions, please just let me know. I'll just double check in the chat. Let me have it here. Right. So it's time for biofield scanning. So I wonder, is anybody interested in having a scan? And all I would need is a date of birth and just a reason or something that you would like to change. You don't have to tell me the details, but just something that you would like to change in your life. It might be something to do with a relationship. It might be a health issue. It could be that you want a promotion at work, or you want to leave your work and you want to become, set up your own business, whatever it is. Okay.
Charlotte, would you like me to spotlight them? I can have the participants talk to you if you'd like.
Oh, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Hi, hello. So who shall I go for? So I can do two. Let's do two, shall we? So
Okay.
so let's start. So I start with Dawn, and then I'm going to come to you, Faith, after that. Okay, so Dawn, can I just have, let me just take, what is your date of birth?
9/24.
Sorry, what is it?
9/24/59.
9/24/59. Okay. Sorry, say the month again.
September.
Oh, September. Thank you. Sorry, my it's like tropical here, and the rain is extraordinary, which is why actually I can't hear you. So I'm going to have to give you. So it's 9:59. What was the day? Sorry.
24.
Oh, 24th. Fantastic. Okay. Right.
Yep.
Let's have a look at this. So we've got. Okay, so Dawn, what is it that you would like to change?
Ooh.
What would you like? What would you like us to look at?
I want to get out of this weight range that I'm in.
Weight range.
Yes.
Okay. All right. How much would you like to lose?
20 pounds.
20 pounds. Okay, let's have a look at this. Okay, so what I'm picking up is you actually have some inflammation.
Yes.
Right. So the inflammation is not helping you to lose that weight.
That's what I thought.
Okay. So that's fine. Okay. There's also some tension in your head. So head tension. Also, have you recently, I mean, I heard you speak, you're incredible, and you're full of faith, but has anything been worrying you lately, or it's just anything making you feel just a little bit restless?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Is it something that you're dealing with, or is it something that's difficult to address?
It's not difficult to address.
Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. So what I would say is it's really important that you address that.
Okay.
Because it's contributing to the inflammation that you've got. And it's a little bit, it just feels like there's a restlessness. Do you know what I mean? You can't quite settle for some reason.
Yes.
And so it's important to deal with that. And
Okay.
because you know how to, then I don't need to say any more about it. But definitely do that, and it's going to help.
Okay.
The other thing I can feel is a slight tension in the throat. Just a very, very
Yep.
slight. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
That's it.
Okay. So slight tension in the throat. Slightly dry actually as well. So slightly dry throat too. And the inflammation is general. So what I would say is, how much water do you drink?
I should be doing more. I have my water.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I agree
Yeah.
100%. I had that big jar. I go like 3/4 and I'm like, oh my God. So I started
Yes.
adding oranges and lemons and limes. Make me drink it.
Okay. So yes. So if you can drink more water,
Okay.
but also make sure, do you have salt? Do you use salt in your diet?
Salt? I stopped long time
Oh,
ago.
no salt at all?
No.
Oh, okay. So you need to have healthy salt. So never ever have table salt. Never even go
Okay.
anywhere near it. The only thing
Okay.
you can do is put it in the bath sometimes because it's really, pulls out the toxins.
Okay.
But you do need some salt because otherwise you're not going to be absorbing the water you're drinking
Okay.
into your tissues. So you're basically you're quite dehydrated, right?
Okay.
So you need a little bit of either pink Himalayan crystal salt
Okay.
or rock salt or something that has nutrients in it.
Okay.
And that's going to help you absorb the water into the cells and become less dehydrated. When you're dehydrated, the body tends to hold onto water in the wrong way. And then you put on sort of almost like puffiness. Sometimes, feel a little bit puffy. So there's water retention, but it's not actually going into the cells properly.
Wow.
Okay, so that's important.
Wow.
And for the inflammation, think about diet. So your juices, but mostly vegetable rather than fruit juices. And also, do you eat turmeric at the moment?
Sometimes I season my food with it.
Okay. You can make a turmeric drink even.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, you can. I mean, you can have the tablets if you want to. They're probably stronger, but definitely you need things that are anti-inflammatory.
Okay.
And that's going to help you.
Turmeric.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also associate with people who eat really well.
Okay.
And really love to be the right weight. Because it's very linked to weight. When you put on weight, well, many things, many diseases, but also weight is linked to a sense of safety. So where do you feel safe? Where do you feel safe? Because in the right group, with the right support, you're going to find that losing weight is going to be pretty easy. Well, not easy, but it's going to be, you'll be able to achieve it.
I get it.
But don't be around people who don't care, because it's going to be harder for you to then actually lose that weight.
Yeah. Really quick, I'm not going to keep people. It's funny you say that, because I talk about my church and they say, okay, we're going to have this event. Oh my, who's making this? Who? And I says, oh my God, you people eat too much. I always tell you eat too much as a church. I told the pastor, he says, okay, Dawn's right. You eat too much. And so when they have events, I leave.
Yeah, because this is the problem. You're associating this is your group, this is your tribe, this is your safety, this is your joy. And the thing is with that is that it's not in alignment with what you want to achieve weight-wise. So great in other ways, but not in that. So you need to associate with another group, which is all about feeling safe, not overeating.
Yeah.
And that's going to help you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Charlotte, thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. All right, Faith. Okay, so can I take your date of birth?
Yeah, August 29th, 1998.
98. Okay, fantastic.
That's my godchild, by the way.
Yes, I know. I heard you yesterday. You were great.
Oh, thank you.
10. 8, 9, and 10. Okay, all right, great. Faith, what would you like to change?
So I struggle with a lot of anxiety that just won't go away. So I really would like to gain peace and calmness.
Okay. Now we're going to after doing the scanning, I'm going to talk about herbs, and they're going to be some really useful herbs for you to use. Okay, so and herbs are they're so powerful. You'll see that. So it's coming up. Your section is coming up, but in the meantime, let's tune in and see. Okay, so calmness. Are you sleeping okay?
Am I what? Sleeping
Are you
okay?
sleeping? Are you sleeping well?
Yes, there are some nights where I'll wake up and eat in the middle of the night, exactly how you said it earlier.
Yeah. Okay. I'm feeling something in the pelvic area. So
Yeah.
hmm,
I think I hold a lot of trauma stored in my hips, so I have a lot of issues with like tight hips.
yeah, it's quite it's almost slightly burning, like a slightly burning feeling, slightly more on the right side, where the appendix is, around that area, more than the left. But there's some burning down there, and also associated with a feeling of sort of like panic, breathlessness, just a feeling of agitation, actually,
Yes.
with that down there. Okay. Okay. And tears, some tears with that, like it's like you've been working towards finding your resting place. And when I mean your resting place, I mean a place of safety where you can lay your head and just feel comfortable with yourself. And just know that you are an amazing person, truly. And you don't need to strive, and you don't need to try hard, and you don't, because you are. And you are incredible. And when I'm saying that, I've got tingles up and down my spine, because really that's the only thing that's needed. That feeling of knowing that you don't need to be anything more. You are amazing already. And you don't need to change. And in that, it will free you. It will free the tension within you. And you'll find that you're creative anyway, but believe me, you'll become more creative, even more creative at a higher level, because it will free that side, this part of your hips. The other thing I would do, and that we're going to do this later as well, is heart breathing. You need heart breathing, because the two areas that really show up are the pelvic area, but also the heart here. So, and it's just still a little bit tired. It's a lot better than it was. You've come a long way, but it's still a little bit tired. And, sometimes the head is, as you say, is a little bit tight and a little bit fizzy and a little bit sort of uncomfortable. And it's just like, oh, you just sometimes I think want to tap your fingers. You just don't know where to put yourself. So what you're going to find is the things we're going to talk about now are going to be so helpful. Okay, but remember, actually, you don't need to really do that much, because the moment you really, truly take that breath and just go, do you know what? I'm amazing. Where I've come from to where I am now, I'm amazing. That's all that's needed. In that is freedom for you.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure. Pleasure. Okay. Right. So let me go back here. Okay. Tips for self-healing. Because look, yes, of course, you can go to a healer for, to balance your energy field. It's important. It's important to have that support. But what about supporting yourself? So let's try and give you some really, really good tips to help you with that. And here you are, look, floating up into the air, you beautiful glowing candles. Off you go. Okay. Right. The only reason I'm putting this disclaimer in it is because I don't know, when I'm suggesting these herbs, I don't know if you're on pharmaceuticals. I haven't taken your personal history. So just, if you are not sure what to take or how to take it, then please go to a health practitioner. Okay. Just to double check. Right. Now, orthomolecular psychiatry was actually studied or practiced by Linus Pauling. You probably know because he's all about vitamin C, and he won a Nobel Prize in chemistry for it, and also a Peace Prize because he was quite a political activist actually in 1963. And then another doctor called Dr. Abram Hoffer. Now, what does this mean? This means that they used nutrients to help mental health. So they looked at what you were nutritionally deficient in, and then they would rectify that to help your mental health. And it was amazing. I mean, they treated things like schizophrenia really successfully with B vitamins, niacin. But what I love about Abraham Hoffer is that he says, one, as long as the processing of food continues to take out essential nutrients, mental health will continue to decline. So our food is so important. Eat organic if you can. I know it's more expensive, but even pesticide-free, even if you don't have the much time or much energy, even growing herbs, in your garden in a pot, or maybe you could, I don't know, put it on your balcony, just some, grow some fresh green vegetables that you can take, because it's going to make a huge difference. My sister introduced me to something called the Veggie Pod. I don't know whether anyone's heard of the Veggie Pod. It is absolutely marvelous. It's this, it's at waist level, and it has this sort of canopy that comes up and down, so it means that the bugs don't get to your vegetables. It has this particular formulation which has something called perlite in it, which allows the vegetables to grow really quickly. And you can get it the size, you can get smaller size that can even go in your kitchen. But whatever you decide to do, if you can grow a little bit of your own food, then that would be really wonderful. So he says, this is what we need for a civilized society: shelter, good food, civility between us, and nutritional medicine. And I mean, I don't, he says about income tax here, but he said that if you are free from signs and symptoms, getting on well with the family, getting on well with the community, and paying income tax, you're doing quite well. Now, when you've been through trauma and you've had issues with your family, maybe you can't do that, but there's always family. There's always people that are your family. And when you work with your energy and you raise your vibration, they will come to you. They will be attracted to you. It doesn't have to be your birth family. It can be, but it doesn't have to be. So whoever your family is, it's good to get on well with your family. Okay, so let's talk quickly about some herbs and oils, essential oils. So, a lot of herbs. Have I got 10 minutes? Am I? Yeah. Okay. A lot of herbs, well, we think that herbs are just quite gentle, have less side effects than drugs, absolutely, but maybe too gentle to help us. Maybe if we've got really severe anxiety or depression or something like that, we think, that's fine, but I just don't think they're going to help us enough or be strong enough to help us. But actually, science is showing that's not true. Research is showing us that actually they are incredibly powerful. They might be gentle. We can even use them on our children, but they work. So Passiflora, it's called Passiflora incarnata. It has been tested for panic disorders and general anxiety disorder, and it works really well with it. The good thing about herbs is they often don't sedate you. They just relax you. So often with pharmaceutical drugs, you just feel as if you've lost touch with reality, lost touch with being able to be clear in your head. Whereas often herbs, they will reduce the anxiety, they will increase your mood, but they will allow your cognitive function to stay the same. And that's wonderful, so that you can live life and enjoy life, but it just takes the edge off that anxiety. Now, I put this in because I thought it was quite interesting. Passiflora has been tested as a single dose just before people go into surgery or go to the dentist. So if you hate the dentist and it makes you really, really nervous, then even just 1 cup or 1 dose of Passiflora really takes the edge off that anxiety, even spinal anesthesia as well. So it's powerful. It's a really powerful herb, but you can also use it for your children. You can also use it if you're not sleeping very well as well. Chamomile. I love chamomile. Some people hate it. Some people just say the taste of it is absolutely ghastly and they don't want to go anywhere near it. However, if you have general anxiety disorder, maybe it's a good idea to try, or at least put it with some other herbs that you like the taste of. Because in 2016, they did a randomized clinical trial, which was published in the Journal of Phytomedicine. And what they found was that chamomile was given for 6 months, but they found that it actually reduced anxiety significantly. And what was really exciting about this trial, as for us as herbalists, was that they actually measured the GAD, or the generalized anxiety disorder, according to the medical definitions, the psychiatric definition. So we're talking about this working in a way that is relative to pharmaceutical drugs. So this was really powerful. So all you need to do dose-wise is take chamomile, a tea bag of chamomile 3 times a day. And it really reduced anxiety significantly. Just a few other herbs as well. So chamomile we've just talked about. Echinacea is a root. It was used for anxiety. It's also used if anxiety or trauma has really weakened your immune system. So if you find that your immunity is weak, then echinacea is a great herb to use. The other interesting thing is they used it in children, in research in children, and they found that if they are prescribed echinacea, they often, certainly that anxiety reduces, but they tend to thrive better. So people look at them and go, oh, Johnny's looking a lot better, or Alice is looking a lot better. So echinacea, think about it. If you have colds or coughs, you're getting sniffles quite frequently, and you're also anxious, then it's fantastic for that. Lemon balm is really good for mood. So if you are depressed, but also anxious, and it goes to the digestive system. So maybe you have visceral cramps, or, you have that dread feeling in your stomach or something like that. Lemon balm is going to really help you with that. And it will also help you sleep as well. So you can take that at night. Passiflora we've talked about. Now, rhodiola is, which is Rhodiola rosea, which is that species. It is actually an adaptogen, which means that we're all surrounded by stress. We can't help that. That's just how it is. But what rhodiola does is it helps the body to adapt to stress, which means that stress might be there in your environment, but it's not impacting you as much. It's impacting you less. And the other exciting thing about rhodiola, remember what we said about the fact that stress tends to make you leak more biophotons. When they did tests with rhodiola, they did it actually, funnily enough, I don't know why, but they did it on the dorsal part of the hands. And they found that those people that took rhodiola, their emissions decreased, which meant there's more light inside you, as we said, and then your whole physiological processes work better. Skull cap is particularly used where, again, you have comorbid anxiety and depression. So you can use those two things together. But as I said earlier, the really brilliant thing with skull cap is it doesn't change your cognitive function. You can still work. You can still do all those things you need to get done through the day, but it will just take down that anxiety a notch, which will really help you. And St. Mary's thistle, or milk thistle, I love this herb actually because it works brilliantly on the liver. It actually regenerates liver cells. And in fact, they're using it for if you have alcohol issues and it's caused damage with the liver, it can help to regenerate liver cells. And they're even thinking that if people use it or they prescribe it to people who actually have liver cirrhosis, they might be able to turn it around so they don't need liver transplants. That's how strong it is. It's really powerful. In traditional Chinese medicine, the liver is linked to stress. So St. Mary's thistle is a great one to use for that. Now, valerian. Valerian is smelly. Cats like it. Humans often don't. It's one of my favorite herbs. And what they found with valerian is it actually lowers your brainwave, rate. So from, anxiety in the beta brainwave function, it actually allows your brain to produce more alpha brainwaves, but also alpha coherence, which means that you feel less anxious, but you're still efficient. In fact, you're more efficient because you're less anxious. But it decreases theta coherence, which means you don't get sleepy. So you're not going to feel that like you just want to go and have a nap. It also, this increase in alpha and decrease in theta coherence allows you to use your executive function in your brain. And another one, we're almost finished, but NAC with N-acetylcysteine, which is made from the amino acid L-cysteine, is actually is FDA approved actually, and it's used for Tylenol poisoning. It's used for lung conditions. It's used for when you have liver and kidney poisoning, and this is in the medical profession, the orthodox medical profession. But for us, we use it for OCD. So, which is really difficult to treat, but NAC is really good for it, and so is valerian. So if you have, you're constantly biting your nails, you're pulling your hair out, you've got thoughts going round and round and round in your head, those negative thoughts, and you just can't get rid of them, then NAC is great for that. And then, of course, our energy healing, which is very powerful because as far back as the 1970s, CWF Clare found that energy healing is 100 times more efficient than things like our hormones, our neurotransmitters, and things like that. Okay, and then very quickly, essential oils. Sentinel is very similar as well. So they have this lovely dual action of often relaxing the mind, but also increasing concentration at the same time, so that you can actually become more efficient. So Rose is a really good one to use if you're feeling anxious, and Jasmine as well, which actually it has clear effect on the human brainwave patterns too. Okay. So, emotions, I think we all know. Emotions are key. It's something that we very much need to deal with and look at. And we know they're peptides. We know they actually exist, and Candice Pert told us about that. And they're stored in our emotional field. So any healing that you're doing, any clearing of the biofield will help you to clear your shame, your guilt, your anger, your fear, and help you to improve your passion and focus. So it's all about coherence, and it's all about the heart. So when you just feel anxious, put both hands on the heart and just imagine breathing in and out of the heart, not in and out of the nose or the mouth, but in and out of the heart. And you only need to do that for a very short space of time, and you can come back to balance and come back to yourself. Okay. I think we've got about a couple of minutes, but if there are any questions.
If anyone has questions, we are open for questions at this time. You can put them in the chat or the Q&A section, as I am monitoring both. As Charlotte has given us a lot of, like, I was taking photos of the screen, I was writing stuff down. Didn't know about the lemon balm in the stomach.
You're very welcome to contact me.
Okay.
You're very welcome to contact me by email if you do have questions that you want to ask later. Please do. And there is, I am giving a special offer for the summit of a half price scan and balance. So if you just email if you're interested in that, and then you'll get a lot of free giveaways, like my meditations, and there's an energy tracker and things like that. And then this QR code is for my Meditate and Manifest course, where you can watch the first 3 videos free. And then I will give you a free 15-minute energy session. So if you want to go to that, that will take you to the landing page.
Amanda asked, can you speak about nootropics?
Yes.
Nootropics.
Yes. So neurotropics are obviously for the brain, and they are prepared in a particular way so that they can impact through the blood-brain barrier. I mean, a lot of the problem with the brain is the blood-brain barrier prevents active constituents from going through. And so I do actually make them myself and use them. And they help brain function, efficiency of the brain, decrease inflammation. And so they can be used for, many different brain conditions.
What do you think about long COVID and other post-viral chronic illness? I know, touchy topic.
That's a very tricky subject, isn't it?
Yes.
Long COVID. It's a very tricky one because we're not sure exactly what long COVID is. And also in terms of viruses, I think that the best thing you can do is, first of all, to increase your mitochondrial energy, right? So first, boost your immune system with things like echinacea, but also make sure that because often with long COVID, you get exhausted. So you need to make sure your mitochondrial energy is strong. And this is where we come back to the biofield. So if that's coherent, you notice that when you're leaking too many biophotons, then your mitochondria are not efficient and you're not going to have enough energy in the system. So it's really important with that. And the other thing I would say is detox, 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 and then replenish.
And what's the best way to detox, Charlotte, in your professional opinion?
I think in the past it's different to now. So in the past, I think traditional herbs like, dandelion for the liver, senna if you really need to, or cascara or whatever, to make sure your bowel's working, possibly even psyllium seeds, things like that. Obviously, Epsom salt bars, saunas, infrared, all those type of things for the skin. So you're working on every day. We used to have a lovely herb. It's difficult to get in Australia, called parsley pear, which used to be we used to use a lot as herbalist in the UK for the kidneys. So cleaning the system out. I love sulfur. I love sulfur as long as you can tolerate sulfur. So anything like MSM or NAC or anything that helps, even onions, I mean, you can mix. I make this mix with, I know it sounds really strange, but I make this mix with onions and lemon. Sometimes I make it as a juice, and sometimes I use that, and then because it really cleans the system. But also another thing that's really good is apple pectin. So you can either get apple pectin, or you can actually whiz up an apple and an onion together. It sounds dreadful, but I actually like the taste of it. Yes, I am weird. I am a herbalist after all. But that also cleans the system. But I think now we're at a point where we need to clean in a different way. And vitamin C is amazing at helping to clean and clear, as long as you have that fairly consistently and regularly, because it's water soluble. So obviously it goes out through the urine quite easily. But also other things that sometimes even people are going for IV vitamin C and
I saw that.
NAC and glutathione and all these things now, because we are just surrounded by toxins, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a little bit more complicated than it used to be.
Well, thank you, Charlotte. I appreciated all of that information because, we gotta, you guys, in order to heal, we have to heal our bodies. We have to heal ourselves. And so, Charlotte, I appreciate you staying up forever, for checking in through the summit. Charlotte's information will be on the download page that you have access to on Tuesday. And we thank you for saying yes to all these ladies, and get some rest, you gorgeous goddess. Get some rest, please.
Thank you.
Charlotte is talking to us from the UK, guys. So it is lately.
Australia.
Oh,
But
Australia.
I am British. It's perfectly true.
My brain went to the story you told about working for the royal. So yeah.
Yes.
So yes, she's coming from Australia, even worse than the UK as far as time. And we appreciate you. We thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me. And thank you very much,
Absolutely.
everybody. It's been lovely to have you here.
Yes. So next up, we have Alexandria Doherty. How did everything go? You know what I'm waiting for.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I
It's
am
the
doing
last
fantastic.
day.
Last day. We appreciate you so much and your hard work. We really
Thank
do.
you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So it did not. I missed the second spot by 4 points. 4 points. I know, but it was such a beautiful experience, and I'll talk about it more and what I'm going to
You
talk about
still
today.
did it though.
Yes, ladies, I ran from Mrs. New Mexico last weekend, and it was, oh my gosh, it was so far outside of my comfort zone. It stretched me and grew me in ways that I wasn't expecting, but it was such an amazing experience. And I may or may not be considering running next year now that I know what I need to work on. So I want to go for that Mrs. America spot, but here we are. Thank you for checking in and for remembering. All right, well, ladies, I am Alexandria Doherty. I am a wife. I am a boy mama to two crazy kiddos, a 4 and a 6-year-old. They are amazing and full of energy and keep me on my toes. And I am so blessed and so honored and so thankful for this opportunity to be with you all today. How is everyone doing? How are we on day 3? Yeah, doing great. Tired, I imagine. Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to go ahead and jump in. I am talking reclaiming self-worth. That is what my coaching focuses on. And it comes from a place of not believing in my own worth, not believing that I had what it took to take up space, to provide value. And for me to go and do what I did last weekend just shows and is such a testament to the work that I've done on myself. 2 years ago, I was given that same opportunity, and I was too scared to do it. And it wasn't even that I was too scared to do it. It was that I didn't believe in my own worth to do it. So to be here and speaking in front of you ladies, to do what I did last weekend is just, it's amazing what happens when we allow ourselves to heal and when we give ourselves space to heal. So I invite you to do the same, to allow yourself to do the same, but also know that it's going to be at your pace, and that's okay. That this is a marathon. It is going to be a lifetime of healing. It's not going to happen like that. I wish it did. That would be beautiful, right? Whoops, and I muted myself. Can you hear me? I'm trying this microphone for the first time. Can you hear it? Does it sound okay?
Perfect. It sounds perfect.
Amazing. Thank you. So I want you guys to close, I invite you guys to close your eyes for a moment. I want you to picture this dusty road stretching ahead of you, the kind that makes your feet feel really heavy as you walk. On one side, there's a small gray church with a blue roof. It sits up on a hill. Inside, there's this box of toys. They are scattered and worn, but they're a comfort nonetheless. On the other side of this dusty road, there's this horse, and it stands behind a wooden fence. It's waiting for an apple or a carrot, but it's knowing that those hands will soon return. That little girl walking up the road was me. I was a child who had no control over the chaos surrounding her. A child searching for stability, for something solid to hold on to. And maybe your story, ladies, looks a little different, but if you've ever felt like you weren't enough, like you had to prove that you had something to earn, then you're exactly where you need to be today. I didn't grow up in stability. My biological parents both struggled with addiction. I was placed in foster care at a very young age. I've experienced verbal abuse, emotional neglect, sexual abuse, all before I even knew how to tie my shoes. And I carried the weight of those experiences long into adulthood, as most of us do. And I was fortunate enough to be adopted, but even after that, the messages I heard were very, very clear. I wasn't enough. I was too plain. I wasn't smart enough. I was a burden, and I felt like a burden. And I internalized every bit of that. Those voices followed me into adulthood and shaped how I saw myself in relationships, in work, in motherhood, and even, and probably the worst part, when I looked at myself in the mirror, how I viewed myself. Recently, as I just mentioned, I ran for Mrs. New Mexico, and it was a journey that stretched me in ways that I did not expect at all. I honestly thought the hardest part was going to be walking in the heels, because I don't walk in heels, or being on the stage. But what hit me the hardest and what I didn't expect was how quickly those old voices crept back in. The ones that told me, who do you think you are to be here? Or you are not enough to stand beside these incredibly beautiful women. I had done so much healing, and yet those doubts still resurfaced. But instead of letting them define who I was, I chose to face them, but this time with truth and with everything that I teach. That experience, I think one thing that I loved the most about it was that it reminded me that healing is not a one-time event, right? It's a choice that we have to make over and over and over again. especially when we're stepping into territory that challenges those old stories that we have carried. So what I invite you to do is to ask yourself, what is that one message about yourself that you have carried for way too long? The one that you believe about your worth that was never really yours to hold on to. I encourage you to think about that for a second. I invite you to write it down. It is one thing to know your story and to look back and to see those moments that left cracks in your self-worth. But it's a completely different thing to understand why those cracks exist and how our brains and our bodies hold on to them long after those moments have passed. And that's where the science of this comes in. Because when we understand what's actually happening inside of us, we can stop blaming ourselves for the way that we've coped and start taking powerful, empowered action towards healing. So that's what I want to jump into this morning, is the science behind healing and trauma and self-worth. This isn't just about feeling better, right? It's about understanding what trauma does to our brain and why we struggle with self-worth in the first place. Trauma completely, and I'm sure you've heard this throughout the summit, most of you probably already know this, but it completely changes the brain. It rewires it. First, the amygdala becomes hypervigilant and filled with self-doubt. And then the hippocampus, which processes our memory, struggles to distinguish past trauma from present reality. All right, this is why certain situations, maybe words, maybe relationships, can really trigger this deep emotional response, even though logically we know that we are safe. And then you have your prefrontal cortex. This part of your brain is responsible for the rational thinking. All right, trauma can cause it to weaken, which makes it harder to override those negative self-perceptions that we have about ourselves. But something even more crucial than that is trauma increases our cortisol. Cortisol is your stress hormone, right? That makes it harder. When that's increased, it makes it harder to regulate your emotions, which keeps you stuck in this cycle of unworthiness. Now imagine staying in that heightened level, right? You're constantly stuck in that cycle. Women in particular, we are conditioned to internalize trauma differently. We've been taught to be caretakers, to be people pleasers, to be perfectionists. And we learn from a very, very young age that our worth is measured by how much we give, maybe how quiet we are, maybe how little space we can take up. But I want to invite you to change your thinking. What if that isn't true? What if your worth was never meant to be something that you had to earn? So let's talk about that. Let's talk about how we can break that cycle and how to rewire our self-worth. All right. The good news is, and I want you to hear this, you are not broken. You're simply rewiring. Your brain is capable of healing. It's capable of creating new beliefs, of seeing yourself as worthy, not because someone else tells you you are, but because you decide to believe that in yourself. So 3 steps for reframing and rewiring your belief in yourself. All right. First, I want you to meet your inner critic with truth, that inner voice that doesn't stop nagging at you. All right. When you hear that voice that says, I am not enough, I encourage you to pause and ask, is this a fact? Or is this just a story I've been told? Okay. Instead of saying I'm not enough, what if you shift to, I am learning to see myself as worthy? So here's a few examples. I know examples help get my brain thinking. So a few examples for you. What if you go from I'm too damaged to be loved to my past does not disqualify me from love? What if you go from I'll never be successful because of where I come from to my story is strength. I have overcome more than most. Or I'm not a good mom because I lose my temper, to I am a woman who is healing, and that within itself is powerful. So take a moment to write down just one limiting belief and then rewrite it into something more empowering. I'm gonna give you a second to do that. Should have brought some like music. What's one limiting belief that you have that you can rewrite into something more empowering? Trauma is not just mental, right? It impacts our bodies too. It's physical. It lives in our body. I've been listening to a lot of Mel Robbins lately, and she talks about how the body senses fear long before the brain has time to process it. That's why we often feel the panic before we even really understand why. We feel it in our shoulders. I know that's where I get really tense. We feel it in the pit of our stomach. Sometimes maybe it's a tightness in your chest, but it's long before those thoughts catch up. And when we feel unworthy, our body responds as if we're in danger, when in reality, we're not. So to heal our self-worth, we have to learn to calm our nervous system down. So I invite you again, I encourage you to take 3 deep breaths. As you do, I want you to drop your shoulders. I want you to unclench your jaws. I want you to place your hand on your heart and say, I am safe. Confidence doesn't come first, all right? Action does. Every small action you take in alignment with your worth is going to build your confidence, okay? Maybe it's setting a boundary. Some of us struggle with that. I know that's one that I am still working on, work in progress. Maybe it's speaking up. Maybe it's as simple as showing yourself kindness. One of the first aligned actions that I took when I started this journey was downloading the Audible book Worthy by Jamie Kern Lima. Ladies, that book was life-changing for me, and it is why I now base my coaching off of worthiness and making that the foundation for everything. All right, it reminded me that worthiness does not come after we fix ourselves. It's where we start. I always compare it to the foundation of a house. If you don't have a solid foundation of worth, it's going to crumble. Just like if the house doesn't have a solid foundation, it's going to crumble. So how about a few daily practices for healing? And I want to talk affirmations for a second. Not all affirmations work the same. And this is something that I really, I love affirmations, but I also feel they can kind of create this toxic positivity. There's kind of a balance there. Right? So the key is to find affirmations that feel believable, but also stretch your mindset rather than, and hear me out on this, rather than triggering self-doubt. Okay. So instead of saying, I love myself completely, when you don't actually believe it yet, try this instead. I am learning to be kinder to myself. I am learning to love myself again. That way you're not creating this false sense of something that you don't believe in, because then you're not going to believe those affirmations and they are not going to relate to you, right? Another thing that I really love practicing is gratitude and self-compassion, which when we don't believe in our worth, that self-compassion piece can be so challenging. But gratitude shifts our focus from what's missing to what is present. A simple practice that I do is I write 3 things down that I'm grateful for each day. And doing this can rewire our brains for positivity. And that self-compassion piece means treating yourself with the same kindness you would offer a friend or a loved one. What if you replace that self-criticism for yourself with self-support instead? And then another piece, and I know this one can be hard if we don't surround ourselves with people that we feel safe, but the power of safe spaces and support can be so powerful. Healing is not meant to be done alone. All right, find a community or a safe space where you feel seen and you feel heard. And that's going to be really a big piece to building or rebuilding your self-worth. Maybe it's therapy, maybe it's support groups, maybe it's close friendships. But surrounding yourself with people who reflect your own worth back to you can really help accelerate your healing. And then I invite you to take small, tiny, bold actions daily. All right, healing your self-worth is not a one-time event. You heard me say that earlier. It's a daily practice. But the key to that is to take one small, bold action every day that reinforces your worth. This could be as simple as standing tall in the way you carry yourself, making eye contact, speaking up in a conversation because guess what? You deserve to. Or allowing yourself rest without guilt. And again, that was one that I've really had to work on. My biggest thing when somebody walks in the room, if I'm sitting down, I jump up and get to work. And that just comes from my own past experience of if I wasn't working, then I was called lazy, or I was worthless, right? So that's been one area that I've had to allow myself to heal. I invite you to find what that is for you and to do the same. So what is one action that you can commit to for this next week? Something that you can really work on for your healing. I'm going to invite you again to go through this visualization with me. All right, it's just a short one. If you feel safe, close your eyes. If you don't, that's okay too. You do what makes you comfortable. I want you to take a deep breath. Picture yourself standing in front of a mirror. But instead of seeing yourself through the lens of the past, you see a woman who is strong, whole, and worthy. Imagine yourself stepping into the version of you that no longer seeks permission to take up space. Breathe that feeling in. Let it become a part of you. You are not broken. You are healing, and you are so, so worthy. And it's time for you to return to that truth. And I know that was short and sweet, but if today's session spoke to you, I want to invite you to continue this work, all right? I have created a free resource, and I think I heard it'll be on the website Tuesday, for to help you go deeper to start building this foundation of self-worth. I believe our VIPs, I offered an audio series, and then there's a confidence reframe framework for you for the other one. All right, but you don't have to figure this out alone. I know there is some incredible women that spoke all weekend long. So this space is here for you. All right, it's here for you to heal. It's here for you to grow. And it's here for you to reclaim your worth. Thank you for allowing me to share my journey. I hope it provided some kind of value for you. More than anything, ladies, you are seen, you are heard, and I validate what you're going through.
You are so welcome, beautiful lady, with a beautiful soul. I am so glad you were here. Yes, the freebies will be available Tuesday, because guess what, y'all? I'm not working tomorrow.
I don't blame you.
That's just why, because I'm taking off. But yes, her freebies will definitely be made available. Thank you, thank you, thank you for everything that you provided, the wisdom, the knowledge, the personal experience, and from one trauma survivor to another, I just honor you for your journey. I honor you for speaking today. I honor you for having the courage to do what you did. That was definitely not in your comfort zone as a survivor. I know that. And you did it.
I did
And
it.
you came in top 3. You did it, girl. You did
It
that.
was amazing. It was amazing. And I encourage anybody here, it doesn't have to be running for a pageant. It doesn't, because that was a bold, crazy move on my part. And I'm doing that because that is what I coach. I coach, taking moves and building our confidence and stretching outside of our comfort zone. Even those
Yes.
little things that you do. Whatever it is,
Yes.
find a way to stretch yourself, because the more you do, the easier it gets.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, thank you, my dear Alexandria. I appreciate you being here and coming in and gracing us all with your beauty and your presence. We adore you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate all of you being here as well, for allowing me to be in your space.
Thank you. Next up, you guys, she is one of the besties. She is amazing. She's strong. She's remarkable. She started out as someone in my TikTok community and has grown to be part of my heart and my nearly daily life. I look forward to her messages and always our coffee chats. Sonia Hickson. She's strong. She don't need me to introduce.
Good morning, everyone. How we doing today? Well, I hope everybody has had a great start to their Sunday. We've had some very powerful speakers so far. And if you would like, as I go through my presentation, you can pop your questions in the chat or the QA section as well. So today, let me see if I can share the screen. And so, okay, yeah, I'm doing it right. Full screen. There we go. All right, so finding the right fit, questions every survivor should ask when seeking help. And so to preface this, it's going to be in combination of helping in preparation for leaving toxicity, as well as helping to like demystify or debunk some of the thoughts that surround therapy and seeking therapy. So leading up to this, I am a licensed professional counselor, which means I provide therapeutic services, whether that's individual therapy, group therapy. I currently work for the state of Colorado as a clinical director for a juvenile youth service center, or AKA prisons. And before that, I worked for about 6.5 years as a therapist who provided treatment to people who committed offenses. And so I want to give you all just the different lenses in which I operate from professionally, and then personally, I myself am a survivor of abuse. And so I just wanted to share just the different perspectives and hope to encourage you all to pursue different avenues to support your healing journey. So really quick, it's my background, where I completed my education. I have a bachelor's in psychology with a minor in Africana studies at University of Cincinnati. And then I also received my master's in forensic psychology from the University of Denver, where I'm currently still in Colorado. I also have participated in various speaking engagements and have given presentations on various topics throughout my profession. And so the purpose, as I said earlier, to also explore the options of mental health services while also debunking and demystifying all things therapy. I also want to empower you all in seeking appropriate care and resources. So starting now, I said leaving toxicity. And so in preparation, identifying safety, right? What does safe look like for you, your children, and your family, blood and identified family, right? Is that identifying people that you can talk to safely, people who would help protect you, whether that's having you like sleep on their couch or being able to house the children while you're looking for somewhere safe to be while leaving. So all of those kind of things, right? Safety isn't always just physical. It can be emotional, moral, and psychological, right? As you've heard other speakers throughout the weekend talk about being able to tell someone and them not believing you. And so being able to vet and figure that out. Also, some other things to note of setting up your own bank account if you don't already have one. Creating an emergency fund or collaborating with others to set money aside if you're not able or don't have the access to start your own bank account, right? Looking into credit unions as opposed to banks, right? Just seeing what the different options are. And also knowing locations of shelters, organizations that can support in finding housing. For example, here in Colorado, there's an organization that actually, with some of the empty hotels, they're actually renting rooms or buying out sections of the hotel to help house people who are either in transition due to abuse or recently unhoused. And so there may be a lot of local resources that you can tap into to help you get that support. Another thing is knowing your rights when it comes to housing. So if you are currently like renting a place and you have joint tenancy versus solo, what does that look like for you if you're trying to break the lease or leave? Also, if you are married or in a long-term committed or civilly committed, and its impact on housing when there's talk of terminating the relationship, and also finding alternative types of housing, i.e. roommates, going to a hostel, right? Looking for hotels or motels that provide like a weekly options. So just looking at the different types of things. Also seeking employment that includes housing can be an option as well with looking at the types of employment. And then remembering that it is a process. This is not something that will happen overnight. Statistically, it takes about 7 attempts for a person to leave an abusive relationship. And so to remain positive, and to keep working to it if that's something that you are really motivated in doing. I will also be attaching additional resources as the freebie. So I'll make sure I'll be linking up with Black Butterfly Goddess to make sure you all have that information when she sends that out next week. There are some legal options. Not everybody goes this route, but if it is something that is appropriate or beneficial, I always like to put it out there as an option. So there are different types of protection orders that you can request. Of course, you can look at divorce or annulment, reporting to law enforcement, also looking into child custody and supporting with what that can look like, especially if there's a chance that you fear that the other partner may win custody. So how to look into that, things to help support you. And then organizations exist in supporting through this process. So mediators, paralegals, right? There's also social workers that work with attorneys and lawyers that can help support you in if there are children involved as well. Something that I know also happens in Colorado, not sure in other places, but when you are reporting, you're reporting to law enforcement and it leads to the conviction of the perpetrator becoming convicted, part of their restitution is that they put money towards therapy. So if that's something you want to seek either for yourself or your children, part of their restitution goes towards paying for therapy sessions. So I just wanted to bring that out for you. Now, what is therapy? So this is, depending on where you're at on your healing journey, right? For people, it's in the process of, leaving the relationship. They've already left and they're starting their new chapter. So therapy can come in at any point throughout that piece. And so looking at therapy, it can be a valuable resource for individuals seeking mental health support, as well as providing professional guidance, right? And tools for personal growth. And I want you to keep some of those words in mind. It also helps with individuals building coping skills, strengthening relationships, and improve self-confidence while addressing mental health challenges such as strong emotions, past traumas, and social injustices. So here are some barriers and myths that come along with therapy. And hopefully I will do my best to try to debunk and demystify some of these things. So first up, therapy is only for crazy people. And my question to that is, what is crazy? Right? What identifies as crazy? Therapy is for all people, right? Therapy can be for someone who is looking for professional support with adjusting to moving to a new state and have no family or no one, like no support system in said place. Therapy can also be for someone, again, leaving relationships, someone who is been an introvert and been in their house the whole time and they want to start exploring and becoming more social, right? There's various reasons why people seek therapy. Going to therapy means you are weak. Actually, it's contrary, because you are identifying that there is something that you are not able to do on your own, which again is okay. Does not make you less of a person, doesn't take away from your personhood because you are seeking outside support. This is how I look at it. If something is wrong with your foot, do you just stay in the house and hope it gets better? Or do you seek out professional guidance to get your foot looked at? Right? If you're constantly getting migraines, right? You've had herbalists talk, you've had people who work through the body, you have people who are in the medical field. You don't just sit there and hope it goes away. right? I know sometimes we work off the wish factor or the hope factor, but no, like there's something wrong with how you are feeling, how you perceive the world in front of you. And there's things you need to work through or would like to work through to support getting your brain in a healthier space. Same concept. Therapists tell you what to do or give advice. Reason why I put that up there, because a lot of times someone in the profession, well, I got family for that, or I could just talk to my person and they'll, no, that's not all that it is. One thing I will say, the benefit of going to a therapist, especially because there's somebody you don't know. So that means that there's no judgment, right? There is no, you don't have to worry about them going back and telling the rest of your family things that come up, right? We are held to HIPAA. We also are held to certain like confidentiality. And if we break that, not only can we lose our license and our livelihood, but in some instances, we can actually go to jail. And jail food, like that's not in my ministry. And so I'm not, I'm not about that life. Okay. I work in the jail. I don't want to reside in one. So I just want to, put that out there. So that, that is, so don't like, that's not all that we do. Also, therapy is all the same. It is not. There are various modalities, different theoretical frameworks that we work from when addressing certain things, because it's not a one trick pony, right? We have to use different skills or apply different tools to help you figure out certain things, right? Something that you have heard, depending on like kind of where you've been, shadow work is something that we can incorporate in therapy. Inner child work is another thing that we talk about. We have behavioral therapies if there's like certain personality disorders, or if you're dealing with like major depression or mood disorders, there's certain different modalities that we can use to help support you in addressing those things. There's trauma focused CBT, which is cognitive behavioral therapy, right? So there's always different pieces. Think of it as like operation, right? You got to use different tools to get certain things out or address certain things. And then, of course, therapy is too expensive. It is. I mean, the way a lot of people's checkings and savings is looking right now, it's really hard to consistently stay in therapy. Now, what I will say, in addition to what I mentioned earlier, as far as with like if you are in the legal sense, right, seen as a victim or survivor of a crime and you are seeking therapy, that is one resource you can use. Most places that provide therapy also offer a sliding scale. Some places also can use insurance. I know for some of you, the EAP in your insurance that you get at work, part of that, like you can seek therapeutic services through that route as well. And so hopefully that's helped. And if anybody have any questions, I can't see it right now, but I do have time at the end as well. All right, so some benefits. I'm not going to go through the whole list, but just some things for you to see is like how therapy can be beneficial to you, right? Some things to point out is looking at the ways of thinking that affect how you feel, right? So one of the things that we talk about in some behavioral therapies is how you think impacts how you feel, which then impacts how you respond or how you behave to that. One of the things that I also like to look at as you dig deeper in that is knowing that how you perceive the event that caused the thought, feeling, and behavior to occur also affects how you think about things, how you feel about things, how you look at it. So if you look at things, as they used to say, from a rose-colored lens, right? When an event takes place, if you're looking through that lens, that will impact the thoughts, feelings, and behaviors in response to said event. And so therapy can help you reframe that or know when to switch the lens depending on the situation, right? It's also to help you feel stronger. Now, I know I said earlier that it makes you weak. It does not make you weak, but also you need that additional support to feel stronger, just like you need food or sustenance to help you be stronger throughout the day, right? There are things, this is to supplement other pieces to the puzzle that makes you whole. Okay? It also helps set healthy boundaries and communicate effectively. I think one of the things too, a lot of people tend to do is interchange boundaries. I think someone said it earlier, and I'm glad that they had brought it up, of boundaries being something that you uphold, right? It's not for the other person, it's for you. And so for other people, we call that like expectations, right? Or rule setting. Those are the expectations of things for other people to follow. Boundaries are for you. So like if somebody does something that crosses said boundary, that is for you to respond by saying, hey, I'm going to go ahead and shut this down because, you know, this is not something that I allow or follow. So we're going to go ahead and end this conversation. Or, hey, our meeting was at 9:00. It's 9:30 and you're still not here. I'm gonna go ahead and cancel. Or, you know, I ended the session 15 minutes ago because everybody has a 10 to 15 minute grace period and you've passed that. Those are kinds of boundaries. It also helps when you're navigating prejudice and social injustices that impact mental health. For so long, especially within the profession, there was little to no acknowledgement of environmental factors that include like racism, misogyny, sexism, ableism. And now, you know, thankfully in 2025, there's been a push to incorporate those things. Even in the DSM-5, there's in one of the appendices that talks about how PTSD, like someone could be diagnosed with PTSD, which is post-traumatic stress disorder, due to their experiences of the isms. Prior to that, that was nowhere near, like it was nowhere in the DSM. And so finding the right fit, right? At the end of the day, it starts with you. And so understanding before you even get to the office, before you get to setting an appointment, what is your purpose in attending therapy? Right? So goal setting. What are you looking to get out of it? You know, would you prefer looking for an in-person versus virtual options? Because telehealth, you know, thanks to COVID, telehealth has been booming, right? Where myself as a therapist in Colorado, I can work on actually getting licensed in several states and could have clients throughout all 50 states, 50, you know, all the different states in the United States. So I can get licensed or get certified to provide services. So people aren't waiting months and months to get into a local therapist. Are you also looking into group setting, right? That's your like group therapy, support groups. It's not just for Alcohol Anonymous or Narcotics Anonymous. There are support groups for people who have lost loved ones or people who have gone through trauma and are looking for ways to build support without trauma bonding, right? Or do you prefer individual? So really looking at what that looks like for you. And also, I think my favorite question is, are you prepared for what will be brought up? Right? Because a lot of times, you know, we say, oh, I want to fix this. And then when the therapist helps you find the root to why that thing exists, what level are you at for preparing to hear that? And so once you get through those initial questions, what to ask, right? So as a reminder, right, therapists, psychologists, counselors, etc., are people just like you and are providing the service, right? Therapeutic rapport, which is like relationship building, is very imperative in the development of your relationship with your therapist. As I mentioned earlier, when you are trying to figure out what's going on with your body, like my arm hurts or I'm constantly getting migraines, you go through a process with picking out who your primary care physician is going to be. Or if you have a referral to a specialist, making sure that specialist is actually hearing you and listening to the things, right? So when I was had my previous primary care physician and I was having some issues with some of the medicine that I was taking because I am diabetic and I was giving her feedback, I was saying, hey, I was waking up, these things were happening, but I noticed it didn't happen when I wasn't taking medication. Only thing she heard was, you're not taking your medication. And so for me, right, oh, okay, that was my last time meeting with, say, a doctor. I had switched providers and was very, I did, it was like, oh, okay. And also shared that feedback of like, this person is not like, and gave, because, you know, you have your Yelp and your Google reviews are like, they have those versions for doctors. And guess what? There are versions out there for therapists as well. So you can look them up and do your research and say, okay, what are the reviewers saying about this person? Side note. But yes, in the same way that you are looking for people to provide a service, just like you're looking for someone to fix your plumbing, someone to help in contracting to build your house or build an extension or something, you go through a vetting process. Same applies when looking for a therapist. For those of you who are already in therapy and you're not liking the way that it's going, you can switch. Just like I switched to my primary care physician, you can switch your therapist. When you feel like, you know, the journey with them has ended, that is okay. So some things to ask. What is their approach to managing the impacts of trauma? And these are examples of questions that you can ask. One of the other things that I'm also going to send Goddess is a PDF that was created by Dr. Raquel Martin. She's pretty dope. She's a psychologist, and she actually created a PDF form for you to be able to fill out what you would like and also questions to ask a potential therapist. And so I'm giving some examples or things for you to think about when looking for somebody that you would like to use for their services, right? So what is their approach in managing the impacts of trauma, right? Are they strictly, oh, I only do handouts, or we'll talk, or are they saying, hey, it depends on how you receive information, right? Everybody learns different. You have your people who are hands-on or kinetic learners. You have people who are visual processors. There's people that are verbal processors, where they'll write things down, but it won't quite click unless they talk it out. So knowing thyself, but also knowing that the therapist is willing to ask those questions, because again, therapy should be individualized. Also, how do they implement perspective into their services? So do they incorporate aspects of religion or spirituality? Are they friendly when it comes to dealing with issues surrounding sexual orientation, sexual or gender identity? Are they like, for example, if you are into different lifestyles like BDSM or kink, are they kink friendly? Because a lot of that, right? Because a lot of the judgment that comes from that aspect as well plays into how they're able to provide services. Again, we are human too. Some people, unfortunately, like to blend in personal and professional morals and perspectives into the work that they do. And so it's great to ask that question. It may feel invasive, or you may not feel empowered enough to ask those questions, but you're giving somebody the opportunity to access you, to access your brain, to access your emotions, to access your thought processes. And so I would encourage you, I strongly encourage you to ask those questions. Another thing is, how does cultural humility play a part in their services, right? In America, because I know we have some international people here, you know, a lot of us are struggling with the people that are in power, and how it's impacting our ability to provide for ourselves and for our families. You know, we've been struggling a lot of times with like social injustices. You know, so a lot of the things that they may want to talk about as a client is being insert whatever in America. Or one of the things that I think about too is a lot of our immigrants, people who have migrated to our country and are struggling because they're first gen. So there's a lot of cultural nuances, you know, that a therapist may have to keep in mind when talking about relationship building, when talking about how to implement boundaries or create healthy boundaries, when in their culture or part of their like customs and traditions, that was unheard of. That was not a thing. And so being mindful of, you know, we're not going to know any and everything, right? We can't go back to school and get another master's or doctorate in cultural humility on insert whatever culture or ethnicity that our client has, but we are willing to do the work, right? You are the expert on you. And so hoping that that person actually is open to receive that information and not make it about them. So I wanted to open up some questions or make room. I'll stop sharing just so I can help you.
Sonia's open for questions. If anybody has any, this is your time to speak up. If you need help, she knows how to do it. This is what she does every day. So if you feel unsafe this is the time to ask questions.
And I do want to reiterate something that I think Sue had said yesterday of what happened to you is not, will not be your fault. It never was and it never will be. And also to keep in mind that, as I said earlier, right, it starts with you. You are the person that starts your healing journey. You waiting for the person that caused that harm to help heal is not going to happen. You have to start, that is the process you have to start for yourself. Thank you, Dee. Yes, Natalie. Okay. Take your time. There we go. Okay. Okay, so the first question, let's see. Thank you. Let's see, I'm okay. Supporting someone in my life who's navigating the uncomfortability of interacting with or being in presence of an abuser in their family. How can we support those in our lives going through this? So a couple different ways. I think the question of understanding of what other family members are supportive of the person receiving said abuse or being like being at the hands of the abuser, right? Like how are they being protected in the family gatherings? is it being allowed to happen as far as like if it's emotional abuse or things being said to them in jest or derogatory, when in fact it's abusive. And so how are other members supporting, right? Are they afraid of the person, the abuser? Are they um, are they defending or standing up? So it's just kind of looking at, because there's strength in numbers. So if you're the only person that's supporting that person in that way, one, I can acknowledge for sure that that gets exhaustive and tiring. Also, if there's things that you are hosting, limiting who gets invited, right? So if you're not able to uninvite the abuser, the people who allow that behavior to happen at family gatherings, they are no longer invited, or you know, they're no longer a part of those gatherings or those situations. Other ways of supporting are some things I listed as far as like helping them find resources that they can look into. I would say if they're able to go to a library, libraries have like infinite resources. They're free, being able to sign up and go there and building up, those things to help them remove themselves from said abuser. Also, how does a survivor navigate those situations? Relating to my perspective on tools for exiting and removing yourself from an abuser. So for me, I think a lot of it. Oh, okay. Yeah. So I think one of the things, because I had the experience of meeting someone who was married to a narcissist. And so having gone through my journey of healing and going from victim to survivor, I get very protective and I'm like, I match energy. And so there was a situation that came up where I was talking to her on the phone and he was in the back, like interjecting in the conversation. And so I was like, oh, okay. And then, here's how you're wrong. But then also being mindful that I did not create a situation for her to basically get the brunt of his frustration because he was upset at me. So finding that balance. And I would say, depending on where you're located, helping them in reporting. Depending on which state they're in, because certain states are very strict when it comes to especially sexual abuse. Like Colorado, for example, they play no games with that. Whereas if you're in the southern states, that might be a little trickier to handle, like through the legal piece of that. But I think looking at like building strength, countering some of the things too that is being said, because with narcissism, right, there's that piece of isolation, the emotional piece, looking at the different ways in which that person is isolating them from family, from friends, financial isolation as well, or instability. And so helping them find ways that they can piece some of that back together and regain their independence, I think would be helpful. And also protecting yourself, whether that's through spiritual baths, like meditation, like making sure that, as you're taking on, because again, as I'm learning, right, I'm not just a healer through mental health services. I'm healing, I heal in other ways. And so I carry on other people's things. And so making sure that I'm balancing and putting the oxygen mask on myself first before I put it on to others. And so making sure you're balancing that too. But I'm definitely open as well to give my contact to if you want to have more conversations or discussions about that. So hopefully I answered what I could, Natalie.
I can definitely arrange that with Nally.
Oh, yeah, it is.
If that's something that she's
Yeah, which is unfortunate, but that's very true.
Well, thank you, my love. That was wonderful. I'm glad we learned a lot, um, especially about what therapists are mandated to do and report. And finding that out is really helpful because if you're choosing the therapy right, it needs to be right for you. Like Sonia said, she dipped when all her person heard was medication. Um, Remember, we have to take the power back when we advocate for our health. And we should be doing that in all ways, not just with therapists, but with all doctors. If one isn't doing what you need them to do, time to go. It's because that payment's coming out of your check, whether you use it or not. So you might as well find somebody who's worth it. So
Absolutely. And
thank you, my
you're very
love.
welcome. Yes. And really quick,
Oh,
ask them to document too.
absolutely. Absolutely. No worries. I won't activate your download yet. So, next up, guys, this lady here. This lady here is kicking ass and taking names. This lady here has done 5 weeks on her healing journey, and honey, I don't even know who she is, and I've known her 20 years. She has gone from friend, fellow, mom, neighborhood mom, to client, to closer friend and sister. Dion McKinney, I know she's nervous. Do you need me to stay down there with you?
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. I got you. So Dion is here sharing her story for the first time ever, and even her children don't know. And so, I'm so proud of you. I am so proud of you being here and doing this. So everybody surround Dion in love. You know how BBG events do. We surround everybody in love, be present, and listen to what she has to say because it's important. So would you like to introduce yourself?
Um, well, I am, as you said, I'm Dion. Originally from Brooklyn, and I hope everybody can hear me. I'm actually sitting in McDonald's right now, but I um I can get my family squared away. Um, and of course now everybody wants to call. I ain't getting no calls all day long. Thank you so much.
Hold on, I can't hear you. I'm gonna mute you. Not mute me. Okay, unmute now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, much better, much better. It's the phone call. It interrupts it. So go
Yeah.
ahead, darling.
So, like I said, I needed to heal for not just for myself, but to reconnect my family. We've been going through a lot the last couple of years, and it just seemed like it's compiled and compiled. And I needed to figure out a way to do this without going to jail. That's definitely probably where I was headed. Like, it was just really bad. So, um, I, had to figure out a way to reconnect myself. And I will say that though the time that I paperwork, though the time that I have been doing this hasn't been long, I can honestly say that it has helped. And I say that and I already started to tear up because yesterday was such a trying day. Um, I talked to UT about how, patience and how people just want to push the buttons and know how to just push it and push it and push it. But yesterday, just the deceit from a person and the backstabbing and the lies that was generated yesterday to it just was really overwhelming. And I really was reverting back to my old self. And my old self was saying, you know what? Burn all this down. Burn it down. Don't care who's here. Burn it. And I'm like, one, I don't look good in orange. It's just not my color. But besides that, um, some of the people in there, I care about some people. So I really couldn't do it. But again, I realized that people are not healed. They don't want to be healed. They're not trying to be healed. They would rather blame instead of taking accountability for their own
Yes.
actions. So
Yes.
instead of going off the deep end yesterday, I'm gonna watch this movie I'm going to do what I need to do. I'm going to make the phone calls I need to make. I'm going to clear my name because my dad always said, your name is all you got. So
Exactly.
I wanted to clear my name with the people that mattered to me, and everybody else, fuck it, whatever. You say
Right.
what you want, you do what you want, you feel how you want, you act how you want, you do whatever you want to do. I don't care. I know you're broken, and I wish somebody would hug you to pull the brokenness from you. I
Mhm.
won't be the one to do it. I can honestly tell you, they're not probably gonna go in your back if I hug you. So I'm not gonna. But at the end of the day, um, my journey started with my mom. I was 6 years old and found out that my mom was dying of cancer. Not that she had it and can get through it, but she was terminal. She was 30. She, had two kids, one 6, the other one 8, and just trying to live a life in Brooklyn.
Right.
Um, and it was just a situation where she was, when she found out, it was too late for them to do much of anything. So,
And that was the 70s, so the medical community was nowhere near as advanced as
oh
they are today.
heck no, because I'm sure she probably could have beat it if it was,
Exactly.
you
Exactly.
know, she probably could have beat it. But I realized then that my inner Deanna, my inner child, grew up overnight. Like I went from being the 6-year-old to only worried about the cartoons that was coming on, who got the TV first, and going outside. And then I had a concern with my brother, who was 2 years older than me, and my mom, who was left with us. Um, and it just took a whole different turn. And on top of that, my mom had a boyfriend at the time that she was dating who used me as her. So basically, he molested me because he couldn't get to her. And at 6, you don't understand. All you know is what they tell you. And
Exactly.
there was no communication. Like I couldn't talk to anyone to say, well, this is what's going on and this is what's hurting and this is what's bothering me. It was, if you say anything, you know, I'm going to hurt your family. So
Yes.
I did. So my journey is about speaking, saying the things that I was never allowed to say. I was never allowed to say. Um, no one knew, no one understood, no one, as far as what was transpiring, no one knew anything. No one said, come here, let me help you through this,
Hmm.
or come here, let me talk to you. No one said it because they were really kind of focused on my mom and what we do after.
Right.
Um, no one gave me an opportunity to speak. And then had the audacity when I was about 10 to see my predator, again, a prey. I'm not sure which one it is. Am I the prey? Yes, the
Predator.
predator.
Hmm.
To see him again at a place I would never expect to see him. Why are you at my godparents' house? Why are you here?
Right.
But I realized then you were looking for us
Hmm.
because you were afraid that something was going to get out. But besides that, you still had me under your control because when I walked through this woman's house, and she lived in a brownstone, so she was there 3 levels.
Yeah, 3
Her
levels.
kitchen, right? Her kitchen was downstairs in the bottom level. So when we came in after we got out the car, we came in her house. We came to the bottom. His
Hmm.
smell immediately hit me at the door, and literally got on her. So my
Mm.
grandma thinking, oh my gosh, she's just sick, lay her down. She's just like, oh no, no. Then this man had the audacity to ask me to come and sit on his lap. That's crazy that I just thought about that. I really, like, this just hit me
Wow.
just now. So it's like, there is no healing for it. There is no way, because I don't understand what's going on. So I can't understand how to heal from it.
Right.
Even now, I don't think my brother knows. I don't, and I said I was going to talk to him about it. But he's so goofy half the time that we start laughing, we get on the phone. So I don't even have a chance like to get in that moment of talking to him. But I said I was going to do it, as well as with my kids, and even with my oldest granddaughter, because I need her to understand there are people out here who prey on young women, young ladies who think that that nobody's going to love them, and I don't
Hmm.
want her to ever. I don't want her to ever think she has to accept that behavior because someone you thought cared about you took advantage.
Right.
I think that you know, we have to look at a situation of what if the thing that we've been wanting and waiting for um, only comes when we let go of the need for. So I had been holding on to so much anger for my mom. Like I was so angry. I was so angry at her. Like, why did you leave me? And then why did you leave me here with him? And then why did you do anything about what he was doing?
Right.
And I had to realize that I had to let that go in order for me to get the healing and
Mm-hmm.
in order for me to forgive the way I needed to forgive.
Mm-hmm.
It I'll be 55 in a couple of months. And I literally just 2 weeks ago, a week ago, is that what it was?
No, 5 weeks. You're 5 weeks. Oh, you just
Well, no,
remembered a week ago. Yeah, it was a week ago
when,
when
when we
you had
talked
that
about it,
memory. Mm-hmm.
I just at 50, let's say 55, I'm gonna own the 55. At 55, I just got to the point of being able to apologize and say, Mom, I'm sorry. Didn't want to be angry at you. I just didn't know what else to do with this. I didn't know where else to place this. Um, it, it's so hard to understand when you have no understanding, um, or
We had the
as to why.
Encyclopedia Britannica, a dictionary, and the library, and none of that discussed
And girl, if you didn't know how to
anything
use
that
those
we went through.
libraries, then you wasn't in the library. If you didn't know how to
Ex-
go through
ex-
that Rolodex, you weren't in
yeah,
the library.
but
So
not
yeah,
only
there was no.
that, the first acknowledgement of it was the color purple. That was the first time what was happening in our homes was ever acknowledged publicly.
Right. Yeah, that it came out of the attic because that's what we put it in the attic.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so now it's the journey of opening up that trunk and letting all that stuff out and taking all the blankets and pillows and cots and whatever else that's on top of that and letting it go. I will say this. I realize that forgiveness doesn't require me to trust the person that hurt me. It doesn't. I don't have to trust them whatsoever. Um, Forgiveness is helping me to remove the bitterness that I have and the poison that is giving me because I didn't forget or because I can't. So even with this situation yesterday, I have to forgive because I know, not that I don't think you know better. I think instead of you dealing with your own hurt, you chose this option. And I wasn't an option. I really was. But even with that, I know that I have to forget. Because if not, I feel the anger boiling back. I already feel the retaliation that I wanted, but I can't, and I know I should. How do you teach your kids that that's not an option? Retaliating against somebody is not an option when you are retaliating against somebody. You can't do it. And I know vengeance is not mine. I know the Lord has my vengeance. He's going to handle it way better than I could anyway. Um, I may not see it, but trust me, I'll know it's going to happen. Uh, I had to confront my giants. So this gentleman, this not even a gentleman, this predator, I had to confront him in my own mind, in my own heart. My mom, I had to confront her. My dad, uh, and him not being the dad I needed him to be, I had to confront him. And I actually talked to my dad before he died about what transpired, and I let him know, like, I was angry. You didn't save, and that was your
Mm-hmm.
job.
Right.
How do you save when you don't know somebody needs saving? And no, he didn't, because Granny didn't know, because my mom didn't
Right.
know.
Right.
So it's, there was no one to tell him, like, hey, she's hurting, she's hurt, she's being hurt. So he couldn't save him. And that was one thing my dad said before he passed. It was a matter of fact, I think I was like 24 when we had the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, as angry as I am right now, I'm so proud of the fact that you didn't retaliate, that you are learning to forgive, or trying to forgive, and that you forgive me for not saving you. He's like, but if I was there or if I knew about it, I'd have saved you, and I'd have proudly wore that. I'd have proudly
Mm-hmm.
wore that on and wouldn't even
Mm-hmm.
thought twice about it.
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of things that have been coming up since we've been in this 5-week process. There's a lot of things that I remember. There's a lot of things that that I know that I wanted to say, which has now brought me to the point of being able to talk to my son on a level that we've never talked. Even with the situation that him and I was just in not too long ago, our conversation is so much better. I see where the trauma that I went through has leaked into my children. And though I can't fix the trauma, I can apologize for my part in the trauma.
Right.
Because I didn't help myself. I now put it on them. And though I'm thinking I'm protecting my kids, I didn't protect them at all, especially my daughter. I didn't protect her at all. Even for all the protection I was trying to give, I didn't. Even through trying to be strong and, be strong Black women and, got to do the job of mom and dad and everybody else in the family. Yeah, my son didn't need, he needed somebody that was soft. And I didn't realize that until now. So we just started talking. And he's like, I understand what you were doing. I needed you to hug me and tell me it's going to be okay. He said the only time that you told me that was when I was locked. And you looked in my face and you said, don't worry about it. It's going to be okay. He said, that's the first time I've ever felt that you had my back. Like, even though I know you always did, it's the first time I felt, even yesterday, I called him, and was talking to him yesterday about the situation. He's like, there's no one or nothing on this earth at this point right now that can make me change my opinion. I know you're Superwoman, and I know you love your babies.
Yes.
I know you love them.
I know you did.
Right. He's like, so I don't care what anybody says. They're not going to change the woman that I know, the person that I see. He's like, I just want you to be better. That's it. I just want you to be better. I want to see that healed Deanna because I've never seen it before. I've always seen the stay strong Black woman, be independent, run the course, make it happen no matter what. He's like, I've always seen that. And I want to see your softer side. I know there's a softer side in there because we laugh and joke about everything to the point that, like, you're talking about, I'm going to pee on myself. You're laughing so hard. I know there's a softer side. So it's been a journey. It's been a real eye-opening journey. And like I said, I realized I've changed when the situation popped up and I didn't feel, though I thought about it, I didn't feel the need to get angry or to cuss or to make a scene or to whatever, to tear up shit. I didn't feel the need to do it. I made my decision, figured out what I needed to do, and okay, I'm going to do it. That's it. And I'm like, I'm good. It is what it is. They always say, be careful what you ask for because you just might get it. So I try to watch what I say.
Yeah.
I try to not speak in anger.
Right.
Because I know that comes faster than speaking in a positive
Exactly.
Side.
It manifests like, it seems like this because of the energy and the force that we put into it.
There you go.
So yeah, we gotta be careful what we say.
Exactly. And my dad's mom always said words have wings. Words have wings. You need to stop saying that. Words have wings. And I never understood it. When she said it, I was younger. And I'm like, yeah, okay, grandma, words got wings. But what she was telling me is you're putting this out in the atmosphere. And the atmosphere doesn't know whether you're joking or not. The atmosphere says, you said this, so I need to give you that, which you asked for. So instead of me, like I said, instead of me going completely off and just really reverting back to the old Dion, I shut up. I shut up. I didn't say where I didn't respond to any messages. I just shut up. You got, I just be quiet. I don't have, you're not worth that energy. you're not worth me getting upset.
No one
You're
is
not
worth that.
right. You're not worth me losing these 5 weeks because this 5 weeks is hard. I don't know anybody else. I don't know who anybody else is doing this. I really don't. But I'm sure you can contest to the fact that this is not easy. This is
No,
not digging up, unpacking that trunk, unloading the book bag, whatever it looks like. It's not easy. It's
it's
not. I
not.
didn't think it was going to be this hard. I honestly did not. But it's not easy. But what I'm seeing is, like you said, the change in my children. And though the devil is still trying, you know, the evil side of everything is still trying to get
Mm-hmm.
me sick with them. I see how my daughter, who I haven't spoke to, and I don't know, like literally spoke to. I mean, I don't mean like send a text or
Mm-hmm.
whatever. I'm talking about
Mm-hmm.
I actually spoke to. I haven't spoke to her in months. And like I said, she'll send me a text because her and I got accounts together and we pay stuff together.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
She'll do that, but there's no conversation. This last couple of days, I think I spoke to her every day. My baby is so broken. She is so, and I feel so bad because it shouldn't take what she's going through to bring her back to her mom. But she has to put her dog down tomorrow. And Harriet's been with her since she was 8. Amari's 20, she's 24.
Oh my God.
So when I say she's going through it, she's going through it. But I talk to her every day. I see, when she told me what was going on, I immediately stopped work and went to her. And she was at her friend's house, and I just held her, and she cried and cried and cried, and I'm like, we know that life is not forever, and that even goes for our pets. It's not forever. But
Mm-hmm.
Harry could have waited another year or two. Like, what are you doing right now, Harriet? Why are we doing this right now? But
But
something my son,
that's also because you're healing. The universe will throw little things in there at our children, and this isn't little, so I'm not diminishing her feelings or her journey. But when we begin to heal, things like I told you, they begin to heal. That umbilical cord, picture it as never being detached
mhm,
from our children. And we're healing, so that's now sending goodness into them. We both had to be broken before we healed. Both you and I hit that concrete pavement and broke and had to accept, okay, I'll go on my healing journey. I can't do this anymore. This this past 50, no, it can't be. So the divine will allow things to happen just so that, and in your case, she needed to see she needs you,
yeah,
but she needed to see different Neon than she did.
yeah, yeah. So I was able to get to her that day. That was last Thursday. Um, but she was like, "Mom, we're gonna put it down on Monday." And I said, "Now, if you don't mind me being there, I would like to be there. Don't want you going through this by yourself, even though I know your
Mhm.
friends are gonna be there. But Harry is my baby.
Right,
Harry's my walking partner. Like we
right,
walk
right.
3 miles all the time." Um, and what my son said yesterday was, "Mom, Harriet is the last piece of Granny," which I didn't even think about that. It didn't even dawn on me.
Mm,
I'm thinking about the kids because Zai was 2 when Harriet was.
right,
So Zai
right.
grew up with Harriet. And then
Oh,
Carter and
wow.
Four.
So that's the same. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
yeah.
Oh.
So Carter and Four went and saw, and said goodbye to Harriet yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
and that was very emotional. But what I found out was that um, their mom, uh, we haven't spoken to them since July. Their
Mm-hmm.
when she brought her to the house brought the kids to the house. Her and Amari had a chance to talk and really kind of like have a conversation. And she's like, that's the longest I've talked to Amari since before July. Because this is the stuff that like we've been going through so much. And it stems from other people just trying to break up the Three Musketeers. And I'm like, why? Why? We're not stopping you from doing anything in your life. Why do you feel you need to break this? And then, of course, my son following suit because he's a ding dong. But he's a man, and I totally understand. And he needs a place to stay. And he's got to make sure he covers his boundaries because he has to have a place
Right.
to stay. So,
Right.
but she even reached out to him. She texted the other baby mama and him and told him about Harriet. And so he found that yesterday, and he was like,
Mhm.
when I found out I was broke. Mom, like that's my niece. Like Harriet is my niece, and that's all we
Mhm.
ever say. Go get your niece and go hang out with your niece or whatever. He said, I thought Amari didn't want me there, but I didn't realize she had my own number in her phone. She doesn't have my new number because they
Mhm.
haven't even been speaking, so she never had his new
Right.
number. So she was
Right.
like, it clicked to me that she texted me. Well, his wife told him that she texted both of us at the same time. Your number is not the right number.
Mhm.
So she doesn't have your new number. So he was like, she really did want me to know. And she was like, yeah, she's broken. Like Harriet is her baby.
Right.
So
Right.
I'm gonna go out there tomorrow, and be with her tomorrow. But every day I've reached out and she's like, Mom, I'm gonna go dark because as the time moves closer, like this is getting harder and harder for me to deal with on my own. Um, I'm afraid that she's gonna revert to something to keep her mellow. So you know what these young kids do. They drink, they do
Yes.
gummies, they do whatever. But
Yes.
because she's on her own mental medication,
Mhm.
I don't want her to do that, but I can't make her not. I can't. And her dad's side of the family are alcoholic. I don't that I know that's something that could be passed. So I
It
don't want to
it
fall in.
can, but this is her journey. And as hard as it is to watch, our kids have their own journey. And we have to be a bystander. This is where we remove the mom title, like we talked about in our first session. And we
Mm,
step back, and as hard as it is, just like our actions, right, have had consequences. You've been privy to mine. You guys, Dion was there for me when I was at rock bottom. We ran into each other at a college graduation
yeah.
at Georgia State University, which is huge. Okay. I was getting out of my Uber, happened to catch a glimpse. And this is when my daughter said, you can come, but you can't sit with us. And you have to leave after I cross the stage. We've raised our kids like they grew up bouncing from house to house. Okay. They bounced to everybody's house. Whoever had food and video games, they were there. Okay. Whoever had the biggest backyard in the summertime, they were there. And the comfort that she brought me on one of the most painful days of my life.
And I wasn't even there for my kid. I was there
No,
for somebody else's. It
no,
was my daughter's best friend's graduation. So my daughter had graduated the week before from KSU.
exactly.
So had I not gone,
Exactly.
can you imagine where I don't even want to think about that. Had I not gone, had I not
So,
gone.
yes, we came back into each other's life that day, and um, she has a front row view to what's happened between me and my children, and called me. Just met me. Can you talk? Of course. And even with the situations that she's going through, and they're not easy at all. They're not easy. You see how she showed up today to tell you her story? You see how brave she is, how courageous she is. Do you know what it took to drag those those bricks out of her backpack? Because the only way they were coming out is because I was psychic. That's it. That's how I knew how to draw it out of her. That's it. She was keeping, look, they were staying back there. What do you mean we got to unpack the trunk? Goddess, what do you, what? Hmm? She knows me as Tawanka, but it's all good. What do you mean we're unpacking? I don't want to,
Yeah.
it's fine where it is. It's in a little space and it's in
It's
the
minding its
corner and there's
business. It's
dust
not messing
and
with nobody.
concrete over it. But she did it. And so my point here is you met women who are across that line of their healing journey. Yes, we come up every once in a while. There's something that comes up and we don't know how to react to it. So you're never fully healed. You can heal the shit that hurt you, and then you learn how to respond differently, which is what she's doing. She's putting it into practice. Look, she be cussing me out driving around Atlanta. She sends me voice notes of I'm cussing you out right now. But she's doing it. And
Yep.
she shows up. Every Saturday, she shows up. No matter how painful I tell her next Saturday is going to be, she shows up. And the point is, we may never fully heal, and that's okay. But you have to keep showing
I'm
up
good. How are you?
you because you're worth it. She's worth it. So she shows up. And even when we believe we're worthless, even when we believe we have things to be ashamed of, we have to hide things, all of that, still show up for you. If you make the appointment, still show up for you because you are worth it. You are worth it. When nobody else shows up for us, we show up for ourselves. And you finally get to a space in your healing journey where you realize, okay, you don't have to show up for me, but I'm gonna show up for me. I'm present and accounted for. I'm here. I might, dip or go to the side, but I'm here. I might be broken, battered, and bruised, but I'm here.
Yes.
Show up for you. And you're doing that. I'm so proud.
Yeah, that's literally the only way that you can get through it. Because at the end of the day, if I don't have my back, I know nobody else does. I can say that. I have been in situations where I've given everything that I've got, and even that wasn't good enough. So yeah, it's time. And it felt so good to I've had the thought, and I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Because I can honestly tell you, the old me, oh, I'd have tore everything up. Yeah,
Mhm.
I'd have tore everything. You don't have to call the police. Now you're gonna have to call the police. Now we both gonna be out here looking stupid. Because again, you're gonna have to call the police. And I said, you know what? I had to realize what it was worth. I
Mhm.
thought about, is this gonna affect the the walk that I'm walking? Is this and I know it does. I know it sets me 20 weeks back, not even 5. It's gonna
Mhm.
set me 20 weeks back. Because now
Mhm.
I'm gonna be angry. The fact that you had to call the police, I'm gonna be angry because you made me have to tear. I was gonna be angry for all of that, and that's pointless. So I had to realize all of this. I had to let it go. Okay, you got it. You got it. You got it. You got it. At the end of the day, my revenge is gonna be nothing compared to what you get because you can't treat people like that and expect to get good. And you're only doing it from your own hurt.
Exactly.
And I didn't hurt
Exactly.
you. I'm not.
Mhm.
I'm not that important to you to hurt. We're not dating. You're not my partner. You're not my kid. You're not my anything. We're not. Yeah. Whatever I do, as long as it's not affecting anybody, it shouldn't matter what. And
Exactly.
then that's where I look at it. So I realized then that if I went back to old me, or if I even, and that's what kept playing. The old you is coming up. She right there. She right here, girl. She right here. Just let it go. Just let it go. And I kept, and I just kept swatting. Girl, I done went to a whole 2 thing of Pepsi. I don't even drink Pepsi. I'm gonna stop drinking Pepsi because it's not good for you. I down pet the whole thing of Pepsi, and I'm like, it's sitting in my throat. So yeah, I need to figure this out. And I mean, I lit my candle. I said, you guys, universe, whatever it is that you want me to do, whatever it is you feel that I need to do, how you doing? Feel that I need to do, whatever it is that you have for me, I'll take it. I'll take it because I don't know. I can't keep doing this. I can't keep putting
No,
myself
ma'am.
out there for people, and
Exactly.
in return, you're gonna crap on me. Like that's not how it
Exactly.
works. So I
But
realized then.
so you got to a special space yesterday, then.
So
You
don't go to
got
jail.
to that surrender point.
Mm,
Remember, I
wow.
told you when I laid on the floor and said, Ancestors, I surrender. I can't take this anymore. I'm done. I've had enough. I surrender. And you got to that space.
You know what? I can't stand you. Stop it. Cut it out. Cut it all the way out. Oh. Okay, do me a
You-
favor. Just tell me what the next 5 steps are so I can be prepared. This is annoying.
No, 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 no. This journey is not about, okay, I want to be, no, we're not jumping over steps, but you got
So
to that
no
surrender
shortcut.
space.
Yeah.
That's huge. That means you have finally released control of the wheel officially. Now your mom can act on your behalf. Now Granny can act on your behalf. All the folks, I can't tell you the others yet. All the folks that are standing around you, beside you, were like, yes, she finally got here. We don't have to be like, hey, Dion, wait, where are you going? Come here. I'm trying to, Dion, wait, hold on. No, she's off doing that now. We can't intervene because this person got to her and she set herself back 20 weeks.
And I
Now
think that was
your
the biggest thing is
spirit
that, oh my God,
team.
you can set back 20 weeks. I'm not doing 20 new weeks. I can't do that. I'd be in the loony bin if I had to do 20 new weeks. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no.
Diana, that's bestie. Diana said, I'm so proud of you, Dion. I'm glad I'm not the only one she holds secrets for. Down,
Okay,
down.
we're gonna figure out how to get you to release the secrets because this is not working. Like, come
It
on.
ain't happening. Look. Mm-mm. You look, nobody is worth the wrath of the
Yeah,
divine in my spirits. Mm-mm. When Mama Lorraine says shut up,
that's and I respect that.
mm-mm,
I respect that for sure.
mm-mm.
But
But
come on now. Like what?
look, I'm a vault, okay? I'm a vault. But I am a vault who's very proud of you. And as a woman who raised her children beside yours, as a woman who your son would come and he would say, Mama, you give the best hugs. Mama T, you give the best hugs. And I'd be stepping over them. They'd be rolled up like sausages in blankets. I didn't know who was at my house until they got up. I could kind of gauge by size and body shape who was rolled up in a blanket, but
That they
I
stay rolled
honor
up in those
you.
places. Crazy to me. Isn't
I
it?
honor you. You have done such a good job, and I'm proud of you. And you should be proud of you. Little Dion is like, she did
Yeah.
it. She did
You,
it.
you know what little Dion is excited for? When I talked to Antoine yesterday, I said, Georgia has now dropped the zoo entrance fee from whatever
Hmm.
$1 million they wanted. If
Hmm.
you have
Yeah, it was like
if you get
60
food
bucks when I was there.
yeah, well if you get food stamps, you have your SNAP card, you can get it for
Hmm.
$6 and you can take 6 people in with at that price.
Ooh.
So I'm like, I'm getting my grandbabies. We're going to the zoo. When I tell you little Dion jumped up and down, when I saw that $6, we jumped up and down. And I'm like, yeah, we're getting the kids. So hopefully Memorial Day weekend, we'll be headed to the zoo. and I'm
That is
excited.
awesome.
Yeah,
That is
I haven't seen.
awesome.
I haven't had time with my baby since July, and I think it's time. Like
Yeah.
I need to get my hands on my babies and give the hugs and kisses and the me all
Yes.
day long.
Yes.
Um,
I love
and
that.
I'm trying to get Zai ready and try to get her ready for Spelman and off to be with her mom so she can get a few weeks in before she goes off
Gosh,
to Spelman.
I can't, God, I still have the photos of her,
Yeah,
me
I need,
holding
you know what?
her.
Send me a copy because I think what I want to do is make her a quilt, have a quilt
Mm-hmm.
made with
Mm-hmm.
different t-shirts she likes and pictures of her.
Okay.
So yeah, I
I'll
definitely want
find
to
them
do
and send them. But yeah, I still have pictures of me holding her as a baby. Like it's crazy. And the kids grow up, right? It's not like
that. Yeah,
we don't know the kids grow up, but it's like, damn, they're grown up.
yeah, yeah, right before our eyes.
I remember when Monique said, "Mom, my friend had a baby," and I'm like, "Yo, who had a what?" Because you're only 16,
Yeah,
so how old is this friend? And I've been in love with little pudgy cheeks since then.
yeah. Now
Um,
she's just a bigger pudgy cheeks. That's all.
it's all good. She'll always be little pudgy cheeks.
Yeah,
But that is amazing. That is amazing. So Miss
yeah. So
Pam
yeah,
said she's so happy for you. Dee said, Diana said, bribery doesn't work with Mama Lorraine, trust me.
yeah. It don't at all. And it's funny because I was trying to talk to her yesterday because I'm like, okay, you seem to have this all in control somewhere. I need to know what is going on, what's really going. Yeah, yeah. They're not telling nobody. It's
Or no,
fine.
no, no. They're telling someone
They ain't telling me. I need to know.
that part. That part. They're telling someone, just
Yeah,
not that part.
yeah. I
So,
need to know. Um,
but
what
I'm
I want everyone to understand is this too. Um, if your past is echoing in your present, um, if you're still carrying around shame and guilt and labels that somebody else gave you that you didn't give yourself, um, we're now at that time where we have to let that go. We can't be rooted in our shame and our guilt and our labels. We can't be rooted. We have to cut that tree down, pull those roots up, and
mhm,
understand that we are not the root. We're not that. No, that's not
mhm,
what you were put on this earth to be. So all those negative words and all those things that people say about you, you really have to let it go. You have to let it go. I'm at the point now. I've always been at the point. If you talk to me, you talk to me. If you don't, you don't. I don't care, and
mhm,
I don't care. I don't. That's just one less person I have to fake the funk with. I don't. I don't really care. But clearly, it, everybody's not like that. Everybody definitely is not like that. I used to let the names that people would call me. I used to let all of that bother me to the point that I was starving myself because people said I was overweight, or I was dumbing myself down because people always, oh, you're a Virgo, always got to be right, you always trying to be perfect. I was like really tossing myself crazy trying to be what everybody wanted me to be because everybody had their names and labels and shame, and then having to live with the shame and the guilt and trying to get away from that. Like I have now, this journey has me chopping this tree. I'm eventually going to chop it all the way down. I'm almost, so my roots are going to be bare and it's going to be wide open and I'm going to be able to dig the roots up and plant a whole new tree. One that labels and I gave myself. And the first one will be healed. I'm healed. You cannot affect me anymore. What you do to me, what you say to me, what you think you're doing to me, you're not going to affect me anymore. I'm healed. I'm so healed. So, at this point, yeah, do what you want to do. I don't even care anymore. I don't. I know I have to survive for me. But now that I see what I'm doing is changing my kids, I have to continue doing it because I want them.
yes,
I want them better. And I want this to be a trickle down effect for my grandkids. My oldest granddaughter, the babies. I want them to see that we may have been on the thinnest rope possible
Mhm.
months ago, years ago. Our rope now is going to be so strong. It will definitely be
Exactly.
that tricord rope where you can't get through it. You just can't do it. And I need them to see. So we as women, we have to understand those names and labels that everybody has given us and made us feel like crap all the time and less than who we are and um, dumbing our own selves down. We can't do that. We can't accept that. We can't. So we have to figure out how to release it, how to chop that tree down and not be the root.
Exactly. You said it well, my friend. You said it well. Um, I just can't tell you how proud I am of you and
Thank you.
how grateful I am that the divine brought us back together and we're gonna be stronger than ever, girl, stronger than ever. And I thank you again. And I will always thank you for being there for one of the hardest days of my life. You weren't hardcore Dion that day. You were a mother who saw a mother in pain.
Oh yeah, and
And
that hurt me, and I was so angry for you. And see, that's the part. I need to stop getting immediately getting angry, but I was so angry for you. Like I really was so angry for you. That's so not fair. That was so not fair to me. Like just seeing it on my side, I thought it was just so not fair. I wish my child would. You
no, we were already in the separated space, so I had to honor what she said. Um, but I thank you again for
yeah,
being there.
yes,
I couldn't have gotten through that without you. So the divine knows what they're doing. Um, when we get out the way, the key is for us to get out the way, right?
yeah,
So
yes, that's
thank
it
you,
right there. Get
darling.
out my own way. Yes, you're right. You're definitely right.
Thank you
Definitely
so
right.
much. Thank you for
You're so
speaking.
welcome.
Thank you for telling your truth. Thank you for standing in your power yesterday and not giving it away.
Yeah,
That's huge.
and that's like it. Yeah, that is huge. Yeah,
That's
especially
huge.
coming from us Brooklyn girls, that is so huge. Because
See,
earrings was popping.
they know goddess. They don't, TK. They know goddess.
Yeah, yeah. I had the Vaseline open and everything. I'm getting ready, ready.
Exactly.
I'm
My
ready.
cover's gonna be
Go.
blown. Yeah,
Let's
Brooklyn girls, we
go.
don't we don't take too kindly to disrespect. I just cover
No, don't do that.
with a smile. But thank
Yeah,
you.
don't do. You are so welcome. Everybody have a great rest of your day. I love you. And
I love
next
you.
Saturday,
Yeah, if you didn't want to chat before then, it won't be today, but if you need to talk when you get home one day this week, just let me know.
I definitely will. And I probably
Okay.
do. But I need to get through tomorrow with Amari before
Yes.
I do
Yes.
anything else. I didn't get to see Mariah yesterday because
She
of everything that
didn't
was going.
come on. There was an event that happened with her and yeah, she's home resting now.
Okay, okay, good. Then I don't feel bad because I really did want to see her, but everything that
Yeah.
went on yesterday, there was when I realized it, it was after 5, and I'm like, oh, so yeah,
You got to take
okay,
care of you. You first, always. All
all right,
right,
love
my
that. I
love.
will catch up with you soon.
Okay. Thank
All right,
you.
bye. You're
Bye-bye.
welcome.
This damn Zoom thing. So guys, I had Dion come because I wanted you to see what the work looks like when we begin our healing journey. It's not pretty. And as she admitted, she sends me voicemails where she's like, "You're right, and I don't like it. You're right, and I don't like it." So coming up next, the beautiful, amazing Dawn Jackson. Wait, no, Sue Bradley is coming up next. Sorry. My eyes skipped. I'm tired. It's been 3 days and your girl's eyes are all over the place. But hello, fabulous. How are you? You're on mute, love.
good, but I have no idea why Josie Laporto Freeborn is on my
We
name.
figured it out. We don't like this version of Zoom.
Okay.
And hold on, let me see if I can change it. But if not, this is Sue Bradley. And yeah, this version of Zoom is not friendly. I don't like it.
Okay.
Won't be purchasing again. And it changed it. Hold on a second. Rename. See, it changed it on the name, but it won't change it on the name tag. So this is Sue Bradley, not Josie. We heard from Josie on Friday. She is off with her family. Welcome, Sue. Thank you so much.
Well, so I just joined. Are we just jumping in and going for it?
Yep, we're jumping in the pool with both feet unless you need me to ask questions or help guide you.
Nope, I'm good. I'm ready to go. I would just say, howdy, y'all. Hello from Texas. How y'all feeling? Yeah. Are you feeling expanded or contracted? Expanded or contracted? Well, I tell you, my prayer for us today, that after these next minutes that we are together, that you will be feeling a little more expanded, in your understanding of yourself, the body that you live in, and the mind and the emotions that shape your life. And I pray for your heart and your mind, a new perspective and a desire to transform the pain that you've been living in. So the title of my talk is The Energy of Life, Transforming Pain into Power and Purpose, and learning to live beyond the trauma. So what if this pain that we've been carrying all these years isn't meant to break us, but to awaken us? That's a different perspective, isn't it? Well, studies show that trauma lives in the body as energy until we learn how to release and transform it. But what does that really mean? Well, we're just going to talk about that very subject. The law of conservation of energy in physics, I have to tell you that I love science, but it states that energy is neither created nor destroyed. It only changes form. So if that's true, then the energy of our trauma doesn't just disappear. It remains with us, shaping our thoughts and our emotions and our experiences. And they become these unfinished patterns of energy in our field, and sometimes feel like we're living life in a very contracted and small space. But here's the key. We have the power to change it. Yes. We can change that physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual pain that we've been experiencing into our superpower, into wisdom, into resilience, and clear space in our being to allow the light through that was always meant to shine through us. You can become the most powerful version of you. And in these next few minutes together, you're going to receive information and inspiration, integration and transformation as you learn about the energy of life and how to transform your pain into your superpower and live in your purpose. So let's start with the idea that we are both human and divine. A human body with a personality, life experiences, and a sacred soul spirit. I've heard it said that we're a spiritual being having a human experience. And this work is to clear our experience of the pain from our human aspect. Actually, as we do that, make space for our divine sacred light to illuminate and co-create our human experience. And when we do this, we don't just survive this life, we thrive. We fulfill our divine purpose through the human experience. So I created a personal energy assessment tool to help you start identifying where your energy is out of whack. So stay tuned to the end of this talk and I'll share with you how to get that. If you've ever felt stuck, ashamed, like something's holding you back, you're in the right place. I see you. I honor you. And I've been where you are. The truth is, you don't have to live in that stuck place anymore. You can shift the energy that's holding you back from your greatness, and I'll show you how. Today, I'll share with you a powerful start to your transformation. So please let me introduce myself. My name is Sue Bradley, and I've been involved in the healing profession for nearly 50 years as a nurse, massage therapist, and a spiritual life coach. I've been studying and teaching about the body-mind spirit connection for 30 plus years and facilitating personal transformation and healing for women like you who are ready to reclaim their power. My work is about supporting you to clear the pain of the past so that you can step into the life that you were born to live. So right now, I am truly living my best life. I have to pinch myself sometimes to just make sure that this is real, but I am having the time of my life, living in joy and abundance. I have great relationships. I share amazing transformational work with clients, and my own life experience is rich and fulfilling. I am living my life on and in my purpose. And it's been a journey to get here. I didn't always have the clarity or the understanding about the power of the energy of life. In fact, for years, I carried my own pain and trauma without realizing how it was shaping my life. This is how I discovered the connection and the relationship between the energies of this life. So just a few years ago, I went to my physician for a wellness check. I had lived without health insurance for most of my adult life, so wellness is very important to me. I had my routine blood work done, and on the day of the office visit to discuss all the results, my doctor took a pause after reviewing the blood work. Oh my goodness, she's such a kind soul. And she looked at me and she said, I have some concerns about your kidneys. And I looked at her and I said, what's wrong? She told me that there had been a decrease in the function of my kidneys. Well, I was in shock. Those background voices started up. There's something wrong with my body. There's something wrong with my kidneys. There's something wrong with me. I'm going to die. This just can't be right. Well, I didn't hear much more of her conversation over the next few moments, but I took a breath. Okay, there's something wrong with my kidneys. What do I need to do? Well, we had a discussion about what might be a cause, and we landed on my overuse of ibuprofen to manage chronic physical pain that I'd been experiencing for years and years. And I was now at a crossroad. I had to decide between kidney function and disease or my turn and face my pain. Well, I plan to live to be 105. So my new direction was recovering my health and learning about the cause of my pain. I was now choosing to turn toward my pain with curiosity and see what it was trying to tell me. I began to apply all the knowledge that I was learning about energy. And I started with assessing my own personal energy in these 4 aspects of my being: on the physical plane, the mental plane, the emotional plane, and the spiritual plane. And in this exploration of my own personal energy, I discovered that the chronic physical pain that I had been experiencing all those years was due to unresolved and unprocessed emotional pain related to a sexual assault that occurred when I was 13 years old. So I embarked on a conscious, transformational healing journey. And little by little, I have recovered and reclaimed my energy in these 4 areas. From my own transformational experience, I created this personal energy assessment tool to support your journey, and I'll share that with you in just a little bit. Now, you may not have been diagnosed with a chronic health issue or experienced physical violation, but how many of you have experienced the feeling of your power being taken from you? The closing of your heart. I see you, Tawana. And maybe felt lost or shut down emotionally. You're not alone in these experiences. 70% of women have been traumatized, shut down, silenced, hurt in some form or another. 50% of the population will experience at least one traumatic event in their lifetime, and women are twice as likely as men to develop PTSD in response to trauma. I'm taking a stand today that every woman can be entitled to feel safe in her body, trust in her voice, and live from an open heart and fulfill her sacred purpose in her lifetime. We are claiming our power right now. And this is why I'm committed to the work that I do, because I know what's possible when one shifts one's energy. Life transforms. We don't have to continue to live like we've been living. We have a choice. So let's get you started on your own conscious transformational journey from your pain to your power. And let's just start with a basic understanding of energy, the energy of life. Life is all energy. Everything that we see, do, eat, think, even our very heartbeat and breath are energy in motion. And as I mentioned in the opening of this talk, the law of conservation from physics says that energy is not created nor destroyed. It only changes form. So this means that we have the power to change it. So we're all energetic beings. We're both human and divine. And as an energetic being, we have these 4 aspects. We have a physical aspect, a mental aspect, an emotional aspect, and a spiritual aspect. And everything that we experience, every emotion, every trauma, every joy, has an energetic imprint. And if we don't process an experience, that energy doesn't just disappear. It gets stuck in our muscles, in our organs, in our nervous system. It becomes tension. It becomes illness, exhaustion, and sometimes limiting beliefs. It's like this low frequency that we carry many times in our unconscious mind, shaping how we see ourselves, how we interact with the world, and even how we make decisions. So let's talk a little bit about pain. What is pain? Well, these pains that we experience come in many forms and manifest in many ways in our life experience. The experience of pain all happens in our brain. The information from the outside world comes into our inside world via the nervous system. And the brain processes the information and stores it in the body. Now, we're talking in this share about transforming pain into power and purpose to live beyond the trauma. And this is where the transformation begins, with our awareness. So consider for a moment the idea of prayer and forgiveness. These are both examples of energy transformation. When we pray, we're sometimes asking for a change in a situation. We want the energy of that situation to change. Forgiveness is a process of transforming energy. So I invite you right now to just recall to your mind a particular event or an interaction with another human that left you feeling maybe less than wonderful. Don't choose the most painful thing, please. But what was the pain that you experienced? Can you identify the full impact that it had on you? And have you been able to process and release that energy? As you remember the encounter and bring to your awareness the different aspects of your being, how did you experience it? I'll share an example to illustrate. When I learned of my kidney damage and chose to stop the ibuprofen and turn towards my pain to learn what it was trying to tell me, I started to tune into and become aware of the physical pain, allowing my brain to fully experience. So this led me to discover my emotional pain of anger and rage. And these emotions led me to discover the mental pain of blame and guilt and shame. And these human pains were responsible for dampening my spiritual life and my presence in the world. I was playing so small many times, not even showing up to participate because of all the pain. So when this painful energy is released, it no longer has a hold on you or your ability to live fully in the now and live the life with an open heart. This is how the aspects are all related, and that personal energy assessment tool will help you begin to connect the dots. So why do you even want this? I mean, why would you bother? We want to do it for better relationships with ourselves and with others. You can become conscious of your own personal energy and shift that stuck and painful energy into the flow of life. This is also for you to make your conscious, intentional choice for your life in the now and live on purpose. This is an opportunity to free yourself from the things that have been holding you back in that painful, stuck pattern. It's time for you to release your beautiful soul to live into a life that has meaning. Okay, you've been listening to me talk about energy and how it manifests in our life. If you've been struggling with a repetitive pattern of resistance that's blocking you from your goals or recurring feelings of dissatisfaction that life is just not what you want it to be, please know that you are not alone. There are so many of us women who are struggling with the same issue. And the great news that I want to share with you is that there is a solution, a way out of this life challenge. And you don't have to carry this pain any longer by yourself. You are meant for more. So if what I've shared today resonates with you, I invite you to take the next step. One of my clients was struggling with her relationship with her aging father. She had so much anxiety when he would call her or text her. And we worked together to discover where her original traumatic childhood experience occurred. She was able to process the pain experience and gain her power and bring it forward into her now. And she has a successful plan of action that she uses to regulate her own personal energy when she engages with her father. She stays balanced and clear when she's in relationship with her dad. And you can have this kind of empowerment and success too. When we want to get to a goal and we know our end point, we need to look at where are we beginning our journey so that we know where we're starting from. So to support you on your journey, I am going to share a transformational resource, a tool designed to guide you in reclaiming your energy and stepping into your purpose. And it's the personal energy assessment tool, and it'll help you identify where you are currently with your energy in the 4 aspects of your being, your physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual. And you'll be able to see where you are in deficit, and where you may be in excess, which was so surprising to me to look at myself and go, that's excess? So this is a really great tool to get you started on your own conscious journey to transforming your life, to be what you want it to be. And sometimes we don't realize just how much energy we're carrying until we see it mapped out in front of us. So with this personal energy assessment tool, you'll be taking that step to creating the path to fulfill your unique purpose in this world. You will be on purpose and in purpose. Okay. So remember, this is your life. You now get to choose how you want to live it. You get to choose what you're going to do with your personal energy, and you get to choose to live beyond the trauma. So know where you're starting from and then make a plan for where you want to go. So let's get you on your path towards the beautiful life that you want to be living, free of the pain and on purpose. Okay, so let's bring this full circle. Earlier, I asked y'all, how y'all doing? I hope that you feel just a little bit more expanded with a new perspective, a new ray of hope, and first steps towards change. You know that energy is never destroyed. It only changes form. And the pain that you've been carrying, it's not your ending. It's your beginning. And today you have a choice to shift, a choice to see your pain in a new way, because you don't have to live like this anymore. You were meant for so much more. So I leave you with this quote from Carl Jung. I'm not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become. The journey begins the moment that you choose yourself. So the fire within, let the journey begin. Thank you so much, Tawana, for your creating this beautiful container where we can come together as women and we can say, I don't want to live like this anymore. And we are finding women who are in alignment with our desires to bring in that divine into this human experience. And so thank you so much for opening up and all that it's taken from you to hold this container. I do the same thing, and I know what it has taken and required of you. And so my gratitude towards you for wanting this for the women of the world, and for giving me the opportunity to step into the circle and participate. I am ever so grateful for you. So thank you, thank you, thank you. All the
You are
women.
beyond welcome. I thank you for being here. I love how you intertwined divine feminine energy words. I heard them all. Flow and ease and grace and receive and expand and all of those beautiful divine feminine energy words. I love, love, love that. And what some of you are not aware of is until you tap into that divine feminine energy, the divine will not give you your abundance. We only receive that abundance through being open and tapped into our divine feminine energy. Like Sue said, when we're in survival mode, it doesn't happen. It's not going to happen with us doing more and working more. It's ease and grace and flow and openness and receiving. So I love, love, love that you use those words, because they are so important for our women to know that no, doing more will not get us more. Being, all we have to do as women is be. That's it. We are the only portals between the other realms and this land. So thank you for being here. Thank you for stepping in. Thank you for that magnificent presentation on how to attract the life that we want. It was amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Appreciate you. And if anybody wants to be in touch with me, how would they do that? Do
Go
we know?
ahead, darling. Yes, you can send me the information and I will put it up on the website. Your photo and your bio is there, and there's a button underneath it where I can attach your website link. So just send me whatever you want them to have, and it's going to go out Tuesday morning to the participants.
Perfect. All right. Well, it'll be the personal assessment tool that I talked about.
Awesome.
And so that there can be, and there'll be information about how to contact me then from there. But the tool is something that you can get started. It's free. It's a gift. Just go look and see, because the things that you were talking about, having that flow of the divine, our traumas and our injuries that happen in this human experience are the things that block that flow. And as we
Yes.
do our work to release that energy that's in the flow, that's obstructing our flow, which is what you talked about, the abundance, the infinite abundance that wants to come. But if we are resisting and blocking it by our carrying our personal pain, then that's where our work is. And when we start aligning with women who can help us release and help us, by standing in the gap, that's what's
Yeah.
going to help us transform and open to this abundance that wants to come our way and flow into our life. But we have to do our part to
We
open,
do.
and expand.
Oh, I could talk to you forever. I could talk to you forever. I'm just loving this. Like, even the imagery is sacred geometry. Even if you guys don't know, even what she's doing with her hands is
Yeah.
sacred geometry and healing. So, oh, I could talk to you all day. I have chills. I have chills.
I know.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Many
Thank
blessings.
you. Mwah. You
Love.
too, darling. Bye-bye. So now we have my friend. She is such a sweetheart. We are co-authored in a book together, and she is an amazing, amazing being. So welcoming Dawn Jackson, and y'all just have to listen to her to find out how great she is. I'm not going to spill the beans.
Thank you, Tawana. I am so honored to be here today with all of you amazing, beautiful souls. And I want to honor you for being brave and having the courage to show up for yourself. Because when we're talking about these things that have broken our heart, it's hard to be present. It's hard to listen to other people speak about their experience because it brings up stuff for us. And so I just want to hold a sacred space for you today and honor each one of you, all the speakers, all the attendees, because it's huge that you chose to be here for yourself today and for all these other women around you. So, Tawana, thank you so much for creating this space. And like I said, I'm honored to be here today. I have been a nurse for 30 years. I've been a grief recovery specialist for 10 years. And combining those two, I have seen the devastating impact that abuse has had on women's well-being, their physical well-being, their emotional, their mental, their spiritual well-being, and it's heartbreaking. And so it's wonderful to have people like all of you that have come together and decided to share your story and help create a different future for everyone. Because like Sue said, you're not what happened to you. That's your story from the past, but you get to create the story for your future. And that's why we are all here today. So thank you again. I'm going to start a little bit with my story so you can see where I started and where I am today. So at the age of 15 is when the abuse started in my life. I grew up in a home with alcohol. My dad was an alcoholic, but my parents divorced when I was 3 years old. However, my mom went on to marry another alcoholic. And during my adolescent years, I was pretty impressionable. And I found that I kept myself really small because, like many of you know who grew up with addiction in your family, you don't want any more problems in the house. So you keep silent, you stay small, you keep to yourself because you're already experiencing so much trauma from watching things that are going on in the household. Like, is this person going to come home drunk? Is this person going to come home high? Are we going to get a call that they're in jail? Is there going to be an argument between my parents tonight? And so I wasn't seen because I didn't allow myself to be seen because I didn't want to experience anything worse than I was already experiencing. So when I entered high school, I was that girl in the room that I was a good student. I never got in trouble, but I was quiet. And I remember as a sophomore, I was in a class and this boy who was 18 developed an interest in me. And first it was he needed someone to help him with his schoolwork. But then as time went on, it was a romantic interest. And for me, being unseen at home, this was wonderful. I was on top of the world. It was somebody paying attention to me and wanting to spend time with me. And so we started dating. And at first, things seemed okay. But as time went on, I noticed that he had quite a temper. And I kind of was curious about that, but I thought, well, it can't be that bad. And so we kept dating. And the first big thing that happened was prom. So I was a sophomore, and at that time, you could not go to prom when you were a sophomore unless you were invited by a senior. So when he invited me, I was so excited. It was like, oh my gosh, I get to go with a senior to the prom. And so I had a lot of hope for our relationship. And I remember we went to the prom and we had a good time. And then afterwards, we spent some time at the beach. And we were in his truck, and he became increasingly, he was putting pressure on me to have sex with him because we hadn't engaged in that yet. And I didn't want to. And he was getting angry and angrier and angrier and angrier until finally I just gave up because I was getting to the point that I was worrying about my own life. And I had to decide, am I going to be hurt physically or am I just going to give in? And so I gave in. And fast forward quite a few years when I look back and I realized, because I'd pushed those memories under the rug for years, that he had raped me. There was so much coercion. I was afraid for my life, so I gave in. But at that moment, a little part of me was dying inside because that wasn't what I wanted. It didn't feel loving. It felt forced. And sadly, our relationship continued for 5 years. And he became more physically and verbally abusive. Many times it revolved around he wanted sex and I didn't. And so he would get physically abusive. I remember a time when we were at his parents' house and he had pulled the mattress out from underneath me and was using it to hit me. And his parents heard it and they came downstairs and walked in and they just said, well, what's going on? And stop doing this. But that's all that they did. They didn't make sure I was okay. They didn't have a conversation with him about we're not going to act this way towards women. And so I developed the belief that his behavior was okay and that I wasn't important because here was some adults that I had trusted at that time and they saw something going on and didn't do anything. And so that's when I really learned to keep my mouth shut and to not share my story about what I was experiencing. And it became my normal. I came from a household with addiction and arguing and stuff, so this must be normal too. And as time went on, more and more things happened. I remember one time having to hide in the bathroom because he was coming after me. And I was crouched down in the shower and he punched a hole in the door to get to me. So there were many things over 5 years that happened. And I kept all this silent for many, many years, and still, like, I don't post it on my social media, my business account. I don't write blogs about it. My clients know my story. My significant other knows my story, but even my mom, I don't talk to about this. And I asked myself, why? Why did I choose to stay? And why didn't I get out? Or, I mean, why didn't I tell my story? And I think I had a lot of shame. I grew up while my family had addiction, I grew up in an educated home. I was a good student. And I told myself I should have known better. Why would I stay in an environment like that for 5 years? I should have known better. And so I put all those shoulds on myself, which didn't allow me to start healing until I realized that I developed those beliefs out of survival. Like, I was afraid. I was afraid to tell anybody because I didn't think they would believe me or they would care, because I saw what my abuser's parents did when they saw me getting abused. They did nothing really. And so as this relationship went on, I kept wanting to get out of it. He would break up with me and then he would come back. And it was kind of like he kind of forced me back in his life. It would be like an hour. He'd break up with me and then he'd be back in my life. But I finally knew enough was enough when my hairdresser said, I really want you to meet my brother. He just got out of the Marine Corps. He's a wonderful guy. And I just want you to go out to lunch with me and my husband and my brother. Just, you can meet him as a friend. And I met him and I thought, wow, this is such a kind individual. And I could tell that right away that he was. And I thought to myself, you know what? I deserve better than what I'm experiencing. But I've been so afraid to get out of it. So that one meeting helped me say, I'm done. And I remember telling him over the phone, I'm done. I'm out of this relationship. He immediately got in his truck, came over to my parents' house, and started banging on the sliding glass door. My angels were watching out for me because my stepdad, who was a big guy, showed up at home and said, you get off our property and you never come back. But I'm not sure what would have happened had he not come home. I knew that, like I said, my angels were watching out for me. And so that was really a pivotal point in my life when I got out of that. However, I didn't know anything back then about healing. I didn't realize that the baggage that comes from one relationship, we just take it into another if we don't have the tools to start healing and looking at our emotions. And so that wonderful, kind guy that showed up in my life ended up being my husband. So we started dating right away. We got married. We had a child. And my first instincts were right. He was and is a wonderful, wonderful man and never hurt me. But I was dying inside because I hadn't known how to heal. And I was angry. I would get angry about the smallest things. And I'm sure so many of you can relate to this. And when I look back, it's like, why was I angry about that? Because it wasn't about the little things that he would do or he wouldn't do. It was about the pain that I was carrying inside for all those years of that abuse that I suffered and that I didn't talk about. Because at that time, I didn't go to any counseling. I just thought I could just push it down and I would be okay. That wasn't the case. So 5 years into our marriage, He comes to me one day and he said, I want a divorce. And I said, what do you mean you want a divorce? We have a 3-year-old son. How can you say you want a divorce? Let's go to a therapist. And so we went twice and he was still done. He hadn't talked about how upset he was around so many of the things that had happened during our marriage. So when he was done, and he left. And I, in my mind, became the victim. So he left me and my child. He wouldn't try. And that's all that I could see, is that it was someone else doing something to hurt me. I couldn't see the role that I had in it. So after that divorce, I was very, very lost. And again, instead of working on my own healing at first, I put all my energy into others, helping other people. So as a nurse, I had the opportunity to travel overseas to underdeveloped countries where we did surgery on little kids that wouldn't get it any other way. And it was beautiful. It opened my heart. It touched my soul. And it really changed my life. But after a few years, I realized something still isn't right. Like, why? I have this great life. Why don't I feel joy? I have a wonderful son. My ex-husband and I get along. I have my family. I have a really good job and I have a really nice home that my husband left me with when he divorced me. Why am I not happy? And I started to realize it was because of all this weight that I was carrying from the abuse. But at first I thought it was just the divorce and it was growing up in a family with addiction. And I didn't want to look at that abuse because it hurt so much to look at it. And I had so much shame inside of me. I just wanted to push it under the rug. So I started going to a therapist and I went to one for 10 years and we talked a lot about the same thing over and over again, but I never felt like I was getting any resolution, like I was moving forward. I still felt like I was stuck. And then I would read lots of personal growth books, which are wonderful and did help me, but they didn't help me heal this pain. And then I started doing workshops, personal growth workshops, and those also took the edge off, but they still didn't get to the heart of the matter. And then I ended up meeting someone at one of the personal growth seminars who had experienced a great deal of loss. And we became really close. And he learned about the grief recovery method. And he decided he wanted to sign up because he wanted to heal his own heart and he wanted to help other people. So not only did he sign himself up, but he signed me up too. And I said to him, well, I don't have any grief, because at that time I didn't realize what grief was. For me, grief was someone in my life has died and I'm grieving. And I had lost a couple grandparents, but I was never really close to them. I didn't realize that grief was caused from so many different things. Any loss, any significant change, anything that's heartbreaking for us. Death, divorce, giving up a baby for adoption, a miscarriage, your children growing up and leaving home, or a relationship just not being what you had hoped for. I didn't realize that until I walked in that seminar room. And within an hour, I said, I don't just have a little bit of grief, I have a lot of grief that I've been carrying. And it came to me that because of that grief, I was just surviving in my life. I was trying to navigate through these muddy waters that I didn't have the tools to navigate. And that's why my relationships weren't working. That's why I didn't feel joy. I always felt something was wrong with me. It was like, I think I thought to myself many times throughout my life, am I defective? Like, why can't I just be happy? I have so many good things in my life. What is wrong with me? And even my mom couldn't figure out why I wasn't happy. and I often got criticized, like, well, just be happy. You have so many good things in your life. Well, yes, I did, and I do. But there was something that was keeping me from that. And until I started this work on my own grief, I wasn't able to see that that's what the problem was. And, when I was doing this training, I finally understood that grief was normal. Our society, we make it the elephant in the room so many times. Nobody wants to talk about it. I mean, think about in your life the times where people ask you, how are you? I'm fine. When you're not really fine. And why do we do that? Because we don't want to be vulnerable, because oftentimes we're afraid that somebody's going to reject us, or they're not going to care, or they're going to compare their story with ours, when really what we want is just to be heard. And so learning that grief is normal and natural reaction to any type of loss or significant change in our life really was a pivot point for me, because I was trying to be so strong, and I was trying to push things under the rug and compartmentalize all the time, but it wasn't working for me. And, with abuse, there's so many layers of loss of safety for so many of us. Feeling like we trusted somebody, that loss of trust. We trusted somebody and they hurt us in some way. And so it's hard to trust other people. And when you're worried about your safety, that doesn't usually go away just easily. Like, safety is my number one thing in my life, even after all my healing work. Like, I energetically always know who's around me, and I can feel whether someone is safe. And that's something that came after my abuse. So that loss of safety is huge for any of us that have suffered from abuse. A loss of power or choice, because when we're at the hands of an abuser, we've lost our power because they've taken it away. And for the most part, many of us, are not willing to fight back because we want to live, at least at first. And so our power's gone, our choice is gone. So that's a huge part of our grief. Loss of innocence, especially people who've suffered abuse in childhood. That's heartbreaking. My heart has hurt so many times listening to the stories over this weekend. And I just thank you, everyone, for being so vulnerable and sharing. I'm grateful for you. Loss of who you were before. We never return to who we were. After abuse, we're never the same person. And that's not to say we don't become wonderful people, because we already are. And being able to heal, oftentimes we can see the gift, because we can then go on to help others. We become more authentic ourselves. We can shine our light brighter, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't hurt, as we all know, because sometimes we remember who we were and we're not that same person anymore. So as I went through learning about grief, I also realized that there's so many things that we do to try and survive, because that's all we can do, is try and tread water and survive. But while we're oftentimes trying to survive, it's painful thinking about all the things that have happened. And so we engage in behaviors, coping mechanisms that numb our pain. And that is really normal. Most of us do it. There's alcohol, there's drugs, there's social media these days, there's shopping, there's overeating, there's being a workaholic. These are the things that we do to try and numb ourselves, to try and get through the days. when our heart is hurting and we don't know what else to do. The sad thing is, though, that it's only short-term relief. As many of us know, it doesn't heal that pain in our heart. It just helps us get through our days. But until we can take the time to stop and we're willing to and ready to heal, these are the things that we do to survive. So I ask you to just pause for a minute and think about the things that what you have done to cope with pain over the years. And is that still serving you? Are those things serving you? I remember, during COVID when it started and everybody was so scared, I remember having a glass of wine like many nights because I was scared and didn't know what was going to happen. Were my family members going to be alive? Was I going to be alive? Because I was trying to numb myself. And that's just one example of, something I've done in my own life. And I always remind people, be gentle with yourself, because even if you're looking at these things and thinking to yourself, I shouldn't have been engaging in these activities, these kept you alive. They have kept you alive for years. And once you realize that these are the things you're doing, you have a choice to change them. But they have been a coping mechanism for you. So try not to beat yourself up. They have served a purpose in your life. So I've been talking about my journey, and I've been talking about grief recovery because that is really what pivoted my life when I was able to heal a lot of the pain, especially from the abuse that I suffered for 5 years. And so how is the grief recovery method different from many things? So the grief recovery method is evidence-based. And, I went to a counselor, like I said, for 10 years and we just talked, but grief recovery method is action-based. So it's over like 7 sessions. It's educational. It's tools that I take my clients through, and it helps them release the emotional pain that they've been carrying for sometimes their whole life, from those things that have hurt their heart that they haven't been able to talk about, because we all have these hopes, dreams, and expectations for everything in our life. I always say expectations are premeditated resentments, but the fact is we all have expectations. It's normal. But we aren't usually given tools to heal our broken hearts. If you think about it, normally as children, we're taught if you fall and you skin your knee, here's what you need to do. You need to clean your knee, you need to put a Band-Aid, and if it's bleeding a lot, then you need to go to the doctor. But when we hurt our heart, we're just usually told, okay, well, just move on, just think about something else. Like, we aren't given the tools. And that's why so many of us get stuck in our grief, because we don't have the tools to move forward. And, I always compare like our life as a backpack or a tea kettle. Like when you're born, the tea kettle or the backpack is empty. But as time goes on, more and more gets put in it after you experience things that are heartbreaking. Maybe you've been bullied in school, and then there's the abuse, and then your significant other left you. All those things get in your backpack, and it's more water in your tea kettle until all of a sudden you're overflowing. Your backpack's too heavy. Your tea kettle is boiling over onto the floor because you haven't been able to process these things that have hurt. And so it comes out in other ways. Like my example of in my marriage, I would get angry about the littlest things. And I didn't think they were little at the time. But as I look back now, I realize it wasn't about those things that my husband was doing. It was about my pain that was caused from the past that I hadn't been able to process. So there's some beliefs too that I always talk to people about that surround grief. And there's 6 of them in particular that really keep people stuck. One of them is that time heals. So we know that healing happens within time, but if you think about getting a flat tire on a road, if you just sit there, that tire is never going to reinflate. It's never going to become normal. You have to call AAA or someone else to help you reinflate the tire. Well, the same goes with healing. If we just don't do anything, we're not going to heal. It is the actions we take within time that help us heal. I talk to people all the time that 15 years ago, something has broken their heart and they don't understand why they don't feel better. And it's because they haven't had the tools to help heal their heart. They've just been told that within time they would feel better. So that's one of the first beliefs that I always mention to people. Another one is that we need to be strong. Society reinforces this all the time. Be strong. Pull up your big girl pants. Keep moving forward. Because so many view vulnerability as weakness. But the fact of the matter is, and the truth is, that vulnerability is beautiful. It is strength. It takes courage to be vulnerable. Every single one of you that has shown up to this summit is strong, is vulnerable, is courageous and brave. Being strong doesn't equal keeping all your stuff inside and not talking about it. Being strong, we can all be vulnerable. That is okay. It's good to be vulnerable and talk to the right people and allow your emotions out, because keeping them stuck inside keeps you stuck and unable to move forward. Replace the loss. So if you remember my story, as soon as I got out of the relationship with the abuser, I got into a new relationship. There was a belief that by replacing one, I would feel better. And guess what? I did at first. He was great. And I was distracted. I was in love. But that only lasts for so long because, again, the heart is hurt. And all the stuff from the past comes up. So replacing a loss never works. It just keeps us in that pain for longer. And to have healthy relationships, it's important to heal so that we don't take the old baggage into the new relationship or the new job, whatever it is. Grieving alone, that's a belief that many of us learn. Because sometimes when we're growing up, we see our elders going behind a closed door and we're told, oh, don't cry around mom or dad or, your siblings. You need to go cry in your room. Tears are so healing. They're beautiful. They're part of life. And we need to be connected. Like all of you at this summit, the connections feel so sacred and so healing. And it's important to not be alone. It's important to have members of our tribe, those people we trust, that we can talk to about our story, that will help us take those steps forward to healing our heart. 2 more beliefs that kind of keep us stuck. One is don't feel bad, and that's kind of like be strong. Don't feel bad. A lot of us have heard over times, don't feel bad, such and such happened to me, or such and such happened to my family. But the truth is that your grief is unique and it's important. It doesn't matter what happened with someone else. It matters what you're experiencing right now. It's by people comparing their grief to ours, it minimizes our grief. So I just want you to remember that whatever you're going through is important. And then the last one is keeping busy. And I think a lot of us can relate to this, that when we keep busy, it distracts us. We don't have to think about the pain. And so we might find ourselves after work, then engaged in extracurricular activities until the minute we drop because we're so tired onto our pillow. And then we get up the next morning and we do it again. Because somehow we believe that if we just stay busy, we're going to feel better. And we might for a short period of time, but again, it keeps us from healing our hearts. So if you think about all those, I'm guessing that you can relate to some of those. And I'm guessing that you learned some of these beliefs from your family or your friends as you were growing up. But there is a choice. And that choice is to look at those beliefs and to shift them and to be emotionally honest and to find those people that can be a listening heart for you. And what I mean by being a listening heart is someone who can show up and hold space for you and listen without the need to fix. Because as humans, we love others and we don't want to see them in pain because we've experienced more pain when those we love are hurting. So oftentimes we want to give advice or say something to try and fix their situation. But the truth is that we can never fix someone else's situation. We can be there and we can walk their journey with them and support them and listen. But they have to make that choice to step into healing or step into doing whatever work they need to do to get themselves out of the situation they're in. And so being a listening heart is such a beautiful gift to be in that spot, to just listen to someone and allow them to tell their story, just like this whole summit has been. To be heard, because grievers need and they want to be heard. I've listened to a couple speakers who've never told their story before. And my guess is that was very impactful for them. And to have this community around you when you're telling your story and just listening and holding space is, like I said, the first step in healing. So thank you for all of you for being that today for so many people. So as I've moved forward on my journey, and I've been a grief recovery specialist for 10 years, what does my life look like now? Well, I can honestly say, and it's hard not to say this without tears in my eyes, because I never thought I'd be in the space in my life where I could feel joy every day. And I no longer think, what is wrong with me? Why can't I be happy? Why can't I experience joy? Because it's a part of my life every single day. And my life is not perfect. We're going through some difficult family situations, health situations right now that are a struggle. But I feel joy. I don't feel every day like something's wrong with me. I can look at my life and I can see the things that we're navigating, and then I can see all the good in my life, and I can genuinely experience joy. And that's an amazing place to be because I never thought I would be there. And I can think about these things that have happened in my life without the emotional hook anymore. They're more, this is part of my story. This is what happened to me. But I no longer feel like I need to go lock myself in a closet for 3 days and, because I feel so overwhelmed and depressed because of all the work that I've done. And so, like I said, my life isn't perfect, and healing isn't a one and done. What I love about the grief recovery method that I teach others and that I've used in my own life is those tools I have for the rest of my life to work on anything that's ever hurt my heart or ever will. And so that's a beautiful gift because I know healing is ongoing. And there's also layers. Like, I look at our heart as like an artichoke. So the heart's in the middle, and then you have the prickly leaves on the outside. And those are to protect that, innocent, kind, sensitive heart. And we don't pull them off all at once because we would feel very vulnerable. So we do one at a time as we're ready. And that's something that's really important. Even though a lot of people want us to heal, we don't heal till we're ready. No one can force our healing. And if you're not ready, that's okay. You take that step when you are. Because you know that your life will look different when you do heal. And you will have more joy and you will reclaim your power. I like to use a garden analogy for anybody that loves to plant flowers and vegetables. When you have a garden, you have to pull the weeds because if you don't, then the plants can't thrive. And so it's the same thing for our hearts. We have to heal those parts that are hurting so that we can thrive in our life instead of just survive, which I think most of us have been or are barely surviving at times in our life. And we all know that that is not a fun place to be, but sometimes we don't know how to find our way out. So I want to remind each and every one of you how worthy you are. And again, that you are not your story. You are not what happened to you. It's really easy to get stuck in that spot of believing that our life is never going to be better and to shaming ourselves like I did for so many years. Why didn't I know better? Why didn't I tell someone? Why didn't I get out of this? Be gentle with yourself. Be loving with yourself. You are worth so much. And just because someone else hurt you, that doesn't make you any less. You are a beautiful light that the world needs right now. So be gentle with yourself, as gentle as you can be. Find those people that can be part of your tribe, a listening heart for you. Hold space as you heal, as you talk about what you've experienced. Reach out for tools and ways that you can heal moving forward. I want to close by asking you a question that you can reflect on today, this coming week. And that question is, what might be possible in your life if you chose to heal your heart? Because some of us haven't even thought about that, what might be possible. Like 10 years ago, I would have never seen myself where I am today, sitting here and talking to all of you. I didn't realize that there was more for my life. So what might be possible if you worked on your own healing? So with that, I want to thank all of you for being here. If anything I said resonated with you or you want to talk more, I invite you to reach out to me. I am going to put up on my screen right now. Sorry, share. So this is my website, dawnmichellejackson.com. These are a couple free gifts you can download on my website that I'd love to offer to all of you. And there is links to schedule a call with me. So I would love to be there on your journey and just have a conversation with you, connect, be a listening heart. But I just want to thank you all for being brave and being here today. And thank you, Taiwana.
Well, I want to thank you because you are brave. You took the brave journey. The hero's journey isn't easy. But you were brave. And even though things weren't great and they're not perfect, you were so brave and you spoke out. And I know that was hard for you. And you're speaking here today. So that is huge. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of your journey. And I am honored to sit beside you virtually once again with a panel of amazing women. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for the love and support that you sent during this planning phase. I got so many little side messages from Miss Dawn encouraging me because, to get here, it wasn't easy.
Yeah, I
Y'all,
know.
it was not easy. But somehow we made it, and somehow we are coming to the end of our day and our summit, and thank you. Just thank you. So, let me see. Is Emily here yet? Okay. So we've got a little bit of time. Pooja, would you like to go? Because we have a half hour before Emily starts. So would you like to go earlier? So you can get on with your evening? I don't know if she heard me. Pooja, are you there?
Hi.
Hello, darling. Would you like to go early? Because we're finished up a little bit early today, and that'll
Oh,
get you on with your day.
oh, could you give me 10 minutes? I will just settle down
Give
my
you
daughter.
10 minutes? I got you. I can entertain for 10 minutes.
Oh, perfect. I'll just settle my
Good.
daughter and be right back. Thank you.
No worries, darling. So, since Emily's not here yet, Pooja needs a few minutes. Who wants a card? That's my baby girl. That's my baby girl. But y'all, we're coming to the end of our day, and what we gonna do? Y'all know what we're gonna do. We're gonna pull some cards. But first, we gonna get the energy going, right? We're gonna get this guy
Luana,
energy moving. Yes, ma'am.
are
Yes, ma'am.
am I after Emily, or I thought around 1 o'clock I'd be on, but did you shift
I'm
it?
sorry, Miss Karen. Go ahead.
Oh,
Pooja, you got some time. Go ahead,
oh,
Miss Karen.
oh,
You are next. My eyes, I'm
ooh,
tired.
awesome.
My eyes are skipping. So, y'all, let
Okay.
me tell y'all about Miss Karen. Miss Karen, can you speak so I know which Miss Karen you?
It's
Okay, there
this
we
Miss
are.
Karen. I'm
There
showing
we
my
go.
face.
There we go. Let me tell y'all about Miss Karen. And yes, I
Oh,
had to
gee.
clap while I'm doing
Oh,
it. Okay. Miss Karen
Miss Karen.
came to me for a reading a few
Mm-hmm.
months ago, right?
It's a while
And,
ago.
and
Yeah,
we, yeah, and we had our time.
we did.
And I looked up, and Miss Karen has taken flight. reading. She just took off. I couldn't even keep up with her. I'm
I
like,
see.
wait, Miss Karen, I know you. Wait. So Miss Karen does art therapy. Okay. And she's going to show us how to heal through art. So
Yeah.
everybody, that's Miss.
Okay. Cool beans.
You got it, Miss Karen.
I got it? Okay. Oh, all right. First I wanted to ask, how is your daughter? There was an accident I heard about last night, and I was wondering if she's okay.
She is okay. She is home resting.
Okay. All right. She was the only one in the vehicle? Was it a vehicle?
Yeah, the vehicle is a little damaged. She's upset. But it's fixable, it's drivable,
Okay.
and she's home resting. Thank you,
Good.
Miss Karen.
Oh, you're so welcome. I saw your concern and you wanted to be on with her, and that just changed everything. So I'm glad to hear
Yeah,
she's resting. Yeah.
yeah.
Good,
Thank
good, good.
you.
Awesome, awesome. Okay, well, first of all, I have to say thank you to Juana Black Butterfly Goddess for the invite to be a part of the Heal Her Summit as a panelist. What a privilege. I'm honored to be involved in this powerful global movement supporting survivors of abuse. What an important part of our world that needs to be embraced and comforted. And you are doing that. I've been deeply inspired by, witnessing the strength and the healing and everything going on this weekend. I like being able to jump in and jump out on the Zoom, just knowing, oh yeah, they're on, somebody's on. And I always got something really, really good. So the heartfelt stories and the way women are uplifting each other, just totally amazing. So I want to say hats off to you, Tawana, for answering the call to bring this summit into being. My goodness. And you stayed the course. It wasn't easy, I know, but you did this, girl. Queen, you did it. So I want everybody to drop something in the chat saying clap, clap, roses, hearts, everything for Miss Tawana Yvette. Yes, yes, girlie, you did this thing. You are shining bright right now because you stayed the course and the right people were sent your way to hold you up a little bit as you were falling down. And that was meant to be. And you shared your story about not hearing mama, what she was saying to you, nudging you. And then she showed up in your room one time and you was like, oh, it's on and popping. We doing this. So I have to give you your flowers while you can smell them. Yes, 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 yes. And I just wanted to share that we met on the TikTok, me scrolling, early morning, and I was drawn to your live, and I saw your honesty and your kindness and just the love that radiates from you. I was really impressed. So after watching a few times, I was like, I got to hook up with her. We got to do a one-on-one, so we can really connect. And we just talked and laughed and been connected ever since. So when you invited me, I was like, definitely yes, definitely yes. So I'm excited about what I'm getting to do that I love to do. And it's also helping others, it's helping women. So if anybody doesn't know, my name is Karen Penn. There are a couple of other Karen Penns here, but they had to use my link because there was an issue. So they're not, I'm the real Karen Penn. Let her stand up. So I'm a graduate of Mass College of Art in Boston, where I studied fine arts. And now I'm walking a new path. I'm blending creativity with healing art therapy as an art therapy practitioner. So I'm just getting started, and I'm currently building my website at authentic-views.com. So I have some things missing on there, but I have posts showing what kind of things are coming up. You can also find me on TikTok. under @authentic line. I forget, it was slash line. It's not slash, but it's the underscore, yes, underscore K underscore 111. And I'm on there on Mondays doing drawing tutorials, 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I teach how to draw anything using simple shapes, and it's a fun, approachable way to engage in that activity. A glimpse into my story. Since everyone has shared stories, I'm not here to talk my whole time about stories, but I want to share a little bit of mine. I'm a mother of 4, a grandmother of 8, and a wife of 44 years. We made it. We almost didn't make it because we had some issues in our latter part of our marriage, but we joined back together and now we're a stronger force than we were before. At the age of 20, I made the choice to stay with the man I loved instead of pursuing a full scholarship at Fitchburg State College. Like many young girls in my time, we were searching for love in places that we couldn't truly find it. It wasn't being offered. My story begins even earlier. I was born in 1960 to parents who married because my mother was expecting me. And it was expected, especially being in the church, to marry. My father soon left for the Navy before I was born, and my mother raised me and my other 2 siblings in the projects in Boston, in a city called Dorchester. By the time I was 7, my mother shared with me that my father was gay. And that's why she didn't say gay because we didn't talk about that back then. She just said he likes other men, and that's why he left. When I heard that, I planted it in my heart a seed that said, you weren't wanted. You were a mistake. So I yearned for his love growing up as a teenager. I yearned for his affection, and I looked for it in men who didn't value me. My mother's battle was depression and alcoholism, though she would never admit that. And our home was unstable. At 17, I left for good, discovering that my mother had slept with my boyfriend. And I share more of my journey in a drama fiction novel called When Mama Never Heals, and it's available on Amazon. The writing of that helped me to do some healing, and I hope it helps others too. Okay, today is not about me, it's about you, and it's about your inner you. Each of us carries within a collection of inner children, different ages, different stories, different memories. Some are joyful, others are wounded, and some are still frozen in time. Today, we're going to gently connect with those parts of ourselves through drawing. We're going to do this by using our non-dominant hand, and we will quiet the analytical mind and allow the inner child to express freely and intuitively. This will be a space for compassion and curiosity, not perfection. So, in order to prepare, everyone needs to have a piece of paper. You can have a Sharpie, a pen, pencil, crayons, whatever you choose to begin the exercise. We're also going to need, I don't know, paper. You can even do it on the opposite side of your drawing or on the drawing, but we're going to do journal entry. So right now, I would like everyone to prepare by finding a comfortable space. I need that one. Thank you. Getting a comfortable space where you're going to set up those things and you're going to sit in a comfortable position. And for me to know that you're ready, please drop a D for done in the chat. And I hope I'll be able to see everyone. Okay, I see a D. D, of course, if you're driving, you will not be putting a D in because you're driving. Your D is for driving and not that you're done. Okay. Hope I see everyone. I see some D's. Yeah, looks like everyone pretty much. Okay, good, good, good. All right. So can you close that door a little bit, please? Because I'm hearing outside noise that's changing the way. All right. So we are going to get centered. All right. So calm yourself down. We're going to relax our shoulders, letting loose some of the tension that seems to build up on women in particular. We start looking like football players. We need to get rid of them. Relaxing. So we're going to begin by closing our eyes. Closing our eyes. We're going to put a blank slate in front of us. Nothing is on our mind. If there's anything there, get a big eraser. Whew, get rid of all that clutter that comes in there. Ooh, and we're going to breathe. We're going to do breathing 3 times. So at the count of 3, I want you to breathe in and hold it until I say let it out. So 1, 2, and 3. Breathe in. 4, 3, 2, 1. Let it out. Okay, we're going to pull in another deep breath at the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Hold it. 4, 3, 2, 1. Blow it out. And on the third breath, I want you, when you blow it out, you're going to push out as much air as you can until you can't push it out anymore. And you have to breathe in like that. So at the count of 3, we're going to breathe in a nice deep breath. We're going to hold it until I count for out and just push out as much as you can. So 1, 2, and 3. Breathe in, deep breath. 4, 3, 2, 1. Blow it out. Blow out all the air. If you make a sound, it's okay. Let it all the way out. Ooh, yep. Till you can't anymore, and then you bring it in. And open your eyes. Okay, we are ready now to begin our exercise. So, whichever hand is your dominant hand, you're going to take your tool, your pencil, your pen, whatever you're using, crayon, and put it in your non-dominant hand. Non-dominant hand. And you are going to draw the figure of a child. Any child, any age you want, whatever comes to your mind first. Don't think about it a lot. Draw a child. And the child can be simple. We're not looking for detailed drawings. It could be very detailed, or it could be simple. If you do stick figures, that's fine. Please give them eyes, nose, and mouth, Well, you don't have to if you don't want to, actually. It's up to you. Whatever that child looks like to you, draw that child. She can have long hair, short hair. She can have messy hair. She can be thick. She can be thin. She could be unusual looking. Doesn't matter. There's no wrong or right drawing. Just take your time, flow intuitively, freely, creating this child image. Take your time. Let your intuition flow, speaking to you. And when you are, as you draw, you keep drawing until you're satisfied with the finished look of this little person. Whatever they look like is perfectly fine. You can place her anywhere, place the figure anywhere on your paper. There's no preference. If you're using crayons or something, you could give them colored clothes, whatever you want to do. They could be holding a teddy bear or something, whatever you desire to do to create this child figure. Whole challenge of using your non-dominant hand is it takes away all the control. Takes away all the control. Takes away that analytical thinking of it's not right, I'm not perfect, that doesn't look good. Nope, it's great. Totally great. I have a exercise that I do in art where we don't take our pen off of the paper to create what we're creating. And it's really amazing what we see when we're done. Of course, we're not using our non-dominant hand. This is an extra challenge, but it's a good challenge. Stretches us. So I'm giving everyone as much or as little time as they need. And when you feel comfortable, you know, you completed what you want to do, you can put a D in the chat. Okay. Even though I draw, it's a challenge to use my non-dominant hand for sure. But I'm not entering a contest or anything, so it's all good. Okay. Let's see, no rush again, but I'm seeing a few D's in the chat. I know that yeah, okay. Someone said not as bad as they imagined. Very good. Yeah. And I think Tawana can give me a nod if she sees like mostly all the people are okay. Good, good. All right, so those who have put a D in the chat, not pressuring the ones who haven't, I want you to take a few minutes and I want you to sit with your drawing. Let it speak to you. You should get something from sitting with it and looking at your drawing. Okay. When you're done looking at your drawing, I would like you to put an F in the chat to say that you're finished looking at your drawing, you're finished letting the drawing speak to you. Put an F as in finished in the chat. See a few F's. Yep. Got the scratchy throat. Okay. All righty. And those that have put the F in the chat, not rushing those who may still be creating their figure, I want you to get ready to use your non-dominant hand again to answer these 3 questions. And you can put them on the back of your paper if you'd like. You don't have to have another paper. If you were doing this for an extended period of time, which is like a bonus challenge, it would be good to have a journal and date it. But because this is an activity, we can use the paper itself because it's only 3 questions, or turn it over or use a whole nother paper. Okay, using your non-dominant hand, you're going to write the answer to the following questions, but you're going to let your inner child respond honestly and without judgment. This is your inner child answering the question. So it may have misspelled words. It may be silly. It might touch you deeply to hear your inner child flowing with the intuitiveness of your inner child. You're listening to them to answer the question. Okay, question number 1 is, what is your name? You don't have to put what your real name is. You can make up a name if you want. Question number 2 is, how do you feel right now? You're asking this person that you just have a name here. How do you feel right now? Okay. And the third question is, what can I do to help you feel good? What can I do to help you feel good? You're talking to the inner child, the figure that's on the paper is being asked, what can I do to help you feel good? Okay. So now, are there any questions before we go on? Feel free to put them in the chat. Okay, looks pretty clear, no questions. Someone put dancing fairy, did they say that? Okay, it looks like innocent child or something, I missed it. This looks like something from a different dimension. That's okay. Awesome, awesome. Okay, so now I want people to share if they would like to. I hope they do. And the way that we can start is by putting your name in the chat. So we go down the list, and nobody gets excluded. So if you could type your name in, we'll keep track of that. Okay, so Tawana, it looks like she's first. So I don't know if you can show people that showing their
Oh, I
stuff.
can.
You
Yes,
can? Okay.
absolutely. I'll
Okay.
just turn it, I'll come beside you. So
Oh, go ahead.
this is my figure, and her name is Goddess,
Got it.
naturally. So,
Okay.
and she's feeling accomplished and proud right now.
Mm.
She's like cheering on the inside, like, you did it, we did it, we did it, that kind of excitement.
Yes, yes.
And what she needs, what I can do to help her feel better, is rest and walk outside with the flowers.
Wow. That's what you need right now. Walk outside with the flowers. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Walk
I like
outside
taking
with the
pictures of flowers. I get excited when I take
flowers.
pictures of flowers. So,
Okay, awesome. And you want to go outside with them.
yes, yes. Nature.
Nature. That sounds
Yes,
refreshing and like a breath of fresh air. Like,
it
ooh,
is.
I like that. I like that. Okay, who's next? Who's next?
Diana is
Diana.
next.
Okay, Diana.
That's
Uh,
Bestie.
okay, I'm not gonna go on camera because I'm a hot mess this morning. I don't even have my teeth in yet.
That's okay.
Um, but my drawing is a little girl and she's holding a puppy because I've always been an animal person. And what she's feeling right now is quiet. And what she wants me to do is crafts. I used to do a lot of crafts, painting, crochet, all kinds of things that I haven't done in a long time.
Wow. What is her name?
Diana.
Oh,
That's the only thing I've been called
okay.
all my life. So,
Okay, that's awesome. Wow. Getting you back to doing something that you haven't done in a while. That sounds like a message, huh? I love that. I love that. Okay, you want to share anything else or you're good?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming on. Okay, who's next?
I'm removing the pin. Let's see. Amanda is next. So let me pull her up. I got to do it a different way.
Okay.
Amanda, you can talk when you are unmuted.
Okay.
Okay, so I did a drawing. It's actually not as bad as I thought with my left hand, and it's of a younger me, like a little fairy. I've got fairy wings, and I'm wearing a little, what looks like a tutu with flowers, a bouquet of flowers in my hand, and they're flowers on the dress. I've got a big bow in my hair, and they're butterflies. And I called myself as I was called by it when I was a kid. It was Mandy, not Amanda. So that's interesting.
Lindsay. Wow.
And the second thing was like I want to dance with the fairies because I used to play with the fairies when I was little.
Wow.
And then the third thing is get up, play some music and dance.
Wow. Sounds like you need to dance, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
That sounds
We're gonna do that before this is over.
How
So
about
y'all get
that?
ready.
Yeah, I can see her twirling around now. That's great. It's changing the atmosphere. Yeah.
Yes,
Thanks.
Amanda, we love
Ooh,
that.
love it, love it, love it. Okay.
Okay, so we've got Sonia up next.
Sonia. All righty. I'll pop on. There we go. Okay, hopefully y'all can see it. So yeah. Hi, Sonia.
Hello. Okay, so I did the stick figure.
Okay.
Her Afro puffs.
Yes, and I had to add the puffs because even though I'm a late 80s baby, I grew up during the 90s. So I think this was like a jumpsuit or something, and I had to do the, I had rough and stuff with the Afro puffs.
Yeah.
And then and I thought it was interesting. So my feelings tired and excited. And I was like, I don't know if inner child was like nap time, but also excited. And then something that I could do, it says dance and tell me I am enough. Because as a kid, I always wanted to be like a choreographer. So I think like the jumpsuit is like and my arms were up, like, so she was very active. I couldn't sit down for nothing as a child. So
Okay.
Nice.
What did you name? What's her name?
Oh, Sonia.
Sonia. Okay, that's awesome. So it sounds like you need to get up and do some things, huh?
Yes,
That you like. You said you wanted to be a choreographer.
I did when I
You
was
did.
younger. Yes.
Okay, that's awesome. Wow. So you need to get back in it or something? Get back into it?
I did it for a little bit, but getting back into it for sure. It
Oh,
helps.
that helps. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sounds like your piece is there with dancing. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
awesome. Wow, that's awesome. Thanks, Sonia. Cool
Thank you.
beans. All right. Who's next? I don't know whose name is there. Janet. Looks like Janet is next.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, Janet.
Hi.
How are you? You're
Yeah,
one
I'm
of the
good.
panelists. I heard you speak for a little bit. I was in and out.
Oh, well, thank you,
Yeah.
Karen. Yeah, I'm so glad I'm here.
Awesome.
Okay. Um, the girl's name is Janet Isabella.
Yeah, Isabel. Is that your middle name?
I don't have a middle name.
Okay, you like that.
Yeah.
Isabella.
And I don't know if you
Oh, she's in color. She's green.
she's in my favorite color, teal green.
Ew, nice. She's got a
She's
balloon, huh?
Yeah, she's wearing a little skirt, which I love to do as a child and now. She's got a balloon that's helping her flow into her freedom as she's dancing.
Nice.
And yeah, she's feeling free and liberated. And what she needs is to stay committed to her inner peace, so long as it harms no one.
So long as it harms no one. So she might be afraid to have inner peace that might harm someone or concerned about what others think about her inner peace. You don't want to disturb, want anyone else.
That's how it's been.
Yeah, that's how it's been. Yeah.
Not anymore.
Not anymore, though. There you go. She's free. She's got that balloon. Yes. That's awesome. Wow. Thanks so much for sharing.
Sure thing. Thank you. This is a
Okay.
great exercise.
Exercise. Awesome. Awesome. Who's next? Millicent? No. Pam? No. Not sure. Looks like
Yep,
Millicent.
it's Auntie. It's Pam. I call her Auntie.
Okay. Pam is on next. She unmuted? No.
Auntie, you gotta unmute.
Okay. I don't know if you can see that.
If you hold it up a little higher, maybe. A little higher, higher, higher. Oh, come back in. Yeah, it's a little blurry, but we can see it. Looks like two things there. Is it two children?
Yeah.
It's two. Why is it two?
It's one.
Okay.
But it's a it's not me.
It's not you. Okay.
No.
Okay.
And it was something that I had blocked out for years. And when you say close your eyes and draw something, the sign says baby girl. Because I lost a child, I think I was like 19, 20.
Wow.
And it says sad. And it says open up your heart. I never talks about it. Never. From this summit, it brought it up. It brought it up for a lot of women that lost their children. And that's where my mind didn't go to me. For some reason, my mind went to her. And she says, baby girl. And she says, sad. And she says, open up your heart. And that was like, I just it's like my breath was taken because I didn't talk about that.
So it was time to talk about it.
You know, because I was angry. I was mad at everybody because it was like, why? And it could have killed me. So they had to take her. And I never talked about it. And it's like this summit brought her up. And it's just, she's telling me to open up my heart because I never knew that my heart was so closed that she's telling me it's time to open up your heart. And I have to open up my heart because that will make her not be sad.
Yes.
Because she's sad because my heart is not open.
My God.
Auntie, we got you. We got you. You are so loved and needed and valued. I'm wrapping my arms around you right now, Auntie.
I think all of us are. We feel her pain and we want to show you love so that love can come out of you so she can be happy. My God. And not, I'm available after this. You have Black Butterfly. She's in your family, but I open up to you also. Need to talk, pray, just to be shown love. I love to love people.
Thank you.
To help your love to come through so she can be happy and not sad. Because, wow, she doesn't want you to be sad. Wow.
We're holding space for you, Auntie.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I love you so much.
I
And
love you
Mama
too.
says she's proud of you.
Tell her thank you. I didn't know I
She
needed to
can
do
hear
it.
you.
I didn't know I needed to do it.
This summit has been amazing for so many women. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Thank you, Auntie. Do you need to call me?
We'll talk later.
Okay. Okay, Auntie.
Okay. All right.
Next was, I'm sorry, I'm losing, that Auntie was last.
Me,
Wait, Dr. Who was that?
Olivia. Next.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So other Karen Penn.
The other
Yes. There she is.
Hold on, let me get you, honey. Let me get you down here. Thank goodness it was the last day. We're a little more casual today.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. My name's Olivia. I'm Karen Penn's daughter. So I can show you my drawing. I'm just going to flip my camera. I think it would be easier if it will let me. It's a drawing of me, my younger self. I was a plus size young Black woman and it affected me, but I still had style. With my two puffs, I have my hoop earrings, and you can tell I'm a little chunky here. But my favorite jeans came to me. My sister had bought them when I was younger, and if I could still have them on, I would. They had some beads down the open, and they were like bell bottomy. And my three questions were, well, my three answers were: my name was me. How I'm feeling is shy. I was extremely shy and still am as an adult. And what she needs from me is to explain to her why being brown and round is beautiful.
Oh, how
Wow.
beautiful.
Wow. I
Well,
was there.
first of all, I want to thank you.
I was there at that time. And she didn't say it.
Yeah.
Because home was like a safe place, but it was out there that she'd get the feedback of rejection.
Yeah.
And of course, as a mother, you think your children are all beautiful.
Exactly.
No matter what shape, size, color, you love what kind
Mm-hmm.
of hair texture you got. You just love them.
Mm-hmm.
She felt that love at home, but from her parents, from her
School.
siblings. But
Yeah, school was tough for me. I got made fun of a lot. I stuttered too, so people like really picked on me bad, but I'm trying to break out of that as an adult, but I think I need to dive back into that creative side. Like I had so much underlying pizzazz, but I was so afraid to like show it or be noticed or any attention on me. But I think it's time for me to get back to my hoop earrings and my flared jeans and colorful stuff. I think it's time. So this was a great exercise.
Awesome.
Girl, well, let me say first of all, I'm honored to meet you as Miss Karen's the daughter, because Miss Karen is special. Okay, she is a special lady, and I've been drawn to her since the moment I laid eyes on her. But second of all, you remind me of my youngest child.
Really?
Yes, you guys favor each other in shape and hair texture, in all of it, and even the smile. So you remind me of my youngest daughter, who also struggled because she was on the color guard team with being brown and round, and she struggled as well. And so my heart goes out to you. And please give your inner child the love and the attention that she needs, because she's gorgeous.
Yes, yes. And she is my youngest daughter.
Yeah, so that's why.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we would see that pizzazz at home, but it hid as soon as we get outside. I was like, girl, she would pretend she was a model walking down the strip. And if she didn't do it exactly like those high, paid models, I was like, wow, how did she noticed it, but outside the house, never.
No, yeah.
She would shrink back. She had even gotten sick one time when she was asked to say something at the mic in church. She ran downstairs and up chucks because it was so nerve-wracking. But she had this excitement and energy at home that I wanted the world to see, but she too shy.
Well, you do shine,
Oh,
okay? You
Yes.
don't have any choice but to shine.
yeah.
You are gorgeous. Your aura is glowing. It is beautiful. It is yellowy and white and all the high vibrations. And you shine, honey. So look, if you're gonna take lessons from me, you come on and take lessons from me. But we're gonna get you some pizzazz, okay?
Yeah.
We're gonna bring that back.
Bring it
Okay?
back. Yep. Let
It's
that
time.
pizzazz out
We're
there.
bringing pizzazz back. Yep.
It's
Some
Awesome,
other
Olivia.
folks don't know how to act. Yep.
Right. Yep. Thank you so much, Olivia. Yeah, we call her Livy sometimes.
Oh,
Uh,
thank you.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I want to say, I went through that too. I
Mhm.
went through the same exact thing.
Wow.
I was overweight.
Uh-huh.
When I got rid of the speaking church for my graduation, I ran downstairs and cried.
yeah.
It was
I wouldn't talk.
Yeah.
If it comes up to a stage or anything, I would break.
Mm.
And I was called fat
Yeah.
because, all the other kids was small. They had their little jeans on,
Yeah.
and I was big.
It,
And I had to be in the big girl size,
yeah.
and that was painful because kids was rude. I mean, they were
Mean.
ugly,
It's
There's
a mean.
and I went through the exact same thing.
yeah.
And as I got older, I started making myself look beautiful in order to take the weight off them looking at my weight. They looking at a woman that is beautiful with what she has on. I had to dress
Mm-hmm.
myself up to make myself beautiful because I was overweight.
Yeah.
And people would always tell me that you dress so nice, you dress so pretty. That was that was an inside thing that I had to do because I was teased about my size. So
Yeah.
I had to make myself look beautiful in order for me to walk with my head up and didn't worry about nobody talking about me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I,
that's when I got you know, the people, oh, you look so pretty, girl. When you dress up, you dress up.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
For one thing, I got that from my mom
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
because my mom was a dresser.
Mm.
And I got it from her. It's the only difference is I'm a tennis shoe girl, you know, a warm-up suit girl, jean girl, but she
Okay.
was suits. But if I gotta go and get spunky, I'm gonna do that.
All
Yeah.
right. Now,
But
there you
you
go.
know, I just baby put your stuff on and go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put your lipstick on, your
Yeah.
earrings on, put your clothes on, fix your hair,
It,
and go.
yeah.
Dude, don't care. You're beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You would say
I
Exactly.
she
tell
was a beautiful chocolate girl. We chocolate girl.
Thank
We
you.
you,
people like to eat on us because we chocolate.
Yeah.
she
So
is
you
Yeah.
go in,
absolutely
you
It was
go in.
gorgeous.
tough. It was tough. So sometimes I find myself dimming my light. Like I know how to get dressed. So I can definitely touch and agree with you about getting dressed. Like when it's time to put it on, I put it on. And people are like, is she a celebrity? Like,
Right.
who is this girl?
Like to see
But
Right.
I don't like, to be honest with you guys, because it's a safe space, I don't like attention on me. I don't. So I find myself pulling back as far as with my style because what came out was the pizzazz that I used to have as a child. But as I got an adult, I feel like I keep it more professional because I'm in the corporate world. So I keep it very monotone. But anytime like I want to sometimes, but I feel like it will draw so much attention. I just can't bear it. I
Yeah.
just can't. So I'm working on it. But thank you all so much for the encouragement. I'm gonna bring back those bright colors.
Yeah, girl,
Good.
bring them back. Bring 'em
Good.
back.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. I have to
Ooh,
say,
222.
yes,
Okay.
I see it. I see it. And Olivia, she has gone like to Jamaica and she had all these outfits that were fabulous. She took a lot of pictures, posted it. Next thing you know, she takes the post down. I'm like, you are gorgeous, girl. What are you doing? Oh my goodness. Okay, who's next?
That was everyone that wanted to
Everyone.
share.
Oh, okay, 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 awesome. I have my picture as well. Let's see if we can show it. It's
Oh,
a little girl.
nice.
Little girl, she had my hair was curled up and bouncy like I would have liked it to be when I was little, but it was never like that. I love the summer, so I have a t-shirt on and some shorts. And I have a little ball next to me because I used to love to play ball outside. And her name is Sicily, which is a place I want to go to. I just like that name. I think Karen is very boring and it's very 1960-ish, but plus they make fun of Karen now too. So I would like to be Cicely, or I named her Cicely, and she's happy but lonely. She's happy, but she feels lonely. And I tend to feel that way. And what I would like to make me happy is someone to play with me. And so I guess I feel like at this stage, I want to engage more with people that's playing with me. And I'm happy, but I feel alone. I also feel inhibited because I'm a lot of times in a wheelchair because I have knee issues and arthritis. Because I'm overweight, they don't want to do the knee surgery, and I can't lose the weight because I was on prednisone for years that blew me up. So it was a vicious cycle that had me sad. But since I had an awakening and been dealing with some things, I'm happy. I just feel alone. You know, I don't work. My husband works. I'm home all day alone. Although I looked forward to this time in my life where all my kids were gone. So it's quiet. I love it. But there are times I feel lonely. So
That's understandable.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So no one else wants to share. I wanted to challenge everyone before I go. Hope I'm not over the time, am I? Well, I'm wrapping it up anyways. There's a 30-day challenge to do an inner child journey or journaling. Practicing this activity once a day for 30 days. Also, journaling what you experience afterwards can help more healing of your inner child. You can gain wisdom and even be surprised about how much love you might be feeling during the journey. So I encourage people to continue this. And I also have a free PDF available when the link comes up for people to get the freebies to do a different kind of inner child activity that you might find beneficial as well. So I just want to thank everybody and thank you, Tawana, for creating this healing space for all these women. It's awesome. And I'm just thank everyone for showing up today.
Miss Karen, thank you. When I sent her the message, she was like, yes. So thank you, Miss Karen, for saying yes to us. I love you. I appreciate your time and your energy. Mwah.
Yeah. Much love to you. Okay.
Next, we're a few minutes behind, but we have Pooja. And this woman is amazing. Okay. First of all, did you see how gorgeous she is? Do you see this? Do you see this goddess energy next to me? Huh? Do you see how beautiful? Like she just naturally glows. She don't have to put on all these layers of makeup. She just naturally glows. So let's get into what she has to say. I can't wait for y'all to hear it. I know what it is.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, Tawana. And that was a beautiful introduction. I remember the day when we spoke, and it was like within 5 minutes, she's like, "You're in." I was like, "What?" Yeah. So yeah, I loved it. And before I just go in, I would like to share, when you try to do something, I was here today, I have this intention for the past 3 days that I want to meet this woman where they are rather than just talk about what I know and what I want to do. Guess what? My laptop broke down. It would not work. I lost all the links that I was supposed to utilize to join this and whatnot. All my notes, everything was in there. So here I am, challenged once again. And the divine is just asking me to speak from my heart and not from my notebook. So, which was, by the way, in my laptop. I just borrowed somebody else's laptop, and this is their laptop. So, I can totally understand what Taiwana was talking about when she was trying to do this summit. I know the amount of work, amount of things that went wrong. Everything that could possibly go wrong did go wrong. And guys, it will go wrong, and that's okay. The point is, we show up. And that is exactly what I'm doing right now, just showing up. Imagine this must have happened to you at some point in your life. I am taking that as well into this, I am weaving that into this story as well. Go back to the time, or maybe right now, you're trying to do something with your life. You want to maybe, do something, start your own business. Maybe you want to heal yourself. Maybe you want to, just feel peace within yourself, or maybe you just want to feel connected. Things start going wrong the moment you decide what do you really want to do. Does that mean that we are being kind of, said that, you're not supposed to have it or don't go for it? Is that the message? What is the message that's landing for you? I would love to hear from you guys. Just pop it into the chat. What is it that is coming up for you that you really want in your life? And the moment you started working towards it, things came up. Things started to show up, as in they went wrong. This is exactly what I would call blocks. These are the blocks. So all the trauma, all the wounds that we've ever had, anything that we must have gone through during our lifetime or previous lifetimes, if you believe in it, or even the lineage, our ancestors, that they might have gone through and we must have absorbed that would kind of pop in, show up at the right time, and it would just tell you, you know what? Somebody just, I think Taiwana just typed in, she said she wanted wealth. The moment you go in and you say you want wealth, The universe or the divine or the higher intelligence would say, yes, of course, it's all yours. But here you go. This is the first thing that's blocking you. You need to heal this so that you can move forward faster. So don't take that as a setback. Don't take that as a negative message, like, this is stopping me or I'm not going to have that. So this was me introducing what does blocks really mean. Because I am a nutritionist by background. I help people find out why they are not healing. What is blocking them? And when we say blocks, that's exactly what I just explained. These are the blocks. You want to heal something? I think Karen just now mentioned that she was working to get over and recover from arthritis. She's healing that. My question is, I would love to find out if there was a connection between the arthritis and any trauma that she might have gone through. Is there a connection? There is no lab test that could ever diagnose that. Can we? Could we go into a laboratory or to a doctor and find out, okay, what are the emotions that's affecting my arthritis? Can we say that? Yes or no? You can type your answers in the chat. But in the meantime, what if I could tell you, yes, you could find out how? That's exactly what I do. I do muscle testing, which is an individualized testing for your body.
Recording in progress.
Muscle testing is finding out what is going on inside your body. It is a way to dialogue with your body, right? So if we could find out what is blocking, let's say, Taiwana's wealth, or Janet said, abundance of money coming to me freely, easily, and consistently so that I may serve many, right? Somebody else said, Rhonda said, getting healthy and releasing excess weight. Now, healthy is a broader term, but releasing excess weight, I get that. So again, I think we all are healers, and if we are not aware already, then weight a lot of time has to do with safety. It also depends on where is that weight getting accumulated. So I would look into all of that. The topic that I chose today was cellular health, like clearing trauma at a cellular level. First of all, before we go into it, trauma is not always abuse. Trauma is not always to do with something happened, right? Or somebody else did something to you. It's a very broad term. So it could be like just as small as tip of a needle to as big as Mount Everest. And anything in between could be trauma. A person that might have gone through an accident, the one who is driving and there is one person sitting next to it, that accident is a trauma. Two people could react differently to that accident. One of them might not be confident enough to drive car ever again. That's trauma. And the other person might think, oh, nothing really has happened. It might not even just touch them. It depends on individual. It depends on your own genetic makeup, your own trauma history, your own physiology. So anything that has happened to you in terms of trauma or even like your lineage, it's very different. And another thing to go with this is when there is a trauma that is being presented to you, I'm not talking about like extreme, let's just talk about small stuff, right? Then trauma needs something to attach to. What is inside us that is already not healed? That is exactly where trauma gets attached. Our job is to bring in the light. Our job is to find out what happened. Our job is to find out the emotions, the beliefs, the story, the intentions that came out of it. When we bring in the light to that trauma, that is exactly where the healing happens. Another thing that I hear a lot from my clients is you have to heal every single trauma that you have gone through. True, but not the whole truth. The truth is, you just have to find out what is the priority of your body. Your body might not be in that energetic state to heal everything that you or your ancestors have ever gone through. You just want to find out, okay, let's say, for example, I want to release weight. In that field, what is the trauma? Since what age losing weight was a problem? I would just go ahead and test something in the terrain changed and just find out for, Janet, something in the terrain changed, yes or no? I'm getting a yes, and then find out how long ago. If there is a weight issue, I'm not picking up on anyone, but I'm just following the chat here for the sake of example. But if there was a weight issue, I would love to go in and find out what is the age that you are living at right now. And I would muscle test that. What is the age that you are living? More than 1, more than 2, more than 3, more than 4, more than 5, more than 6, more than 7. This is a very sensitive issue, and I do understand that we are talking on social media as well as online, and all of this is recorded. So I will be very mindful of what I say. And, this could be something which is very, if there is anybody who would love to kind of come forward and they want me to do a demo, I'm more than happy to. But I'm just making, yeah, go on.
If I can unmute, I'll do it.
Yeah, sure. Go on.
My issue, I actually sent you. Where'd you go? Why is my pin not working like it's supposed to? I actually just scheduled something with you for this a minute ago, but mine is water weight. I took a medicine back in September 5th for seizures, and I gained 60 pounds of water weight in 5 days, and the medicine could have shut my kidneys and liver down if I hadn't gone to the hospital. I still have the water weight from my waist down. Well, from like under my breasts down. My thighs are like this. They feel like bricks when I walk. It's terrible.
Okay. Let me have you say, I want to be healthy.
You said, let me have you say what?
I want to be healthy.
I want to be healthy.
Okay. I'm not testing whether you want to be healthy or not. This is the way to find out whether your polarity is reversed. So which is reversed? So go ahead and bring your fingertips together for me. And 2 inches above the navel, just hold that point for me. Yeah, and everybody else can do the same for Taiwana because that works better. We're just clearing the reversal here. Okay. Now let me have you say, I want to be healthy.
I want to be healthy.
That fixes your polarity for now. Okay. Okay. We just want to go ahead, Taiwana, and find out what is the priority, right? We know that there is water weight. There is a history of seizure. We also know there is a history of trauma, right? Now, there is also a hormonal issue that's coming up. Okay, there is more. Okay. In this field, I want to know what's the priority. Okay, let me have you say, Taiwana, this is physical in terms, medical or clinical. Let me have you say this is physical.
This is physical.
No, let me have you say this is non-physical.
This is non-physical.
That's true. So the priority is non-physical. We would look into the water weight, we would look into the hormones, the seizures, the medications that we need to clear, and we also need to bring the kidneys and the livers back online. That's a must. But before that, we need to do something here, okay? I'm going to go ahead and find out whether you are testable. Because I am doing this remotely, I'm using my field, myself as a surrogate, but I'm testing you. Okay, so testing for Taiwana, wants to be healthy, wants to be thick. 100% over any blocks to accurate testing, 100% free of any deception in my testing, 100% free of any spiritual interference, obstruction, attack, attachments, wants to be healthy. There is something there. Yes. This is a false belief. Yes. Her own lifetime. Yes. Okay. Let's see. What's the priority? Age 1, age 2. Okay, let me have you say this is before the age 5.
This is before age 5?
Mm-hmm. Age 1, age 5. This is age 5. There is a false belief about myself, about others. No. This is about myself, about others, about the world, about relationships, about God. No, this is about suffering. You are carrying a belief about suffering, age 5. Is there anything that comes to your mind?
Yeah, that's when we lost our stability when I was 5.
Do you mean financially?
Yes, and we're homeless.
Oh, shoot. Yeah. Okay. I'm just testing for you. Okay. Okay. The words I see and the words I hear, and I also have some things that I've tested. The first thing that comes is suffering makes me noble. And okay, not changing quick enough. That's what's coming up for you. What does that bring up for you?
That I didn't heal before my children were born, so my traumas spilled over into their lives.
Mm-hmm. So there is some sort of blame there. Blame yourself. Now, everything that we are finding so far, this is the field. This is the first thing that we would do in order to get that weight back to normal.
Okay.
Just to digress a bit so that, we are taking everybody into where we are. No matter what we try medically, functional medicine, Ayurvedic, homeopathic, alternative, meditation, no matter what we try in order to get that weight optimal, until this piece is released, all of that is not going to work. So what I say usually is this is complementary to what you do.
Okay.
This is not an alternative. This is complementary. So people might be doing other things and keep doing those. Keep doing those. Continue those. We could always test in conjunction with other medications or other alternative approaches.
Okay.
Okay. What I'm getting is this belief about suffering. This is actually making you strong. It's not making you weak. It's making you strong. Sometimes what happens is beliefs like this could weaken you. Now, this belief your subconscious gave you at the age of 5, that's the reason why you survived everything after that till today. That gave you strength. If we test, let me have you say, does this weaken me?
Does this weaken me?
I get a no. Let me have you say, this strengthens me.
This strengthens me.
And it's really strong. And I'm applying the same pressure. This strengthens you. But this is time to release that belief. We change exactly the time when we are supposed to. Not 1 second early, not 1 second later. Does that resonate with you?
Very much so. Very much so.
How much ever I know you, I do believe that you believe in that. I know because you're very spiritual. I know
Yes.
you believe a lot in consciousness. I know you believe in raising your vibration and the frequency. So yes.
Yes.
Now, 100% free of any spiritual interference, obstruction, attack, attachments. Now, if we clear that, that strengthens your field of spiritual attachments.
Mhm.
Because if I would not test this, rest of my testing will be wonky. All my answers will be incorrect.
Okay.
Everything that I would test for you will be incorrect. So this is kind of how it would go. Now, if we test in this field, there is another priority. Yes. In this field, there is a lost, blocked, open, incomplete treatment. All of your previous treatments were online to 100% effectiveness. That also brings your previous treatments online. So if you would have done anything in order to kind of release that weight,
Reiki.
yeah, that sometimes this will make you lose those treatments and that would not work. That could be Reiki, that could be medical. Now, if we go back in time, which we could with this, like before we started doing the scan, the treatments were offline. Now, this is going to bring your treatment online again, and that's going to start again. Now, in this field, there is another priority. Yes, this is physical. This is non-physical. Okay, this is exactly what we tested, right? The priority was non-physical, meaning emotional. Now, this is an emotion. No. This is a belief. No. This is an intention. Yes. Okay. This is age. This is current day. No. This is recent. No. This is age 5. This is more than age 5. Yes. Age 1 through 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15. This is age 15.
That's when I was pregnant with my father's child.
Gosh. Yeah. Shoot. Yeah, that makes so much sense. You just confirmed what I was saying.
Yeah.
Oh no, shoot. Yeah. Yeah.
I speak openly about it. I'm
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I get that. I am not okay with the fact that it happened. Yeah.
Thank you.
But it's time to release it.
Okay.
It's time to release it, and we are releasing it right now. An intention to keep myself safe.
I intend to keep myself safe.
Is there something in your life today where you are not feeling safe? Yes. Okay.
My house.
Your subconscious is not ready to kind of release it yet. We don't have permission. Why? What is your trigger? You just said finance.
My house, where I
Your
live.
house? Your
I'm not
house.
safe here.
You are not?
I live in a bad neighborhood.
Gosh. Inside your house, you're safe?
Inside, yes.
Inside you're safe? Okay. It's
Yes.
just a neighborhood?
Yes.
And how often do you get triggered by that? Like how often do you have to face it?
I go on, if I take the dog on a walk, then I have to face it. I also have an upstairs neighbor who's been very abusive and has threatened me.
Has threatened you?
Yes. He called me the N-word and refers to me as bitch. So yes, he threatened me because I won't back down.
Yeah. There is an open door here, yes, an intention to be fair and an intention to be nice to everyone. You want to be nice to everyone in
I
general?
want to be kind to people because if somebody hasn't done anything to me, then I'm kind. I'm not kind to him though.
Yeah.
Never have been.
Okay, let me have you say this is true.
This is true.
An intention to look strong, even when we are not. So let's say, for example, if something happened to a family member medically, we will be like intending to look strong, even if we are not, right? Just to get through
Yes.
the phase. So
Yes.
yeah, and an intention to look strong. Okay, so going back to neighborhood and going back to that abusive neighbor upstairs, that's your current day trigger.
I
It is
knew
still
it.
reminding you why you are not safe. I don't know about the practicality, but I would get rid of that neighbor.
I did report him and he's being evicted.
And how's that working?
Oh, once he leaves, it'll be great. He's yeah. He's being they're throwing him out.
So do you get my point when I'm coming to, like, I know I can clear that intention once we found it, it's easy to clear. But what we need to find out is if there is anything in your current day, current life, which is a trigger, which you just mentioned. So until there is a trigger like that, you're going to take them back to that.
Okay.
We need to reprogram and retrain the brain to kind of react differently, because the brain is so used to, and the neural pathway, we call it the neural pathway, it is so much kind of, if you keep writing a line on the same line over and over again, if you keep drawing the line, it gets darker. So that's what's happening. So the second part is to kind of rewire it in a way that can create a new neural pathway.
Okay.
That's what I mean by not getting triggered. So that has to either stop in person, like the person has to go, or we need to stop reacting to it. But that is possible.
I'm going to stop reacting. Now that I know he's evicted, there's no need for me to react.
Yeah. Again, I'm not trying to kind of put the blame on you or put the work on you. It's not on you to do that inner work. It's also in the environment. That's what I'm trying to kind of going. So it's also in your environment. So something which is in your environment, we can't kind of heal from that. So that has to, the environment has to kind of support.
Okay.
Because this is not like a magic, right? So
no. Right.
And this is the reason why your body is literally showing me that there is a current day trigger. And you know what? I haven't found this very often with everybody. I have found this at times with abuse. So if somebody is in the abusive situation, no matter what we do, it's not going to work. They need to get out of that abuse. So it's similar. Even weight, somebody is kind of eating all the time. There might be clues in their environment, like keep eating, then the environment has to change. That's what, yeah.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah. If once we clear that, now straight away it has taken me back to that, the physical, the priority has straight away gone back to physical. We would go, like, if I was doing a scan with somebody, and if, like, this is out of the scope for this session, but like we would go back into, like, what are the emotions, what are the intentions, what are the beliefs that came out of it, and then we will take it from there, and then go back to the physical priority, and then clear it as a cell surface receptors. So the trauma, we have cells and there are receptors on the top. And the information from the healing intelligence has to be able to pass inside the cell and then outside the cell. There has to be a flow. When there is trauma, these receptors are blocked.
Okay.
So that was exactly the topic why I chose today, like how to heal on a cellular level, because I come from a background of nutrition, and combining this with energy, we are energy ourselves, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that energy has to be cleared from a cellular level as well.
Great. Well, you know what? That's wonderful. At least I had a suspicion this morning. I had that suspicion that it was related to who's above me. And thank you so much for confirming that. And the work that you do is amazing. It's
Oh,
amazing. I could feel the pulling when you were in my energy. I could feel it.
oh yeah.
Um, yeah, yeah. But I mean, I'm sensitive to the energy too because I talk to dead people. So I'm very sensitive and especially if somebody's in my energy field. And so I could literally feel her like pulling on different parts of my body, and that was amazing. So thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I literally this morning it dawned on me. It was like you started losing it. It started coming off and then he started up and it stopped right where it was, like right under here. It started coming off and then right here. From here down, I'm just swollen. So thank you.
There are, no, you're welcome. First thing that came to my mind is you're very intuitive. That's why you picked it up. You are very intuitive. You knew. All I want you to do is give more importance to your intuition. So give more weightage. If you feel this is blocking you, give more weightage to it and then do something about it. The second thing you might not like, though, is that person who is giving you trouble is highly traumatized. They are doing this because they have their own trauma to deal with. The moment you said that my neighbor, I saw something about them, which I don't want to disclose here because, yeah, privacy. But yeah, so I actually have compassion for them, why they are doing. The belief is that, you have to go around and kind of use those words for everybody and make them feel the same pain that I have gone through. Because I don't want to go through this pain again, alone. Sorry. That is their intention.
Yeah, they're very, I can tell they're really traumatized by the way they behave and the things that they do. I had a vision of a toddler screaming and jumping up and down and nobody was paying attention to him. And that's the way he behaves upstairs. He'll literally jump up and down on the floor like a toddler, shaking his fist, calling me a bee through the floor. So I have compassion, but then there's like, you know what? You're a grown up, take ownership. And that's where my compassion kind of ended, if you want me to be honest. Because I'm like, you're 62, take ownership of your shit and do what you need to do. The organization that placed him there is a healing organization. They promote healing. And so, but I never wanted to have him evicted, but I'm not going to be abused either. So.
Yeah.
But I do feel sorry for him. He's a very lonely, unseen person. And I had compassion in the beginning, even though when I heard him, I knew my mother said he was going to be a problem. And in the beginning, I had compassion because he had to talk to everybody. And that was something I used to do in my unhealed space. I had to talk to everybody and appear like I was, happier than I was. And so I had that compassion component, but I did lose it when he called me a Nigger. I did lose it. And it is time to respond differently. I'm somebody who owns my shit. So it is time to respond differently, and I'm glad we did this.
I don't think you have to show compassion every day. It's your intention to kind of view this as a compassion and then just leave it there. And yeah. I know how bad it feels when somebody uses those type of words for you. But the point is, whatever word they used for you, is that your name?
No.
Then I wouldn't respond to that. My name is Pooja. That's what my parents gave me. And when somebody calls me Pooja, is the time I respond. I do not respond to the words which are not my name. I don't own it.
That makes
I don't
sense.
own it. I'm not sure whom you're talking to.
I love that. I love that. Okay, I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna use that.
Yeah, yeah, that's your tool. That's your tool.
That's what I'm gonna use.
You are not doing this for them. You are doing this for you. for your
Exactly.
own wealth, for your own safety, and to release that weight effortlessly.
Yes.
When you start doing that, along with other things that you're already doing, which is working, by the way, yes, that is going to shift things for you energetically. I already feel that shift, just clearing this thing, the triggers in your life today. What is this? So next time when you are triggered, not just you, but everybody who is listening right now, everybody who is going to listen at a later time, or maybe people who are going to catch up on replays, this is for all of us.
Mm-hmm.
The moment you are triggered by either a person, by a place or an event in your life today, or even thoughts from your past, pause and ask yourself, what is this trying to show me within me that I need to heal right now? Because unless there is something in it for me to heal, I wouldn't get triggered. That is a gift. That is a gift. When you get triggered, that's a gift. What story are we reliving through this trigger? I have already left the present moment, but where is it taking me? And why am I still going back there? There is something back there which was not healed, which was my duty to heal that, and it is still calling my name. And I am getting triggered here. My husband, the other day, was literally doing nothing, and he just called my name, Pooja. And I got so annoyed at him for no apparent reason. In my head, and then we had an argument. It was all from me. And he just sat there quietly and he said nothing because he realized that I was dealing with something which had nothing to do with him.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then he just gave me that space. And I asked the same question to myself.
I just heard it. I just heard it.
Yeah. I was actually getting triggered by my dad. There was something within myself and my dad that I need to heal. And I got annoyed at my husband because my subconscious thought of him as my father. But the truth is, I need to invite that 15-year-old self of me to the present day and show her who I am today, where I am today. Look at the colors outside that I can see. I could see a green tree outside of me. There is green grass. There is that outhouse. And there is a lovely neighbor who has lovely plants in her garden. And I did not have that when I was 15 years old. Basically, I am just inviting myself in the present moment. That 15-year-old self of me, this is called parts work, by the way. And this is so important during healing journey, especially what I do. And then that 15-year-old self, probably, I showed her my driving license. I did not have a driving license back then. I did not have the citizenship that I have right now. Right? I was in India. Today I'm in UK. She did not have UK citizenship. I did not have a credit card. This is what you are showing to yourself because you are bringing those parts with you in the present moment. If you feel that you still have parts that you cannot figure out, I do have a link up here. I offer a free 15 minutes, or you can go to meetpooja.com and we can talk about this more. But what parts, what self of you need to meet your current present day? It could be a 5-year-old, it could be a 15-year-old, depending on what's your history, depending on what is it that you still need to heal, depending on what triggers you even today.
I'm glad we did this. When you were talking, I heard what it is.
Mm-hmm.
He reminds me of my father.
Exactly. Exactly. So when I was talking about safety, which was like from 15 years, what triggers you in your life today? Because until you heal that trigger, I
Exactly.
can't say you are healed, you know, because once I find everything that you need to heal, it's easy for me to clear. It's clear what I can, but
Mm-hmm.
what's hard is this. The work that is required is here. And this is the work we need to do. I don't care what they have gone through in their life. I don't care what they call you. I don't care whether they are good to you or bad to you. The point is, if it was not them, there would be somebody else who will trigger you and just make them feel like you're not safe.
Exactly.
Until this is exactly what I said at the starting, like the trauma needs something within you to attach to. If there was
Yes.
nothing, trauma can't attach. And by the way, this is not even trauma, this is just a trigger.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So there is this weird connection.
Yeah, that's what it is. He acts like my father did. He acts like him. And that's I heard it clear when you were talking. He reminds you of your father.
Mhm.
I heard my mother say it just as clear as day. He reminds you of your father.
Mhm.
And so now that I know, I will respond differently.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for bringing that up because
Yeah.
I know, I know that I know that I know, and I get emotional
It's okay.
that my ancestors gave me this summit for a reason. And I know something great is coming behind it. But this had to clear, so I thank you for that.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I'm okay, baby. My dog.
Oh, I remember.
Yes. So thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
I would love to see, you know, like, yeah, that is not going to trigger you anymore unless there is something else to be healed. Unless there was any other layer that would come up. I don't think that's healed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. Thank you. Thank you, Rhonda. Thank you. Yeah. I love you guys, this comment. Yeah. Rhonda, Dawn, Jeanette, thank you. Diana. Yeah. And now if we go back and check testing for Taiwan wants to be healthy. So no talks. There is another priority. This is not physical. Now the priority is testing as physical. Yay. See, this is what happens. So unless you've done certain things, that now you are even open to receiving the treatments that you're going to take, right? I never say you don't need that treatment. All I say is what needs to happen before that. So this is how we do it. So it's called like the testability. So I haven't even started doing my work. We were just, this is like around 42 minutes, and we were just going into whether we are testable, whether you are testable, everything that we are going to do, whether it's going to work. What is blocking? So these were the blocks. This is exactly what I mean when I say blocks. And it might be different for different people, and that's okay. I have also seen blocks which could be something like pesticides. I've seen blocks which could be mold in the house, you know. How many times have you seen somebody who was traumatized, which was a moldy house, and today they have chemical sensitivities? They are reacting to mold, even though the mold might not be in the house. They might be exposed to the mold somewhere else, like workplace or a supermarket. So yeah, the blocks could be anything. We also would go into the frequencies of pathogens, which is like viruses, bacteria, parasites, and how all of this together creates a illness for somebody. So I always I use muscle testing mainly for the medical based testing, but at times when the priority is non-physical, this is what would come up. Could you write a code for me? Because everything that we've just done, I would like you to clear that. I'm just going to say it, and or maybe I can type if that's easier. Or somebody. Oh yeah, I could type actually. It's EB IF SH EB E MF SH OE A C. This is supposed to be like whole in one line. I have just separated it so that it's easier for us to understand. These are all alphabets, and this all corresponds to the meridian points, like the acupuncture points. So EB is eyebrow, IF is index finger, LF is little finger, SH is side of the hand, EB eyebrow, E is eye, MF is middle finger, SH side of the hand, IF index finger, OE outside the eye, A is armpit, and C is collarbone. So just read that several times a day. More than 4 times in a row, more than 1, more than 2, more than 3, more than 4, more than 5 times a day for you, Taiwana. And everything that we have found, that will just keep clearing for you. So have that in front of your desk and then keep reading it the times and the row that I've just mentioned. That will help you further. And this is called the trauma code, and anybody who is listening can take advantage of it. And anybody who is just seeing this demo kind of with Taiwana and myself, and if there was something in it for you, you can also get benefit out of it, which is called borrowing benefits, like Gary Craig said it. So yeah, so that's the trauma code. That's a gift. You're so welcome. You are so welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I would encourage, the viewers to kind of go ahead and book a call with me. And that is a 15 minutes free call. And we can find out like, what are your issues that you're dealing with and what is blocking you. Thank you so much, guys. I love you guys. You have such a
Thank
wonderful
you,
audience.
Pooja. I love you. Thank you so much.
So glad to be part of this summit. And I think this is awesome. And we are all here for a reason.
Yes, we are, and I'm tired of you not sharing these things. She said that's why it was an immediate yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Is Emily here? Okay. I think Emily left. I told her it would be a while, and that's okay. And is Nicole here? I saw Nicole in the audience. I don't know if you've made it up to the panelist. Oh, Emily, you're here? You're not up here. Can you undo your camera? I can't see you. Oh, you didn't use your link, honey. You used the attendee link. Your link was sent to you on Friday around 10 a.m. It was the link that said 7 a.m. On it. Okie dokie, love. We'll wait for you. In the meantime, oh, okay. Yes, yes, my love. Hold on. Hold on. Hello, my honey. You can talk. Nellie, you can talk. Unmute, baby. You can talk, honey. Natalie. Okay. There we go, Emily. There you are. Unmute. There we go. Now we're cooking with gas, as my grandmother used to say. Welcome everybody. This is Emily Cleghorn. She's going to be talking about going from reactive to resilient, which is what I just did with Pooja. I'm not reacting anymore. I'm just still resilient. So take it away, my love.
Hello, everyone. And thank you so much for having me, Tawana. It's a pleasure to be here with you all today. So, the reason I'm here today to talk to you about going from reactive to resilient is because that is my journey. I endured an incredibly traumatic childhood, and for so long, I pushed it down because that's what I was taught. Push it down, don't feel it, and run from it. And that's exactly what I did. I grew up in the beautiful Nova Scotia and moved across the country to Western Canada because I thought that if I moved geographically that I would get a fresh start. And that's not true. That's not what happened. And it wasn't until I became a mama that I awakened to what the healing work that needed to be done. So over the last number of years, I have gone on a healing journey. And, from a very young age, 6 years old, 6 or 7 years old, I knew that I wanted to help kids like me because no one deserves to have a mommy or a daddy who doesn't know how to love them. But so many kids live that reality because we tend to parent from our own examples. And so my journey has led me to help overwhelmed women go from reactive to responsive so they can create a peaceful, connected life that they long for. And so I have a question for you. Have you ever wondered why you go from fine to flooded in seconds? It's like a switch is flipped and you go from cool as a cucumber to explosive in a matter of seconds. And then what to do
when it happens. It's like a time bomb, ticking, 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 and then boom. You're having a normal conversation, or you're going about your work at the office and the photocopier jams right before you head into a Monday meeting. Or you're doing your things and a kid throws a temper tantrum, and it's the straw that broke the camel's back. It hits the wrong nerve, your nervous system gets overloaded, and then suddenly you're spiraling, snapping, shutting down, or drowning in guilt 5 minutes later, shaming yourself for the reaction that you had. I want you to know that this isn't a personal failure. And for so long, I would beat myself up from having these exact explosions. But it's not a personal failure. It is your nervous system response to a moment that acted as a time machine to another time when you felt perhaps unheard or invisible or undervalued or unappreciated or disrespected, any number of things. And so we end up in this pattern where we find ourselves triggered, we have that explosive reaction, then we're drowning in guilt, then we're triggered again, then we have the reaction, then we're drowning in guilt. What if you could break the cycle? What if you could change the narrative? And I want to stop for a second here for a little caveat and discuss the difference between guilt and shame, because they are potent. Guilt says, I had a bad moment. Shame says, I'm a terrible person. And so when you have a nervous system response as a trigger, when that trigger happens, notice what the internal narrative is. Is it, oh no, I yelled, I exploded, I'm such a terrible person? Or is it, oh man, I overreacted, I should probably go apologize. Shame is an identity. Guilt is not. So what if we could break the cycle? And so on my own journey, I realized very early on that I needed tools, not the tools that I grew up with, the repressing of the emotions and the running away and the avoiding, those tools wouldn't help me heal. So I needed new tools. I needed tools to help me manage those triggering moments. Because as a new mama, I was triggered all of the time because of what maternal relationships were meant to me. And so I created, over the last number of years, what I refer to as a trigger toolkit. Now, your trigger toolkit can be personalized and individualized depending upon what you resonate with. But it is simply a collection of coping tools that you can use. And I've actually created a physical product that you can take with you as a visual reminder, because when you're triggered, you're not in your thinking brain, you're in your survival brain. And so I want to gift you today with 3 tools that have been incredibly helpful for me on my journey. The first tool that I want to share with you is awareness. Being able to identify and name the trigger. Now, we've seen already this afternoon the process that can require. Because until you're aware of something, you can't change it. You can't change how you react to it. You can't change what you don't know about, what's not in your awareness. And so being able to name the trigger, once you've come through a trigger, look back at it and say, okay, what was happening here? What was actually going on? And that reflection piece is not about judging yourself, because that's not going to help. What it's about is understanding what was really happening. The second tool I want to share with you is one of my favorite tools that I have in my toolkit. And it's harnessing the benefit of your breath. Your breath has the ability to hack your nervous system from a activated fight or flight state to a calm, resilient state. And so this breathing exercise that I love it so much. It's called 557 breathing. Now, as trauma survivors, we tend to breathe very shallow. We don't breathe deeply into our lungs because we've been stuck in survival. Depending upon what your situation has been, and your body can get stuck in that situation, that survival state. And so using the breath can allow you to shorten your response time and come back within your window of tolerance. When I first began my healing journey, a trigger could knock me off my game for a week easily. And it would completely take my week hostage and I would struggle. With the use of using my breath and breathing into my calm, I have been able to become the safe place for my children. And so I would like to guide you through 557 breathing if you're willing. So if you would like to try 557 breathing, put a 1 in the chat. And I would love to be able to guide you through that. Okay. So 557 breathing, we will inhale for 5, and I'll use my fingers to count us because I can't talk while I'm breathing with you. We will hold it for 5, and we will exhale for 7. Okay? So here we go. Ready? Inhale. Now, practicing that, if you're just beginning using breath work and you find inhaling for 5 seconds and exhaling for 7 seconds and holding it for 5 seconds to be challenging, simply exhaling longer than you inhale. So maybe you start with 2, 2, 5. And build from there. Now, the third tool that I would like to share with you is reflective repair. Now, reflective repair is something that I do with my kids. I also do it with my husband or anybody else who endures the fallout of a trigger. And simply put, that is once you have reached your calm and you're able to reflect on what was actually going on, you are able to not judge yourself, not condemn yourself, but just explain in age-appropriate language, you know what? Such and such I was feeling such and such, and I reacted in a way that it wasn't fair, or it wasn't, I didn't mean it personally towards you. Will you forgive me? And what you do after. Okay, because we cannot control when a trigger arises, but we can control what we do after and how we take responsibility. Imagine for a moment no longer fearing your own reactions. How would that change your life if you no longer feared your own reactions? Imagine responding with clarity instead of chaos. Imagine feeling proud of how you show up. So once the link is released for freebies, I've created a free PDF. It's called Unlocking Peace. And in there, you'll get more tools for navigating those triggering moments and creating more calm and perhaps stopping the fear from controlling your day. So I want to thank you so much for joining me. If you have any questions, we do have some time. Drop them in the comments and I would love to answer your questions for you. But I would love to connect with you. You can find me on Instagram at emily.mamahoodaftertrauma. And you can find me there and we can be friends. I love having new friends. Rana, I'm so happy that you found the 557 breathing very beneficial. I love that.
Looks like she had to step away for a little bit, Emily. How did you start with your 557 breath? Can I ask you a question? Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, awesome.
So,
Where did you start with that?
so I discovered 557 breathing when I was doing my coaching certification. And it was one of the many tools that they covered. 557 breathing, though, is something that you can take with you anywhere you go because your lungs are with you always. And so if you find yourself in the middle of a traffic jam, or you find yourself running late for an appointment, or whatever life situation comes up, you can breathe through it. And it's simply exhaling longer than you inhale. And that hacks your nervous system into feeling calm. It tricks it into thinking that that the threat, the perceived threat, is gone.
Thank you so much for that. It's so beautiful.
Yeah, no problem. I've wrapped up. Oh, there's a question. Does it matter if you breathe through your nose or your mouth? So typically, inhale through your nose and exhale through your mouth. And don't worry about if you make noise, because sometimes that noise, that vibration, is helping you to release something. No problem, Amanda. Well, as I said, thank you so much for having me here, Tawana. It was a pleasure.
You are so welcome, darling. Thank you for being here. We appreciate your presence and the breath work. I love that. I do 4-5-8. So yeah, that pause in the breath is very important, and always inhaling through the nose and out through the mouth. We're taking in the good air and we're letting out the yuck. So we
Yeah.
always want to open our mouth. So I'm so glad you touched on that. But thank you so much, Emily. And Emily's gifts will be available on Tuesday as soon as I make that web page live, because again, remember y'all, I'm off tomorrow. Goddess is off tomorrow. She's not doing this stuff. Okay?
Yes, rest is important.
Thank you so much, Emily. So, next up, you guys, I have known this woman for 22 years. She helped me raise my children. When I was held at gunpoint by my first husband, she said, T, you and the girls can come here. Now, this woman had no idea how long I was going to be there because I could not afford to move out. I was only receiving $744.21 a month. And I had 4 kids, because most of you don't know, most of you don't know I have an adopted child. 4 girls in her house, plus me. This woman is brave. She's bold. We can both cook. So I'm not going to take that away from me, because she was the only one allowed in my kitchen to cook at times. Linda Dickens, my sister, my friend, you are here. She's sharing her story. It is not an easy one. So we're going to put those trigger warnings out there that we got to put out right now, out in the air. But thank you.
Thank
She
you,
answered the
sister.
call. You are welcome. You are welcome. So you guys, we met when I worked for presidential appointees. So she knows TK well. She met the BITCH version of TK when I worked for them, and she said, you used to walk around and you had your notepad and your pen, and you were in these blue suits and these black suits, and you were Miss Get It Done. That was me. How are you, sister?
I'm well today. Thank you for asking. Thank you for the opportunity to share my story. And if it helps anyone, I appreciate it. But before I start with my story, tell the whole truth. TK has a shell. She's the sweetest person you ever wanted to meet. And like she said, when I first met her, she was all business, no nothing other than that. And I would sit there and look like, really? But over time, she started to take down her walls, and her love and her radiance just shined at that point. And I tell you, we've been through some things and we still are together, and nothing will ever change that. But over our journey together, I've shared a lot with her. And she stood by me and we cried together and just shared life together. But I'm older than Tawana. And when she came into my life, I had 2 children, and I still, was I a foster parent then, or did that happen?
Yes.
Okay, and I was a foster parent. And there's always been something in my spirit that I wanted to help people that were underdogs and less fortunate than me. And I noticed Tawana's persona because I share the same one. And it's out of protection that when you first meet us, that we may seem mean or off-putting and not wanting to be bothered. But that was a shield that was put up based on everything that we have been through in order to deal with people. Because if you're open and welcoming all the time, people take advantage of that and you always end up being hurt. And I learned a hard lesson behind that. And unfortunately, my first teacher was my father. I grew up in a home with my mom, my dad's grandmother, and my 2 sisters. And I'm the oldest. And the firstborn, I'm being older, I could notice the difference in how we were being raised, how my father treated us. And everyone says that your first love should always be your father because he's your protector and he's the one that teaches you how men should treat you as you grow older. But unfortunately, I didn't have that experience. Most of my experiences with him were negative, which formed a negative vision of myself because my 2 sisters, they were perfect according to him, and I was the problem. And growing up in a household without your father's love and him being there made it doubly worse. You know, I think it would have been better for me if he had just left and not been a part of my life at all. But that didn't happen. So I struggled with it as a young child. I remember at the age of 7 telling my mom she could tell me who my real father was. As a kid, I felt that. And I told her I wouldn't tell and I wouldn't look for him until I became an adult. But I knew that things were different. And as a result of the experiences with my dad growing up, I didn't know what to look for in a man. All I knew that there was something missing and that there was some man out there that was going to fill that emptiness for me. And along the road, I've had my share of bad experiences. At 15, trusting and believing, a friend's boyfriend sexually assaulted me. Now, I couldn't share that with anyone because I couldn't come home and tell my parents that that had happened to me because I figured somehow I'd be blamed for that. So I carried that with me. But that still didn't stop me from seeking what I thought I was missing and putting up with men that now I wouldn't even look at twice. And throughout my journey, I have to say, my grandmother stood beside me. My grandma Susie was my best friend. I could tell her anything without worrying about judgment. I could take her anywhere with me and not worry about it. And in that realm, it caused a rift between me and my mom, which I didn't understand, because it's like, you're my mother. How are you allowing my father to treat me like this? But in those years, when I became an adult, I had my own daughter, my first daughter, and I recognized that my mom couldn't protect me because she couldn't protect herself. So this was the cycle that I was born into and that I took along with me for a long time. But having my daughter made me realize that I had to protect her at whatever cost, no matter whether it was her interactions with my dad, which was surprisingly so much different than his interaction with me. And also, when I had my son like 3 years later, his treatment of them was very different than what I experienced. But my trek through life and the self-esteem problems that I had made me miscount myself in a lot of actions that I did. You know, I never could believe that good things could happen for me. I'm a champion for my sisters. I want everybody to succeed. And I've always been that way. Even though when I could not feel it for myself, I felt it for others and I wanted it for others. And when I met T in that loving spirit of hers, and I'd watch her day in and day out work and go home and deal with what she had to deal with. She never took it out on anybody else. She kept it to herself. And fortunately, she let me in and she started to share things with me. And I hoped and I talked to the universe, my God, and I wanted things better for her and for her girls, because she's got some beautiful young ladies that were subject to this trauma as well. And therefore, I just knew that there was a greater path for Tawana. Tawana is so intelligent. So, I mean, if she wanted to, she could have been a criminal empire all by herself. That's just how.
You're telling my secrets.
Hey, I'm just putting it out there. We are sharing today, so I'm sharing. And there have been some times I've talked to her, and after doing so, everything was clear and it made sense to me. But the struggle continues, even at 64, when I don't always have the strength. I have the want, but not necessarily the emotional feeling that I can accomplish things. And when those times come on me, my battle is with the voice from my father that always used to tell me that I wasn't going to amount to anything. Basically, my life wasn't worth anything. And I still struggle with that. It's not as bad as it used to be, but it's still there. So I've had to, through talking with my sister and also my daughter, she's been a great help to me, affirming that I am worthy of a good life, of having good people in my life. And I tell myself all the time that now. And when I start to feel those feelings rise up, you know, I tell myself mentally, not today. I'm not dealing with you right now. Go on away. Do something else, because I'm not hearing it and I'm not feeling it. And when it gets too bad, I reach out to one of my sisters and I know that they'll be there for me. And that's what life teaches you. We're not perfect. We don't come here knowing everything. But if we take the bad things that have happened to us along with the good things and let them be lessons not to be repeated, we'll make it. And I'm so grateful. I just can't say enough about Tawana because I can go on forever. In my heart, I call her TK. I know she is a butterfly. Yes, she is. She always has been a light in everyone's life. And I want for her to continue on her path, sharing and helping folks, because you never know who you're going to reach, who you're going to save. You might not ever find out, but just know that the path that you're walking, that we see, we know is possible, knowing from where you came. And thank you for the opportunity to talk with you all today.
You are so welcome, sister. I'm so glad you came. I'm so glad you said yes. And I'm so glad you shared. I'm so proud of you.
Thank
Oh
you.
God, I'm so
Thank
proud of
you.
you. If you only knew. I know I'm the baby sister, but I'm still so proud of you. I'm still so proud of you. My God. Miss Pam said, did you say 64?
Yes, ma'am. I turned 64 in February.
And Dr. Millicent said, thank you. I resonated so well with this. Nicole said, beautiful. Amanda said, hold on, I'm going to read what she wrote. Strong women empower other women. They remind them of their magic and all their unique qualities. Strong women stand by their sisters. I'm sorry, it's in the chat, so it's hard to read. In stoic solidarity, carrying and uplifting through choice, because this is the way we move forward. Women in unison break down barriers. They build each other up. They pool assets for the benefit of each other. Strong women encourage strength in their daughters. They encourage them to have a voice, to speak up for themselves and others. The tables are turning, sisters. When we stand together, we are one. When we cheer each other on, we are laying down the grounds for success. When we unite, we become unbreakable.
That is so true.
Thank you so much, Amanda. She said this
Yes,
3-day
thank you.
event has been absolutely fantastic, and I'd like to thank every voice and every trauma survivor here in the audience. God bless, and may we all heal and lead way showers when we find our voices. Amanda, that was beautifully said. Thank you so much. Diana, aka Bestie, said, thank you, Linda. You are beautiful. Auntie Pam
Thank you.
said, thank you, beautiful. You are a gorgeous woman of power. So look, I told you you were going to be surrounded in love, and I didn't tell
Yes,
them
you
to say
did.
any of this, okay? I
Yes,
didn't
you
have to tell
did.
them. Tell them? I did not tell them they had to say that. They said it on their own volition.
I thank
You
you all
are
very
in
much.
love.
Thank you for allowing me to be a part of this today. And I promise you, if you need me, reach out. I may not have the answer, but together we'll figure it out.
And she means that. She's authentic like that. I wouldn't have non-authentic folks around my children. Not like that. But yes. She
Our
means that.
children, my
I'm
nieces,
sorry.
my
My
nieces.
bad. My bad. I made a mistake. Yes, our children. Yes, Auntie Linda was there helping me raise them. When I had the accident, Auntie Linda and Grandma Frances came down, and I said my kids weren't going to have Christmas. They said, yes, they will. Send their list. And they bought everything on those babies' list and a tree. So this woman has been through unthinkable disasters, life events that could have taken her out, and at moments she thought it would, but she's here. And she showed up today for us. She showed up today for her. And that's huge. That is huge. So, my sister, I honor you. I thank you. I love you. I believe in you. There's nothing you can't do. And when you said Grandma Susie, I heard her say just as clear, just as if she was standing here, that's my Linda, that's my girl. So know that your ancestors are crowded around you cheering right now because you just broke it.
Thank you.
Just broke it. If I didn't have a new laptop, I'd slam that down. You just broke it. Y'all, I can't channel right now. We're not doing that. It's not this kind of show. So before one of them hops in the body, I love you. I love you. I love you.
I love you more.
And thank you for being here.
You're welcome, sweetheart.
They are trying to move in, and y'all, I got
All right, y'all. Leave my sister alone right now. She's doing her business. We'll talk later. We'll talk later.
Okay, honey. Love you.
Love you too.
I got spirits over here trying to hop in. Here is my girl, Nicole. Look, we've been through it, y'all, planning this summit. Nicole and I have been through it. I was in a panic-stricken moment. I sent a message that wasn't supposed to go to her and almost lost my friend, okay? She's one of my new friends. I can't be losing y'all. So Nicole is here. Thank you for saying yes. Thank you for reading my message to tell you, no, it wasn't supposed to go to you. I'm glad you're here. And she's going to teach you how to own your scars because that's what she does, honey. She owns it. She owns it. So.
Oh, what a blessing to be here. And I'm glad, that's communication. We have to be there for one another. And forgiveness, that's what we're here for. And that's okay. It is a lot going on, and it's in that forgiveness. Lord knows I've been there. So I want to thank you. Are we running late? How much time do I have? I just want to double check. We're good. Okay. Yeah. You just can come on the mic and holler if I'm going over because I'll forget to look at the time sometimes. And it's a beautiful place to be. But I want to start in a place here. Runny Babbitt returns. A spider lives inside my head, who weaves a strange and wondrous web of silken threads and silver strings to catch all sorts of flying things, like crumbs of thought and bits of smiles and specks of dried up tears and dust of dreams that catch and cling for years and years and years. And I don't know if anybody resonates with this. It's Shel Silverstein. I used to read this to my beautiful daughter behind me. And this moment is for her. And if we could just sit with that for just a minute, and it seems so silly, but when those webs get weaved within our mind, our soul, and they block us, it catches us. Those spiders just catch up. We get caught in that web, and the more we struggle like a fly, we can't get out. And these are the things sometimes that stay inside, like our closets, they stay inside of us. And it's because of that, and that's how it starts, doesn't it? And for the beautiful soul who just was here sharing and opening up, and what a healing event, and to be in this space and to know that we all don't have to do that ourselves. And it's the quiet corners of our mind where our memories cling like those crazy cobwebs, and where joy and pain, they just dance together, and they're lifelong friends. And if you see me wince, you guys, just a side note, I went outside. I go for a run by the lake, and my eyes are still adjusting. So if I'm making funny faces, I don't have a poker face. Sorry. I would give up my hand. So if anybody wants to bet against me, I'll lose. It takes me about 5 seconds to start. But when we're in that smiling part of our soul and the memories of the loving times, as you were talking before about the Christmas and the gifts to the children, and it's so much more, it's the community. And sometimes that tear that we feel for that pain and even the excitement, it doesn't fall, it just stays stuck in the attic of our souls. And for years and these years, it sticks there. It's part of us. We need to clean out the closet. And sometimes it's what makes us. But it's how we heal from that. And we don't have to heal any of the trauma. And you know, not every part and piece do we have to go through. If we're cleaning out a hoarder's room, or if you have ever had a friend, and I've been there, I used to work with hospice and some in-home care. When you clean out that, if they see every part and piece, they're attached to it. And sometimes those are our emotional baggage. And I'm here today not just as the chairwoman of confronting domestic violence, but somebody that's experienced it in the DNA, not for me personally, but my family and everyone before me and after me. And today my family still holds on to that pain, and many of us do, men and women alike. And I don't come to you polished. I come to you real and raw, and I come to you this way, and it's never an excuse. I am who I am. I come here as a mother, and I've walked that valley of loss, and I choose to rise at this moment. And my daughter, the beautiful soul that was behind me, was talented, and she had a beautiful angelic voice, and she loved to wear a tutu. She wore it any mother of girls. You know, we know they've got to be in costume at all times. And for me, it's still a wonderful thing putting on my face or putting on this beautiful necklace, because it's in that moment sometimes when we wear this, we're lighting our souls, we're feeling accessorized. And it's not worth I'm trying to find, it's just beauty. And my daughter lit up that room with her beauty. And when she was barely holding herself together, it was that trauma, that trauma, the wrapping its fingers around the light, and it just seemed like a demon had possessed her. An alien had come down, some reptile from another portal and another dimension had just engulfed her. And I prayed that suffering would stop, but I never prayed for it to stop in the way that it did. Watching someone suffer every day, and it whispers the lies, and in that quiet, it just lies there in the dormant, and it tells you you're not enough and that you're alone and that you'll never be free. My baby girl fought hard, but the addiction, the legacy of abuse, the drugs, the alcohol, a gallon of whiskey a day, she'd be proud that she could polish that off. What a good sign, right? The heroin, the opioids, the pain, the mutual combat between her and her husband, the drugging that he would do just to get her to quiet down because her monsters were so crazy. And they would fight at a soul level. And she fought hard. And it broke her body, her spirit. And at 29, she passed away 4 years ago from liver and kidney failure. You know, talk about water weight gain. That was the worst, to see your child twice the weight that they could hold, yellow and jaundice. But I want to remember her this way. The truth is, she died from the wounds the world refused to see, or so she said. But she wore those wounds outside, those scars, like a battle shield, and would tell me at times of this sobriety in a moment. And I asked her, why do you struggle like this? Why do you do this? Why do you hold on to it? What the hell? It's killing everyone, friends, family, everybody's gone. She was so vibrant. She's born in April, a Taurus. She was chatty. She made friends easy. Perfectly opposite of me. She'd come in the room and the energy was just like miles and miles of smiles and beauty. She said to me she hurt so much that she had to wear those scars outside so she can hurt me and those around her more. She needed everybody to feel the pain that she felt. This beautiful child, a dancer, a singer. You know, she was called for movies and scripts, modeling. She would do makeup on the side, but any time, any little bit of time that she had to be rewarded for these things, she just wouldn't take it. She just refused. I mean, running away from the hospital, getting admitted, taking off, going out the side. She would run away from rehabilitation. We didn't talk for years. Our relationship was just awful. I couldn't handle it anymore. My family thought that that was okay, that that was her choice. So they needed to enable her. And that was okay, that what she did, the drugs and the alcohol. And they encouraged it by looking the other way. And I had a choice to let my grief bury me or let it build me. 2020 was the worst year. I lost a 15-year relationship. I walked away from it. 25-year career. 2021. 2020 brought my daughter and I together, but in that lockdown, she couldn't handle it anymore. And I cried. And then I thought I should create something so I couldn't hurt, but then to heal, and not just for me, but for the family and the women and the men around me and the people that did support me. And I lost so many souls in my healing journey. And boy, when you heal and you shine in that light every day, people hate it. They want to suck it from you and poke a straw right inside you, suck it right out like an orange. But, I turn that pain into promise. And, now as the chairwoman of Confronting Domestic Violence, it's clear to me that the passion and the purpose in the movement is really sharing post-traumatic growth. And this is about transforming the abuse, the addiction, and the generational trauma. Even though it skipped me and I refused to let it happen to me, it still happened around me. And I share this every day. And when I speak to people like being here and sharing this and sharing with the movement that we've decided to do, whether it's webinars or groups or lives or money or just touching a life, but it's through educational and the financial freedom of emotional liberation and something with that post-traumatic growth. PTG is so important. It comes the opposite of PTSD. And when we grow, when we get away from our situation and have and develop financial freedom, and hear me, I've been on the street. I lived on the street. I was a teen mom. My daughter was third generation welfare. And society gave up on us. And I believed the hype that if I got a job and I did better and I went to school, everything was okay and women's groups were healing. And that was not the truth. They would suck you in and bully you, take your energy like energetic vampires. And anytime it was painful even more because the people, I knew who the people on the street were. I knew who the drug dealer were. I knew who the criminal were. I knew what kind of guns they had. I knew what they would do to me if I got out of line. I knew who to hang out with and ride with. I knew how to stay safe. But I could identify that on the street. But when you're with these groups and you decide to change, you don't see it. They wear a mask. They come in costume. And they say those beautiful little words, everything is good and we're going to be positive. And that is not always the truth. So it's in the action and the understanding of who people really are and feeling into the psychic ability and the intuition of who to trust and be with, who to forgive and grow with. And it's that currency of the soul, which needs to be impacted with the currency of our financial freedom and the healing. And the only way we can truly heal is to come out of that poverty mind. And that is for me, and I speak only from my experience. And I'm not here to speak for others. I'm here to empower people. And I want to change millions, not just one. Forget that. One person's going to go home and they're going to go back to that abusive relationship. One person's going to go home and give up. One person's going to go home and Monday morning armchair quarterback someone else's life. They're going to forget all about their healing journey. If we change 1 million through education and purpose, when we do that, we change communities, we change the soul, cellular level of everyone and ourselves. And as that soul and that cell break apart, every time that cell rejuvenates and it splits and it divides, it's creating a new cell. And that new cell brings this new energy. And with post-traumatic growth, we imprint it at a DNA level to change it for the next generation. And I just wanted to give up for a long time. And I know it's hard, and being here with these beautiful people and hearing the stories coming in and out, is that I wanted to just give up and walk away from the years that I tried to heal people. Law enforcement didn't change the world when I was in it. Being a security officer at a casino, and believe me, that was hands-on. As a probation officer, as a mother, as a Girl Scout leader, even in a church, all these decisions I made to go into my community, I faced a lot of backlash for it, for helping people and sharing the truth. They don't want to hear it. So I decided to change and feel that if people were ready to hear me and they welcomed me, I was going to be upfront with them of who I was and show them who I truly am. And that independence, it's a requirement for freedom. And if we have financial freedom and financial independence, we have financial worth, and we are worthy. We can flip the script on the 99 and realize that woke doesn't mean broke. And Billy Carson couldn't say it any clearer. It is the truth that when we wake up, we need to understand the value of the energy. I cannot pay money to confronting domestic violence if I don't have income. I can sit here on a pedestal all day and tell you that you're wonderful and that everything is okay, whether it is or it isn't, but I wouldn't believe that. It's really through the growth and the change in our community, and that allowing that screaming inside and not letting it fester into boils on our skin, but something says, don't waste this pain. So I picked up every broken piece and I wrapped it in purpose, and I built a platform. And I share with people, and Tawana's been there on one of my summits, and it was for my daughter's birthday, that she was there. And she was speaking and she didn't know about it, but I was so grateful to share the community and the stage with her. And even people in the recording could feel this change. And so it's sharing a stage. And for me, it's for a cause marketing. And it shares with us the way that we, as we heal, we have our voice, our worth. And as we wake up, we share this. We share our coaching, we share our products, and we share our service. And the reason I preach this all the time is you need to sell from the stage, because people need to know where to find you. They need to know where to give that money. And as you change and you accept that money and you put a roof over your head and pay for your children, and you have the luxurious, abundant life that you deserve, then you can help others. You've got to put your mask on first. And this was the purpose. And from this fire and light of the community, and speaking on a stage isn't just about applause, it's about building authority and showing your voice and your worth, because we want to make our mess our message. And this is truly how we transform lives. It's not saying we're a transformational speaker, but are you truly? What are you doing in the community when you get off the camera? That's what we have to ask sometimes to ourselves. And every summit, everything I do has a portion of the proceeds go to that. And I teach this to victims and survivors so they don't stay stuck in survivor mode, and they're not angry. They're not standing on their soapbox, banging their drum and screaming, because nobody's listening to that. It's that time when we calm down, that time when we breathe as we were doing before, that we come into this moment. We're as mentors able to share the change. And we are able to be the healers that we are meant to be. And as we hold every scar, as we share every scar, I mean, when we were children, I hit my chin on a car. I don't even remember how it happened on my bike. But I was so proud that I did that, because I could tell my brother and my friends, when we were riding bikes, that, hey, I had this scar. I was a cool kid, right? I owned my wounds and I still feel that way today. It's a story, it's a part of me. I hold it and I share it, but I don't wear it in the pain. And I want you to share and look at your scars differently. Your scars tell a story. Your scars are the passion, it's the journey that you went through. It's your warrior spirit coming to life. And when we share this on our road and we tell our stories and people will listen and understand that they can embrace that because they can have a bond and a safe place to come. And that's what I want to do. And I thank you so much for allowing me to share this stage because it's so beautiful to feel this. And my daughter, I know for the last couple of days, was talking to me and even downloading when we were earlier supposed to be coloring. This is what I was making at that time was to share this and say the butterflies are there because that was her favorite. She would wear the butterflies in her hair. She would sell them at 8 years old. Alexis would sell them at the market with a friend of mine. He had a booth and they would go to farmers market and she would sell thousands of dollars because she would sit there and shine and tell people how beautiful they were. And wouldn't you pay cash everything you had to feel that in that moment? And I want to thank you so much for having me here today. It's just so beautiful.
I have to unmute first. I'm so glad you said yes, and thank you for allowing us to experience her energy. Thank you. That's sacred, and I don't take it for granted. So we appreciate you. We appreciate the message. Yes, we do need to have financial literacy. Yes, getting out of a relationship is not enough because you still go back to it. Yes, you made wonderful points. But the biggest thing is your baby girl behind you. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, Yvette, you're here. I'm glad you're here. For being here. Thank you so much for being here, for showing up, for
It's an
reading the
honor,
message.
yeah, to share this stage with such beautiful people.
They are. They are. I'm gonna look to see who's here because Nicole was our last speaker. Sophia's here. Did you want to go now, Sophia, since you're here? Or where'd she go? There she is.
I'm kind of here.
She's kind of here.
I'm kind of here. Yes, but I don't know. Did you? And I said, I mean, just drama, just the universe, nature. Did you play the video?
Yet.
Or...
I was going to do it at the end since we had speakers and things.
Okay. All right, just give me 1 second, if I
Yes,
may.
ma'am. Absolutely. You
I'll
know I
let
can
you-
entertain the crowd.
I'll let you chat amongst yourselves. 1 second. 1 second.
No worries, no worries. Okay, guys, I'm gonna pull. Who would like? If you would like a goddess card, put one in the chat while we wait for the lovely, beautiful Sophia, who is from sacredyou.love. You guys, Sophia is giving you guys free memberships to Sacred You. So that is underneath her to the village. That is right underneath her picture on the website. The link is active. I made that one active. You guys see how I pick and chose? So oh, we got okay, all right. Thank goodness they're goddess cards, and I'm not doing readings. So, yes, she is giving you guys access to the Sacred Youth community. I teach with them every Wednesday night. I am the Psychic Essence Collective Tribe. So, Dawn Jackson, your card is Bridget, girl. Don't back down. Stand up for what you believe is right. Okay? We can't be quiet, darling. We can't be quiet. Rhonda is next. Thank God this isn't the new deck, because that one, the cards stick. So, yeah, Diana, you're funny. Ha ha ha, bestie, funny. I'm just gonna split the deck. Rhonda, you got the Ostara fertility. It is the perfect time for you to start new projects, access new ideas, and give birth to new conditions. So it doesn't mean we're fertile myrtle and we need to go have a baby. It means that it is the good time to start new projects, new journeys. I talked about the birthing process in this summit experience. Nicole, who just talked about financial literacy? Abundantia, prosperity. The universe is pouring its abundance out to you. Be open to receiving, girl. Yes, 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 yes. Tell me the divine didn't intercede in that message, guys. That's what happens when we connect to the divine, the spirit realm. Millicent. Ooh, Dr. Millicent. Aphrodite says you need to unleash your inner goddess. Awaken the goddess within you through dance, self-care, and appreciating your divinity with your divine self. Dr. Millicent, yes, girl. Yes, yes, yes. Bestie. Bestie act like she can't get readings at any time. Bestie, you got the goddess Iron. Leap of faith. Take a risk and put your heart's true desire into action. Mm-hmm. Okay. Don't ask me what that's about. Yvette, darling, my same name sister. Ishtar, boundaries, girl, boundaries. How you trying to pull it off? Gigi and Mama need to spill the tea. Ishtar, boundaries. Love yourself enough to say no to others' demands on your time and energy. Miss Yvette, same name sister. Mm-hmm. Auntie. Auntie put it in the chat twice, okay? She said, "Give me my cards, Mama Lorraine. Give me my see? Look, unconditional love, Auntie." And you definitely do give that. Love yourself, others in every situation, no matter what the outward appearances may be. So that's for you, Auntie. Amber is next. Yeah, you trying to pull it out. I see that. It's okay, bestie. It's okay. I got you. I got you. They gonna let me spill the tea. Athena. Amber, you got Athena inner wisdom. You know what to do. Trust your inner wisdom and take appropriate action without delay. Last, never ever least, never ever least, Sonia, butterfly maiden transformation. Didn't somebody get transformation card not long ago. You are experiencing enormous change right now, which brings great blessings. So there we go. We got the butterflies in theme, in tune, while we were waiting on the beautiful Miss Sophia, who is so good to me. I met this woman and she has just been so good to me. It's ridiculous. Sophia is a kind, take no shit individual. And I have thoroughly enjoyed getting to know her through my interactions with Sacred You. There we go. She don't need me to introduce her, so she got it. She does.
Thank you, Tawana. Thank you. And can I just start off by just honoring everyone and saying that it's actually such an honor to be here, even though I've hardly been here because of just the time zone difference, which is just life. But I do look forward to watching the recordings, Tawana, and that is something I will watch. I don't always watch the recordings of our own tribe meetings, but I will watch these recordings. That is a definite. And I have to say that I'm a little bit out of it. We've had a very interesting night. We're in the middle of we're still going through, I don't know what you guys have over there, but we call it an East Coast low, which is not quite as bad as a hurricane, but torrential rain. And we did lose power for quite a bit. And I have also had hardly any sleep. So I'm not quite with it. So you have to please excuse that. Look, I just want to say just thank you and really just honor everyone. And, you know, I want to go on from what Nicole mentioned about the scars and just standing in your own power. I've also had the pleasure of being on Nicole's podcast a little while ago. I don't know if Nicole remembers that, but yes. Where do I start? So basically, you know, when we use everything that's happened to us all through the trauma and everything and turn it around and use it as a power, we can end up doing incredible things. And I know it's easy for me to say I haven't been in everyone's life. I was born into a body that has a genetic condition. I look very, very different. I'm 4 foot something. And I've had over 30 operations. So I've been through a lot of physical trauma. I've blocked out my childhood, and I know there was abuse from an uncle in my teenage years. I'm pretty sure there was abuse at a very young age, but I've completely blocked it out. But it's also the bullying, it's the emotional abuse that has an imprint on us for life, but we can choose to let that affect us and to live a life as a victim and blame. And I did that for a little while, especially in my teenage years. Blame God, blame the universe, blame my mum, blame my sister, and poor me. Why me? Especially because it was a genetic condition and my sister is completely different, right? She doesn't have anything wrong with her. And I'm not saying that I have something wrong with me, because if it wasn't for this body, I would not be here now. But when we can really go in and tap into that inner strength, and I know it's easy for me to say, no matter what's happened to us, when we really tap into that inner strength and we start to take responsibility for our lives and no longer play the victim, then it's like the universe kind of goes, oh, you're awake now, you're ready, and gives you really fantastic opportunities. And I said, if it wasn't for this body, I wouldn't have been on the journey that I've been on. I wouldn't have experienced the incredible opportunities that the universe has given me. I wouldn't have met the amazing women like our beautiful Tawana. Oh my God, Tawana, I'm so honored to know you and that you're part of Sacred You. And I also wouldn't have been given the incredible opportunity to co-create with the universe a global community for women, a space where women can feel that they belong, a space where it is safe, a space where we all have each other's back, a space where we can empower ourselves and others. And that's one of the things that I'm, again, so honored to be able to see women who come to us who are broken, in invented word, in commas, who have no self-worth, like I did, absolutely no self-worth. And you see them blossom and again stand in their own power and become incredible women and become leaders in their own right. So that is, and I'm also honored, really, and Tawana, we do have to talk. I know I said that I'd never want to do a summit, but with you, I'd love to do another summit. I'd love to do a summit. I haven't done a summit. We haven't done a summit. We do lots of other things. To be able to connect with everyone. And I'm not going to read much. I will say, I also, and again, if it wasn't for this body, I wouldn't have been taken on the journey and introduced to sound healing and breath work. I have to go on, and right now I've forgotten who was speaking about breath work. I know it was just a little while ago. I was half asleep. Breath work is my guide. I have been able to heal my body through breath work and release so much pain, and also through sound. Because I had this body and had lots of operations, and I've been in chronic pain for the majority of my life. And I used to take heavy duty narcotics. For anyone who's in the medical thing, I was self-injecting pethidine, which is no longer available in Australia, plus all sorts of other stuff, which was contributing to my pain. And I was punishing my body for quite a few years because of the pain it was giving me, even though I was causing the pain that the body was going through. But it wasn't until one day my body just yelled at me and just said, no more. Can't take it, no more operations, no more drugs, no more. There has to be another way. And it yelled at me, like severely. I still remember that moment. And I really went on to the path of finding alternative healing, and I tried all different modalities which helped. And, there is a lot out there which helps. But it wasn't until I found sound healing and breath work, but my body woke up and said, this is what I need. This is what's going to heal me. And now I have to say that I don't have chronic pain anymore. I do still get in pain. Yes, I do overdo it. I'm like everyone else. I am flat-footed. I also have so much suppressed emotions that I'm still releasing, because we've got a lot in there that causes a lot of pain. But I use sound and I use breath work to release it. And I did tell Tawana that I would be honored to do a sound healing. But unfortunately, even forget about the power thing, is because of Zoom, Tawana, I've tried all different things, and I forgot to tell you that Zoom is not a good thing for sound healing, and it just wouldn't work. So I do have a recording which goes for about 5 minutes, which I would be honored to share with everyone. I'd also like, if you haven't already, Tawana, to show a clip or a sample of some of our tribes. Have you shown that one at all?
On Friday, I showed 2 videos, but I'm trying to get to my downloads now to get back to them. And I have your sound download.
Okay. And also the tribe sampler, but that, like I said, it does go for not just under 10 minutes. It's the tribe sampler version 3, but I can play it here if you would like. And
Absolutely.
also I'd really like to offer the sound healing. That one's for about 5 or 6 minutes.
I have that one right here.
Right. And with community is where it all is at. We have our motto in Sacred You that no woman is meant to be alone. No person is meant to be alone, but especially women. and I'd love to offer everyone a free membership. It is a village membership where you have access to so much. I do sound healings in the village every once a week. We're going to be having live astrology readings. We do angel card readings. All our tribes go live in the village that you can see. You can view, not a problem. And there is so much more that we'd like to offer you. So definitely that. And I don't know. And we're all, Sonia and Diana we're grateful that they're also members. Love to connect. I love connecting with them, love to connect more. I have the privilege of having Sonia and Diana read cards for me. Looking forward to that again, as well as our beautiful Tawana. I'm going to stop talking, Tawana, because I'm still not awake. I'm not.
It is okay. I've got the I'm gonna play the Sacred You community connection video.
Would you want that one, or do you want the tribe sampler? The one that has your tribe in it.
Okay, the revised Sacred You promotional.
No. Do you want this one? Here. I've got it here, but can I share?
Yes, absolutely. It'll let you. I took screen sharing control off.
No, there you go. That's the one there.
Yes, ma'am.
And then if people
I got it. Tribe sampler.
Yeah. Because it's got our beautiful Tawana. I put her on the spot. It was her very first tribe meeting. Very first one. And it tells a little bit about what Tawana's tribe is, plus some of our other ones. We do have more.
I'm trying to get this thing to, okay, go back to the beginning and now bring it to this screen so that, so that they can hear it. That was the problem. Share.
We're not hearing the sound, but
You can't hear the sound?
no, you'll have to share the sound.
Crap.
If you take it off and start share your screen, and to the right, it should give you the ability to share the sound. You might have to do it one more time.
On my other screen?
Okay.
No.
When you go to share your screen, and on the right-hand panel, it should say share sound for the video.
Stupid thing.
You're right. Let me know what to do.
I'm just waiting. The stupid share thing, it disappears onto the other screen.
Yeah.
Share. Screen 2. Settings. Okay. It's not. Oh, hold on.
It's before you.
There it is.
Zoom. There you go.
I think I got it. Can you hear? Oh.
No. It's okay. It's not meant to be.
You guys can read it though.
Yeah. But now we can't hear anything. Okay.
and we can only attract things that match the
Can you hear it
vibration
now?
that we are sending
Yeah.
out. The key to
Okay.
manifesting what you want.
I'm gonna start over.
Are you ready to connect with a community that truly understands and inspires you? Sacred U's special interest tribes are here to ignite your passions, nurture your soul, and empower your journey. This is a pure example of the work we do in the Empowered You tribe in going deep and working with all parts of ourselves and navigating life in a way that is designed, well, not designed, but a way that aligns with what you want and your truth and your authenticity, and working with your soul self and your human self to bridge that path together. And the conversations are raw, the conversations are open and honest and purely authentic here. So if your soul is guiding you to come join us.
I am Tawana Yvette. I go by Black Butterfly Goddess, and I am the new psychic, the new leader for the Psychic Essence Collective tribe. And what this is about is it's everything psychic, right? It's protection, it's learning your clairs, it's all the baby steps that sometimes we forget we need to take before we step into boldly, our psychic senses.
Everything in the universe is in constant motion and everything vibrates at its own frequency. So that includes your thoughts, our emotions, our beliefs, and we can only attract things that match the vibration that we are sending out. So the key to manifesting what you want is to keep your vibration, keep it up in alignment with where your desires are.
Your inner child is not a childlike personality. It is a part of your subconscious mind that experiences and probably even remembers your childhood moments, those emotions, and they could be both good and bad. So your inner child always feels safer when they know that you are paying attention to them, you are not neglecting them. It could be a simple act of just acknowledging them and reminding them that you're looking out for them. So in this tribe, we have various tools and techniques by which we heal those wounded parts of your personality when you were a child.
Magic happens all the time, and I have some quite incredible experiences. And sometimes, even though I'm a very magical person and I am very powerful in many ways, even when we're at that point, it's almost like I needed somebody to tell me it was okay to let it go and return it with love. So don't doubt yourself, love yourselves up. This is a crucial time in the world's growth and thriving. And there will be a lot of chaos, but know that those of us that are living here in this time and this place, we can help make a difference by starting with ourselves, because that will ripple out, and talk to people, educate people, share the love.
We are taught to believe that we get money in exchange for our time and effort. Whereas when we step away from that and we come to right-brained activities like holding spaces and healing and the alternate stuff, and we're living in a world every moment that's filled with magic and miracles, and you can manifest anything that you want, then you realize that there are other ways of achieving financial abundance. And that financial abundance doesn't necessarily have to come in exchange for your time and money. It just comes from as a result of acceptance, of surrender, of ownership of oneself, of being on the self-awareness journey, of having gratitude and being open to the limitless possibilities and the magic that the universe can provide.
Angelic Insights is a beautiful tribe where we get together and we talk about all things angels, where we have opportunities to learn from each other about connecting with angels through cards, through prayer, about understanding their signs and reminders. It's a beautiful opportunity to just connect, just to really connect. You know, you can have an opportunity to learn about your guardian angel, about the archangels and how to work with them, and really that connection through cards.
Invite you to bathe
My tribe is Awake in the Depths, and my tribe is literally all things shadow, all things inner healing, all things that are like in the third drawer down that no one wants to open. It's my job, my goal, my passion is to be that toddler that opens the drawer and goes, what is it in here? What cool stuff is in here that we can integrate? As well as going through different forms of healing and integrating, you know, maybe they'll be slightly controversial topics.
I get so much out of these tribe meetings. Oh gosh, words fail me. Actually, you know, I derive so much enjoyment, you know, as well from. I'm learning so much, you know, that fills my cup a lot.
And as far as the Sacred Youth Love community, I love it. It is an amazing community, and I've never met such a, I know I'm going to overuse that word, but I've never met such a loving community. And every single person that I've connected with in this community is so giving, so full of light and love and generosity, and you just can't help but to just be filled with just this wonderful light that everybody shares. And so that's how I feel about the community, and I'm so happy to be here tonight with you, Sue, and everybody else in this space.
That video. We are going to do a few minutes of a sound meditation as we close out today. The lovely Sophia has provided this meditation for us. So I invite everybody to just close your eyes for a minute and allow the sound to take over you. Could go to sleep to that. Oh my goodness, that was wonderful. Thank you, Sophia, for sharing that. Oh my God, that's wonderful. I could literally go to sleep. So,
Rather being narrating, I really look forward to connecting with everyone. Just like if I may quickly welcome Nicole to the village. Nicole has joined us, thank you. And Nicole, Spiritual Wisdom will be live in the village in a half an hour. In 30 minutes, we'll be going live in that. I think thank you, Yvette, anyone. Let's think about how do you know which tribes, it's really what you're drawn to. And the wonderful thing about the free membership in the village is you get to see them all when we go live in there. So you get to see which ones you like. That's not a problem. You get to experience it. Then if you want to actually join us in the actual tribe, then there is the next level of membership. With the free one, the village one is there just so you can experience everything that we have to offer. So thank you.
thank you, Sophia, and thank you for sponsoring this event. It was an honor to have Sacred You behind me, and it helped help me to continue and propel me forward. Sacred You is a very special part of my life, guys. When I was ready to quit, Sophia saw my face when I showed up to teach my Wednesday night tribe meeting. And she says, "You don't have to do this, you know." And I said, "No, I need my tribe. I need my tribe right now. This is what I need. I need Sacred You. I needed to be wrapped in their love." Hey, Trina. Oh, you came just in time. We're getting ready to wrap up. And I'm talking about Sacred You again. So I needed to be wrapped in their love. I needed to be surrounded by people who I knew got me. And there's one thing I know is that they got me. So please do yourself the service. And if you're in my TikTok community, you better join, okay? Or you're going to have to hear my mouth. And y'all know when I get on TikTok, I don't use the restraint that I've used here. So, yes, it was. Hey, Rashida, good to see you, darling. But ladies, we have reached the end of the summit. And it's bittersweet. But I'm gonna rest tomorrow. That's on my agenda. Rest. Do what you want. Probably take a walk with my dog, go to TJ Maxx and buy something I don't need. Um, but we did it. Yes, we did it, Sonia. We did it. My tribe knows we did it. So I thank each and every one of you speakers for showing up for women who are like us. It's not that we have it all together. It's not that everything in our life is perfect, because as you saw when Pooja scanned my body, it's not. It's just that we gave ourselves permission to not be okay long enough to finally be okay. We allowed ourselves and the universe and the ancestors and the guides to break us down into pieces. This is the book that made me a best-selling author. It's called Divine Synchronicity. And there are 23 magical women's stories in here. Mine is called Kintsugi, the Making of a Goddess. And the reason I named it that was because The Japanese have an art called kintsugi. And I remember thinking that it was a pretty cool art. See, they don't waste like we do here in the US. And when a bowl breaks in Japan, they put it back together with gold. And it becomes more valuable than the original bowl was. So sometimes you have to allow the universe to break you so that you can become even more valuable than you already are. But I leave you with this. My mother maintained the promise she made to me in an RTT hypnotherapy session from the beyond, and she fiercely guides me, protects me from the other side of the veil. But she's not alone. 4 generations of my ancestors, my brother, and my stepfather surrounded me with love and protection that is not bound by time or space. For this, I am overwhelmed with gratitude. I simply had to be myself, throw away the collection of masks of expectations, and allow toxic people to fall away. While it wasn't easy, it truly just was that simple. I know I'm loved unconditionally by people that haven't even met me. I have firm boundaries and standards that I maintain with ease, and y'all in my TikTok community know about them. This is the Tawana who operates in her gifts, makes no excuses for her flaws, admits and fixes mistakes, and guides others from their darkness into the light. Trials come throughout life, but I now choose to say, what is this teaching me? Rather than, why is this happening to me? I send my daughters love and light daily, hoping we'll be reunited someday. And this was before we were. We are. I use my voice and help others rediscover theirs. I lean into the energy and flow, and with it, not against it. That is how my life has changed. I am grateful for this and all that is still yet to come. Like the kintsugi in my brokenness, the cracks have been filled with gold, making me beautiful, stronger, and more valuable than ever. So allow the universe to break you. Allow life to crack you open. You've got so many communities of women behind you. Sacred You, Mama Genius, mine, Ashes to Ascension. We are all just here waiting to guide you and lead you into your purpose. And on that note, I say with great pleasure, and my ancestors literally cheering behind me right now, I did it. I did it. Thank you all for attending the Black Butterfly Goddess Summit. Thank you all of the speakers who answered the call. Thank you, my bestie who listened to me day after day and watched me while I had seizures birthing this child. Thank you all for the love, the support, the unconditional love. Thank you, Sonia, for checking on me day after day after day. I thank you. Thank you, Linda, my sister, who was like, no, you need to go rest. For everybody everybody who played a role. Auntie Pam, who watches me and I don't even know she's there. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, my little Lotus, who, if she hears Mama cry, she can't tell whether it's a happy or a sad cry yet, but she hears Mama cry and she got a scratcher. No, ma'am, we're not laying how Lotus wants to lay. So I thank you, Dawn. Thank you. I appreciate you all. I appreciate you all. My God, baby, who just came back in. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your story and your light with this world. Thank you to everyone here. I value you. Thank you. And I love y'all so much. We are done. We are done. We are done. We did it. We did it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for thank you. Baby girl, I already knew it was going to change you. Thank you. But wait, there's more, as Bestie says. You guys, please, please, please make sure I have your email addresses personally, so that on Tuesday, not tomorrow, I can invite you to Ashes to Ascension community. It's kind of like Facebook. It's on the Mighty platform, but you're not going to be alone. Okay, we will be putting posts up. It's the base level is free. The other two levels are not. Okay, because that's where you get webinars with me. No, ma'am, we're not going to scratch mama. You got a treat already. You're gonna for the two paid levels, there are webinars, there are classes, there's all that yummy stuff. I'm crying black tears from mascara and all types of stuff. So please, yes, just make sure I have your email addresses so we can invite you into Ashes to Ascension. And yeah, please go join Sacred You. Please, please do that. If you don't join mine, I understand, but please go join Sacred You for you. For you. Do it for you. Everybody needs a computer. Girl, I barely got space to put any yipstick, let alone more mascara. My bestie sends me makeup, y'all. That's why y'all can't have her. That's one of the million reasons why y'all can't have my bestie. Stop, Lotus. You're scratching mama's thing. Stop. No. No, ma'am. You don't hit back. So, on that note, it's bittersweet. I will see you guys around. Wait for the next one. Love you all. Love you all.